Great news, everyone. You have a chance at seeing Kill Tony live on November 13th and 14th in Las Vegas, Nevada. Get out of the stormy, cold, blistering weather wherever you are and take a nice little weekend trip to Vegas to see 2 brand new live episodes of Kill Tony, November 13th and 14th. Tickets go on sale tomorrow morning, July 7th at 10 a.m. Pacific time using the promo code KILL26 at Ticketmaster.com. That's Las Vegas, Nevada at the MGM Dolby Live Theater, November 13th and 14th. Tickets on sale tomorrow. The special pre-sale code is KILL26. Don't miss this opportunity. Time for the best band in all the land, huh? Aren't they something? Raul Vallejo, Fernando Castillo, Carlos Sosa, Tres Leches, Michael Gonzalez, Nachos Belgrande, Matt Mueling on the electric guitar, and that is Deep Madness live in the flesh. Great John Dees is on the road tonight, so we're leaving his stool empty in memory of him, even though he's alive and well. Oh, D-Madness with extra brew? Fuck yeah. Hell yeah. You're not missing much, D. You're not missing much. Yes, you are blind. All right, D. Blind. I wish he was mute. You know what I'm saying? Hey, come on now. Let's go. All right. We're going to have a lot of fun tonight. This episode of the #1 live podcast in the world is brought to you by Shopify, Tacovas, and Saley. How exciting is it to have Saley joining our squad? Here's a little bit more from all the amazing sponsors that make this show possible for you here, right now. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show or what? Oh my God. What an episode we have for you, ladies and gentlemen. One of, really, 2 of the best comedians in the world, but one of my best friends is here with us. And a first-time panelist that we're very, very excited about. One of our very funny friends from New York and one of the newest great residents of Austin, Texas. 2 of the best. Make some noise for tonight's guests, Joe DeRosa and Mike Minoya, everybody. Hell yeah. Joe DeRosa. Hi, buddy. Mike Minoya joining us for the first time. A new panelist. How exciting. Joe DeRosa back again, a guy that people say I book too much.
Really?
This guy's got no other friends in the world other than Joe DeRosa, Joe DeRosa, Joe DeRosa.
That is true. You might be my only friend. What do you think that says about me?
We're gonna have some fun. Mike Vanoia, welcome. How are you? Everybody say hi, Mike. Mike's.
Hey, everyone.
It's gonna be a lot of fun. Mike, it's your first time on. Joe's done the show 1,000 times. But Mike, you might not know. I'm gonna catch you up. There's over 200 human souls that signed up for tonight's show. They get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know their time is up and you hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then or else they bring out the angriest Hollywood bear, which interrupts their set rudely. And then I conduct a nice interview with them and find out more about them. Anything can happen. Maybe it's a crazy person. Maybe it's a genius. We found them all out of this bucket. I'm going to have this guy whose eyes are way too close together pull the first name out of the bucket. They might have an operation for that, sir. His wife is patting him on the back because she knows it's true. You look at those things, it's almost a fucking cyclops. It's unbelievable, sir. Like when you just did that, he just laughed like that, and his fingers were so close together. It's like, oh, you're making me tear up. Unbelievable what my fan base looks like. Look at these monsters that I've created. Oh boy, we're having fun here tonight. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show or what? Well, we go wrangle that first comedian. We have a golden ticket winner who's going to do a brand new 60 seconds for you. We don't get to see this guy that often. We are excited that he's back. Make some noise for the return of Mason Bird, everybody. Our first minute of the night. Golden ticket winner, Mason Bird.
Life is like a box of chocolates. Fat people finish it a lot faster. I'm fat. But I'm working on it. Like, I learned how to make Caesar dressing from scratch the other day. What you do is you take Greek dressing, you stab it in the back 23 times. If you don't get that joke, you're fucking stupid. Idiot. No, I live with a lady, you know, and she likes to this thing when we argue. And she likes to attack my masculinity. The other day, she was like, be a man, kill that bug. That's so unfair. I can't be like, be a woman. Take care of me. Run your fingers through my hair. Because that'd be a very inappropriate thing to say to your mom in your 20s. No, actually, I live with a lesbian. Which is something I suggest you don't do. Unless you want to find out how much pussy you don't get, dude. Thank you.
Fuck yeah, Mason Bird. Love it. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Mason Bird, is that true? You really live with a lesbian?
I used to. Yeah.
What was that like?
I fell in love with a lesbian, and she didn't love me back. And then I moved to Texas, and this.
You guys were dating?
No.
You found a place that was a room that was for rent.
No, I worked with this lesbian. She was like, we'd be great roommates, and I was like, yeah.
Where were you guys working at?
A bar. I was a cook. She was a waitress.
Did she think you were a lesbian? I mean,
I get that a lot.
Did you have the beard back then?
No.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm pretty bad.
Yeah, you would look like that without that.
Yeah.
Mike Vanoia.
Did you ever express your love to this lesbian?
Oh yeah, it was so bad.
Early on or after you guys lived together?
It was after we lived together, and
it's such a lesbian thing for even. It's so amazing. You guys moved in, and then
slowly but surely.
So quickly. That's such a lesbian thing to do.
Yeah, I gotta work on that. Lesbians, yeah.
What happened when you told her you loved her?
She told me she wasn't interested, and then she had sex with like 2 women that night. So
they would just be in the other room.
Oh yeah, it's just chaperone and finger blasted all night long, dude. It's just LED lights under the floor. I'm playing Fortnite with the boys again. Yeah, everything's great. Yeah.
You had a good thing going and you fucked it up, man.
Yeah, man.
You could just listen to lesbians have sex all night and jerk off in the quiet of your own fucking room, and then you barge in, I love you, and just blew the whole fucking thing up.
Yeah.
And by the way, I don't do this show too fucking much. I wasn't ready for that when I walked out here. I I do the show too much with this gaggle of fucking goofballs you bring out here week after week.
Oh my god.
It just hit me. By the way, this is how he invited me to do it today. He texts me, he goes, buddy, can you paddle tonight? Everybody is out of town. Fucking dickhead.
I thought I had Mr. Beast. For some reason, I had Mr. Beast and Mike Fanoia in my calendar the whole time. I texted Rogan. He's like, nah, that's in July or something. I'm like, oh, fuck. I put it in the wrong month. Like, do you have a contact for Mr. Beast? So that's, you guys were that close having Mr. Beast. Instead, you have Mr. Weast over here.
Mr. Bestiality.
You fucking pig. Hey, Mason Bird's still here.
Mr. Feast.
Yeah. I love it. So how did the lesbian roommate situation end? I know there's so much other stuff we could talk about, but it's so intriguing.
Yeah. So we worked together. And
What was the job?
I was like a sous chef. He was a waitress.
Oh, yeah.
She was actually the owner's little sister, and I threatened if she didn't move out, I would quit. And she moved out.
Probably didn't take much convincing.
No, I helped her. I moved her couch out of my own apartment. It was, yeah. I'm a nice guy. What can I say?
Amazing. What else is going on, Mason Bird?
What's going on? My sister had a baby.
You're who?
My older sister had a baby. She didn't know she was pregnant the whole time, but
Whoa, one of those, huh?
yeah,
Bigger,
black. What are you gonna do?
bigger lady.
No, that's the thing is I'm like she's not fat enough for that to be the case. Her baby daddy's name is Blue. He's a black guy. I don't know, black and blue.
How did she not know she was pregnant?
I think she's lying.
Yeah. Wait,
Yeah.
Blue the black man got
Blue,
pregnant?
yeah, he's 5'2". He's kind of adorable. He's been to prison.
Is this all true? I can't tell
Yeah,
if
it's
you're like
so
trying
true.
to be like funny.
No, this is.
How could your sister not know she was pregnant?
I don't know. She had 2 kids prior. I think everyone hated her boyfriend, so she just lied the whole time. And then one day in January, she was like, "You have another niece."
Is that the first black kid or the other 2 black too?
Other 2 are black.
Wow, so there's a little gang of them, huh?
Yeah.
Is that DNA test called Blue's Clues?
Love it. They are your blood now. And your Crips.
Yeah. Get big dicks back in the bloodline, you know? I'm a big fan.
Love it. You guys are a very patriotic family. You have red, your sister's white, and he's blue. Have you ever said hello to your little black nieces and nephews?
The first 2, I haven't met the new one yet. They're pretty cool.
They'll be calling you any day now with this one phone call that he's allowed from prison. Hey yo, Uncle Mason, get me out this motherfucker. I'm just kidding.
It's me.
They're not all misbehavers. You know what I mean? There's some good ones out there. Okay, I'm kidding. I was pointing at you, dude. Didn't get the laugh I thought it deserved, but. Mason, thanks for getting tonight's show started for us. Golden Ticket winner, Mason Bird. We're moving to the bucket, ladies and gentlemen. So let it begin. May God have mercy on our souls as we find new people. Well, I can tell you for sure that this is the first time this guy's been on. I would know this name, so we're all going to watch them together. Remember, they signed up for the show. They've been waiting for hours for this opportunity, every single one of them. So, I said, give it up for the first ever appearance of One Dan Man Band. Here we go.
Okay, if you do enough drugs, you will definitely be God. That's a fact. And if you keep doing drugs, God will be like, what the fuck are you still doing? Pick up all these cigarette butts. You got fucking empty beer cans everywhere. Empty fucking everything. Get your fucking life together, dude. get your life together and to get a job, I got a better idea. Why don't you go down, drive 19 hours down to kill Tony? I got a beat for you, dude. This came straight from God, by the way. Holy shit, dude. Stop. One man. Alright, that's where you stop just making noises. Stop. When we stop? Yes, I want you to fucking stop. Okay. God, I see how you ended up in this place in life. Okay. It's unbelievable. I bet. You just said, is that what you were saying to God when he was talking to you? Okay. Clean up the drugs, clean up the empty beers, get a job, try to kill Tony. What the fuck's going on, dude? Are you Dan? Yes. All right, I'll call you Dan. How old are you? I'm Harvard. Yeah. How old are you? 38. What made you come down here tonight and do that? I am a fan. You're a fan? Yeah. Okay, but what made you do that instead of that? Those are the fans. That's where the fans normally go, is out there. What do you mean? Well, you didn't do any jokes. You basically said that your life was fucked up, and then one day, God said, get off the drugs, clean up the beer, get a job, and drive to kill Tony. There's nothing funny that you said in there. Yeah. Did you notice that on your 19-hour fucking drive here? You didn't think about what you might say at all if it happened? I did, yeah. Have you ever done stand-up before? Okay, so you just signed up randomly without ever trying anything? No, I play music in Wisconsin, and I play bars, and sometimes I riff them, and I fan the show, and I just wanted to come down here and try it, and yeah, I get this, I get what's going on, but
It just hit him. Holy shit, I want to kill Tony. What the fuck? What am I doing?
I spent the whole weekend at the Sphere at Fish on mushrooms. That's the most psychedelic thing I've seen all weekend.
Pretty wild. I mean, Dan, it's absolutely incredible that you would just jump right into this as a fan of it.
is it really?
Yeah, man. Yeah, dude. It's a comedy show. The whole point is that people are trying.
I get that.
There's other people. There's somebody. There's somebody over there tonight that signed up right alongside.
It didn't go how I wanted.
Okay, you go ahead, Dan. Oh, you go ahead. I bet it did. All right, Dan. There you go.
Let me tell you how crazy it truly is.
Yeah.
I've been doing this show for about 10 years. Something happened when he was doing his thing that I've never witnessed. He goes, I drove 19 hours down here, and you went, ugh.
I know. Normally you don't hear that because there's some laughter happening in the crowd, but at one point I also think I stopped breathing during that set and an unconscious chance to kill myself. Dan, you should know better. You should have written something or tried something, but it's, let's talk about it. How bad was the drugs and the beer and everything? Did you really change your life recently? Simple question. No? Yes? Okay, perfect. There he goes, Dan, everybody. You get nothing. There he goes, everybody. That's fine. Just leave it there. There he goes, Dan. How about a hand for the lovely Heidi, ladies and gentlemen? Live in the flesh. I mean, what a specimen, am I right? YouTube adds 3 pounds, so this is what she looks like in real life, everyone. Just to let you know. One more time for the lovely Heidi. Go to HeidiRegina.com. Check out her new pod. Hello, everybody. You know that moment where you text your whole team? Did anyone follow up with that one guy? You don't hear anything. Tumbleweed, silence. 1 thumbs up emoji 2 hours later. Meanwhile, the customer's already moved on, gotten married, started a new business, and retired. At some point, you're just like, let's fucking Quo. That's why today's episode is brought to you by Quo, spelled Quo. The business phone system built so you never miss a call. Redman.
With Quo, all your calls, texts, and voicemails live in one place, so anyone on your team can pick up a conversation, see the full history, and respond fast. Plus, it's super easy to set up on any device. It literally only takes minutes to do. You can even keep your existing number and add teammates as you grow. So there's no IT, no hassle.
That's right. Quo's built-in AI agent handles after-hours calls, answers questions, and even books appointments. You never miss a lead, even when your team is offline. As the #1 rated business phone system on G2, Quo is trusted by over 90,000 businesses that already rely on it to stay reachable and look professional every day. Money is on the line. Always say hello with Quo. Try Quo for free, plus get 20% off your first 6 months when you go to quo.com/killtony. That's QUO.com/killtony. All right, I pulled another name out of the bucket. Make some noise, ladies and gentlemen, for Otis Hicks. Otis Hicks, everyone. Here we go.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. How we doing? I'm a father. My daughter was getting cyberbullied. I didn't know what cyberbullying was. I had growing up. I had a real bully. I wish I would have got hit with emojis instead of getting hit in the fucking face. I got teased before I even went to school. Somebody coming to me like this: Otis, you're big-headed, you're black, you're ugly, your mom doesn't love you. Now go to school, son. My dad was cyberbullying. He says, bitches. And growing up, I saw this 10-year-old with like an iPhone, 10 years old. When I was 10 years old, I didn't get no iPhone. My dad just bought me an eye patch. He said, here, become a pirate. Here's a treasure map. So you can find your real dad. My dad was an asshole. That's pretty much all I got. Thank you guys.
Exactly a minute from Otis Hicks.
Good job.
Welcome, Otis.
Hey,
Hell yeah. Where are you from?
El Paso, Texas.
El Paso.
Yes.
You still live there?
Yeah, I still live there.
You born and raised there?
Born and raised there.
Wow.
Chicken and tamales, man.
I drove through that place on the
Yeah.
drive out here, and holy fucking shit, man. It's really something else.
It is something.
Nothing like it, far from everything.
I'm half Puerto Rican, by the way.
Oh shit,
So
gets
I'm half black.
worse.
Yeah, Black Rican. Yeah,
You'll take my wallet and blow the money on gold chains for no
pretty
reason.
much. It's pretty accurate.
Right,
But when you made that joke during that roast about Puerto Rico and stuff, I mean, that's my family, but it is something accurate. It's not garbage.
Very accurate.
Yes.
It was spot on. I wasn't calling the people garbage. It was an island made of garbage.
Thank you very much.
Very important. Very important on
Got
this,
that.
the mainstream media. Joe DeRosa.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
For about 10 years.
10 years. Yeah, man. So your writing is good, man. I really admired how you would start with one thing and then hop off of it into the next thing. Like, for instance, the eye patch thing.
Yeah.
You kind of laugh on eye patch, and then you were like, oh, I can spring into what is a pirate new treasure map, real dad. That's good, man. That's
Yeah. I agree a lot. My dad being an asshole in the trunk helped a lot.
That's true.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Stereotypes.
Yeah. So I'm guessing the mom's Puerto Rican, right?
Yes, right on the head.
Absolutely.
Right on the head.
And Otis, what type of work do you do for a living?
Well, I'm a security guard, but the thing I was doing before, I worked at a sex shop.
Ooh, what were you doing there?
I was selling dicks.
That makes sense. I could see how your people would be good at that.
Yes. That's what I was doing, selling dicks.
Amazing. So was it mostly women that would come in there? How would you feel when a dude like me would walk in and go, hey, what do you got for this fucking gaping asshole?
I'll give you the 12-inch of the Darth Vader. I'll be like, there you go, Tom.
I love Darth Vader. Fuck yeah. Take me to the dark side.
I love it.
Shoot your Sith on my face.
Tony's like, but guys are allowed in there too, right? Guys.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, those rooms in the back and all that stuff.
Of course. I've been there. Like I said, I drove through once. I
Yeah.
had to stop off in the gay back room. You know what I mean?
How old did you say you were?
Me, I'm 34.
34. A security guard. You're in good shape. You look like Jog DMC.
Pretty much, yeah.
Run, Dan.
Yeah, man. I work out,
You're in
man.
good shape.
Plus, you work at a sex shop and you mop up managers. You kind of get strong.
Amazing. Now, where's the place you're working security now?
Sun City Security sucks, but I work it.
Well, I mean, but what type of gigs? What are you standing in front of exactly?
Mostly like restaurants, like Chico's Tacos and stuff like this.
Is there a lot of misbehaving in Chico's Tacos?
Yes.
What goes on there? Give us an example of what type of mess you're cleaning up nowadays.
Basically, it's like tomato juice, tamales, and usually cholos fighting in the parking lot.
I have put together a lineup for you to pick the criminal out of. It's the horn players over there. Which one of these people commits the most crime?
I'm gonna say that guy.
Oh yeah, of course.
Automatic.
Of course. Filled with testosterone. Carlos Sosa on the saxophone. Famously famous. Nothing but trouble. Otis, what do you think is the most Puerto Rican thing about you? You're 50-50, or you should call it 50-50. What do you think is the most Puerto Rican thing about you?
Puerto Rican thing about me, of course, I love mangoes and I like drinking coconut juice, straight out of coconuts. That's Puerto Rican.
Okay. You call thick white women mangoes now? Is that the new term?
Yes. Yes.
All right, Otis, my next question. What is the blackest thing about you in this game?
The blackest thing about me is that I had an alcoholic dad. I wanted him to leave, but he stayed. So that's how it became really funny.
What was his drink of choice? Was it Henny?
Of course. How'd you hit it on the head?
Because I study different races and cultures. A lot of people think this is a game. You know?
By the way, I would say his dad staying is the whitest thing ever.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Amazing.
Oh, shit.
I love it. So you've been doing it 10 years in El Paso.
Yes, sir.
Come to Austin just for this?
Yes.
Amazing. How long of a drive is that?
It's about 8.5 hours, but it was definitely worth seeing all you guys. I was like, I gotta come do it.
Hell
You know
yeah.
what I'm saying? You gotta live life. Very funny, dude.
You did it. Very funny. We love it. It was amazing, especially after a guy that drove 19 hours with fucking nothing at all. That was awesome, Otis. Here's a legit black joke book for you, my friend. In fact, I'm going to give you the I Love KC one. There you go. Boom.
There you go. It's like
Otis is making his Kill Tony debut, ladies and gentlemen. Gotta love it. 8-hour fucking drive, paid off. Amazing. 19-hour drive, 8-hour drive, and now I know that this happens to be one of the funniest tour guys here at the mothership. These guys sign up every week. You know what I mean? With this many names in the bucket, it's very hard to get pulled, and I always love the ones that sign up, you know, instead of fucking, you know, you can easily become bitter watching a show like this where fucking people don't prepare, and now they're in front of millions of people. These guys work all the time. Very funny man with a brand new minute.
I'd never
He's
go
been on the
back
show
for
numerous
more.
times before over the last 5 years. Big noise for Adam Lucky, everybody. Here he is.
Pretty good day today. I had a homeless guy come up to me and go, "Hey, are you trans or retarded?" All right, you guys usually ask for $1, but I'll fucking take it, I guess. Whatever, dude. Put some fucking pants on first, dog, before you guys throw some heavy hypotheticals at me. Then I thought about, like, trans or retarded. What's the difference? Come on. Where my repubs at? Come on, get in my bathrooms, free shows. Nah, I want them in the bathrooms because I like jerking off to watching them shit. So I like that. I like black people too. Sorry. I think they're chill. Black friends. I lost one though. I said the N-word in front of him. He got pretty mad. He's like, "You can't say that." I was like, "But I was singing it in a song." He's like, "Yeah, but you were singing Happy Birthday to me."
Oh, what a fucking funny joke.
10 seconds left. If you want to do another one, we'll call off the cap. You're crushing.
Yeah, I went to an all-black high school. That was hard. Did not make the sports teams. I'll say that. I made the swim team because I could fucking swim. So,
Absolutely fucking.
Oh, golden ticket, this motherfucker. Golden ticket. Golden ticket.
That's what it's all about. You see these guys on episodes from many years ago, the Vulcan days, if you will, and everything in between. And absolute shocking growth time and time again for the return people that we don't get to see all the time. You're here in Austin. People get to do 4, 5, 6, 7 spots a night, kind of like how New York used to be, or maybe for some people is. But you're doing it, dude. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, my life has gotten like fucking awful, so I've gotten a lot funnier. So.
Yeah, that happens.
Oh,
Things are the worst they've ever been, but I've been crushing it. So. I don't need you, wife. I'm glad you're gone. I'm not. I miss her so much. Whatever. I get to live with my mom now. Suck a bitch. Spaghetti up for breakfast.
get this guy a fucking
Your wife left you?
ticket.
Wow. When did this happen?
About a year ago. It's pretty much the worst that divorce could ever go. Because she works at a comedy club and I ran shows there, so I don't get to do that anymore. Wow. Yeah. Oh, good. Spaghetti goes for breakfast. Come on, we were having fun. I'm not. Someone's got to laugh.
Which club can you say or no? Is that too much?
I mean, I've done it in the past, so I mean, it
doesn't matter.
Okay.
At all.
Yeah. No, I don't want.
Why? What were you gonna fucking make a pun or something?
No. I was literally just curious what club it was, but then I was like, you probably shouldn't say that.
It's also fully my fault. She didn't do anything wrong. She fucking rules.
What was it? What would you have said if it was called the Chuckle Hut?
I would have said, is she trans or retarded?
What's the difference? I wish I could have tricked her into staying. I'll buy you goosebumps. Come on.
Adam, lucky. I love it. So what have you been doing to soothe the pain other than just pure stand-up, which is obviously you were in the zone?
I actually got sober, so I've been doing a lot of just like
stuff. Hell yeah. You're still sweating like you're on pain pills, but we'll take your word for it.
This is the sweats that come after. I'm still withdrawals. It's been 9 months.
Wow.
Don't do kratom. It fucking hurts.
Yeah, that's for real. We don't read kratom ads. We probably lose out on what many would consider fast sums of money by not reading kratom ads. It's the thing that everyone that I've noticed that does it was addicted to something, and they're like, I'm on this new thing that's not addictive at all. And then they continuously do more and more of it all the time. And they're like,
It makes my bad memories get deleted. Like,
they're like, I was addicted to that terrible thing. No, I just do this.
It deleted my bad memories and my wife.
Amazing.
Not recommended.
it's the sin of heroin.
Yeah, it really is.
I was doing the capsule, so they have like synthetic, like they take the shit out of it that makes you high. Like the powder is bad, but it's not like life ruining. But then they have these pills you can take that it's just like, they call it gas station heroin, because that's what it is.
Yeah.
It's just fucking miserable.
Amazing. Oh, there's one big fan in the back there.
So you do nothing now? Not even like psychedelics?
I've drank a couple times since, but I mean, for the most part, I smoke cigarettes.
A lot of scratch off tickets. A lot of lotto tickets.
No, I have no money for that. I'm about to lose my car.
Adam, what's your living situation?
I'm really living with my mom right now.
Oh, really? She lives here in Austin?
No, it's an hour and a half away.
Oh, God, that fucking sucks.
Yeah, it sucks.
God damn. You just work here and hustle in town?
I work here. I do Uber Eats. And that's pretty much it. Yeah, I do that pretty much every day. So I have money to see my daughter.
You got about 90 minutes. You drove 90 minutes? By the way, take notice, everybody. The shorter the drive time gets, the better the comedian is.
That is right. That is right.
Very obvious.
That's a great point.
Whoever walked here is going to murder tonight.
An hour and a half every day you're making that trip?
Yeah, it blows.
You know what we're going to do? Red Band has an extra room in his condo here downtown.
I'll fucking do it, dude. Come on.
Look at that face. Look at that.
I'll suck you, dog. I will fucking suck you, brother. I got nothing to lose. I'll get gay.
You know what? I'm ready to upgrade you because Tony has a better setup for you.
All right.
I would love to have you on the Secret Show. Next time you
That's a consolation prize if I've ever heard one. It's been a long time. Here's another big joke, Adam Lucky, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, that's what it's all about.
That's a mistake.
Watching people get better. The only show that shows you that process in the history of comedy is here. Kill Tony. Brought to you by Shopify Tacovas and Saley. And your next bucket full, ladies and gentlemen, goes by the name of Clay McLaren, everyone. Here we go. Clay McLaren.
Damn, that is way too hard for a midget like me. Yeah, that's bad. So I had to down a bottle of Listerine just to get the courage to come up here. But don't worry, my shakes have almost gone. I had to stop by Buc-ee's, hit on some of the very fine, fat Latina ladies. They are beautiful. Tortas, as they're called. Yeah, I gotta help myself to some pulled pork, if you know what I mean. Gotta get up in those beaver nuggets. But I like the black girls too. Gotta get some of those burnt tips going. All right, I love you all.
Clay McLaren. Now, by my measurements here, I'm going to guess that you drove about 12 hours to be here.
Close thinking.
Really?
No, 5.
What?
5.
5 hours to be here. That's absolutely incredible. What type of crazy show is this? Everybody that wants to do comedy is moving here. Meanwhile, tonight's fucking paying off fucking gas bills over here, making up for the war in Iran. Joe DeRosa.
Out of every thing that you said that was disturbing, the most upsetting thing to me was I also own that shirt.
Oh yeah, you
Which
do.
one, damn it?
That blue shirt.
Yeah.
Target? GameStop? Yeah.
It was on the clearance rack at JCPenney's.
Okay. Well, you somehow downgraded from Target. I didn't think that was possible.
Yeah. It's hard to do.
Wait, I have some actual comedy advice for you, though. You gotta move the mic stand. You can't stand behind it, man. You gotta move it to the side.
Take the mic out of there for now. I'll take it out and move it behind you.
Move the stand.
I didn't want to fuck with
Move it behind you. Move it behind you.
Okay.
There you
It's
go.
your stage.
Doing it.
Hey, this is the first time around electricity. Is the Amish fat guy. Very exciting for him. 5-hour drive in a horse and carriage there tonight. And those horses were working overtime, I'm telling you. That's a big boy. Big little Amish boy.
I like those tortas.
Oh my goodness. Look at you. What are you, 21, 58? What are you?
Somewhere in between. No, I turned 31 next week.
31. Incredible. What do you do for work, Clay McLaren?
I work at a comedy club.
Wow. Incredible. Are you banging the owner's lady? Are you, Clay? Look at you. You got a guilty face.
I've come close.
Wow. Really? What's his name? All right.
You work at a club? Comedy club?
What's the comedy club?
No.
Punchline.
I was gonna ask if he was trans or retarded.
Oh my goodness.
What is the name of the club?
It's Punchline Houston.
Wow. Okay. All right. Good answer. Clay, what do you do for fun? You seem like the kind of guy that has hobbies. Oh.
I don't know about galore. Anything that a regular Amish dude would do. Fishing. It's been a couple of years, but I used to go hunting a lot. But for all the right things.
Wow. Extra creepy answer.
Yeah.
Clay, what's your love life like? Are you out there just fucking smothering?
I mean, when I'm not hitting on women and berating them at Buc-ee's,
What do you mean? Are you being serious? Stop trying to be funny. I need real answers out of you, Clay.
No.
Think you're nervous? I'll make you fucking nervous.
Yeah, I'm nervous as shit, but no, I was talking to a girl at Bucky's today.
What did you say to her? Give me your opening line. What was she doing? Like looking at the different nuts and stuff, right? Something like that.
No, I noticed that she had an engagement ring on. I said, if you ever want to get re-engaged, just hit me up.
That was your line.
Oh, yeah. Re-engaged. Yeah, just overtly forward.
Wow. Really?
And then what? And then she looked at me like the way you're looking at me now.
And something tells me you were shaking like this when you said it.
Actually, I was a lot more chill.
Did you have anything in your hands at the time? When I'm in Bucky's, my hands are always full. I end up having to grab a basket, but I do it too late. What did you have in your hands, Clay McLaren?
Nothing. I just went in to take a piss.
Wow. So it was extra creepy then, because you're just the guy that's standing there with nothing, no purpose at all, in a world where everything is fun. And I mean, I can't stop buying things there. I want to buy everything at a Bucky's, and you're just empty-handed, contributing nothing at all. Hey, you want to get re-engaged?
Well,
I see you're the only woman here that's promised to another man, but
just an ether rag.
hello. Welcome to the amazing world of Clay McLaren.
Yeah, well, if there's any tortas in the audience.
Oh my God, dude! Clay, stop it!
hey,
Stop it!
hey.
He has her toward now. Stop. Very good. Very good. You're making Red Band.
I'll put you back in the kiln.
You're gonna make Red Band have a low blood sugar attack. Stop. Hey, stop talking about nuts and tortas.
Okay.
Clay, when's the last time you were with a woman? When's the last time you had sexual intercourse with a woman? I have absolutely no. I can't imagine in my head. You still have a lot of her pubes stuck in your beard. I can tell you that right now. A few months ago. Yeah, okay, where'd you meet this gal at?
In the cemetery.
Wow, okay, so how long did it take you to dig her up? What do you mean you met a girl in the cemetery? You gotta paint the picture for us a little bit, Clay. You go straight to the craziest answers ever.
I hit her up on an app. She said, I'll suck your dick in the cemetery.
What app is that?
Uber Eats.
My joy has arrived to the Kill Tony universe. What app is it?
It was either Bumble or Tinder. One of those. I almost slipped up. Hey, that's a list for
Definitely wasn't Bumble. That's the one where the girl has to message you first.
Oh, yeah. So it was definitely Tinder.
It was Timber. The one where you get a...
Hey, it can turn into Grindr real fast.
Whoa. Okay.
No,
Clay, this lady out of nowhere said that she wants to suck your dick in a cemetery. Then what happens?
My dick sucked in the cemetery.
Wow, quite the storyteller, ladies and gentlemen. Unbelievable. Could have said anything in the world, jumps right to the end of the story. Very Tarantino-esque. Telling you the end first. And now, let's find out. Did you have to open a gate? Did you drive right in? Did you do it in the parking lot?
It was open. There's like a driveway.
So did you do it in your car?
Yeah.
Okay. So it was kind of like a driveway, open gate, in a parking lot, and then she got out of her car and came into your car, or was she already there, standing
I'm not
there?
sure if I'm breaking any laws right now.
You already did.
Okay. Well, no, I
Definitely not.
She hopped in.
So you name her name and her address. You're not breaking any laws. No one believes you, by the way. So you're okay. Out of all the sex stories ever told, you getting your dick sucked in a cemetery, almost impossible.
By the way, they got security at the taco place where the other guy works. Nobody started the gates of this fucking cemetery to stop some abomination shit like this from happening. What the fuck is going on? It's where my great-grandmother is buried.
Whoa! Whoa!
This is turning into a Goosebumps club. Jesus, no, this is a true story. So
Clay McLaren, I'm gonna get you out of here. You were the first person leaving with a medium-sized joke book. Congratulations, Clay. A big victory. 5-hour drive for Clay McLaren. A night of long drives, ladies and gentlemen. An hour and a half being the closest bucket full out of 4 tonight. Here's number 5. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Javi Ballon. Javi Ballon. Let's go.
Howdy, motherfuckers. How you doing tonight? I'm here. Fuck yeah, let's do this. We got a minute. So as y'all can see, I'm clearly a bottom. Oh, I see bottoms here tonight. Fuck you guys. I see a lot. No, but I gotta be a bottom. I'm too fucking fat, bro. I gotta be a bottom. Imagine me being on top. My girl, she's like 4 feet 5. I'm on top of that bitch, and my arms go out. That bitch is dead, dog. She's dead, dude. I'd rather be up here telling you guys jokes instead of asking you to help fund my GoFundMe for that bitch. I'd rather do that. Bro. It just sucks being fat. It sucks. For example, I bought a new belt. I bet you can't see it. Titties. Can you see my fucking back? I doubt it. I got a new belt. I'm serious. I'm not lying. Otherwise, I'm not lying, bro. I'd never lie. Area, brand new. Just bought this at Buc-ee's. Just bought this on the way over here. Hate that shit, bro. No, but I actually feel grateful that I'm doing this stuff. Because I don't do this when my girl blows me. I swear to God. And it's heavy, so she better make me come fast, bro. Otherwise, I drop it and slap her. Nigga, no. No, you hurry up. You make me come faster, fuck.
Javi Ballon, ladies and gentlemen, with this full set. Welcome. How are you?
Good, brother.
Hell yeah.
You look sexy in person. Holy shit.
I wish I could say the same about you, Javi. You are a big dancing boy. You know
You look like my wife, too.
Love it. I love it.
Yeah.
Let's check in with the boys here.
Slow down.
Yes, sir.
No, slow down a little bit.
On eating. Slow down your
that
eating.
too. But no, slowing down will help you in different ways. It'll help the audience understand what you're saying a little better.
Hell yeah.
It'll help you not spill chili all over your shirt.
I mean, it's unbelievable.
That's what I was gonna say.
Barbecue, buddy. It's barbecue.
Jesus Christ.
I went to Terry Black's. Like,
Yeah.
We love Terry Black.
I got fucked up. I didn't feel I took a nap before I got here, bro. Terry Black's fucks. It fucks hard, bro.
Yeah, real talk though, bring a show shirt.
Yeah.
Always wear black.
No, the fatty's got my back. Homeboys.
There's a couple out there taking up multiple seats. Javi, what part of San Antonio are you from?
I'm from El Paso, which is Antonio without you.
Whoa! Another El Paso guy.
Another one. Otis was the first black guy you saw in El Paso. He's the only one.
You guys drive here together?
No, we're touring right now.
You're touring?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you guys are just swinging through Austin, doing other shows, right?
Yeah, I gotta show the Vulcan later if you guys want to go. I promise I'll talk slower and then we'll have a better shirt. I promise.
Right. Hobby. Amazing. How long you been doing stand-up?
40 years this year. 40 years, sir.
What else do you do?
I make sketches about like being and stuff.
Uh-huh.
That's like legit what it is. A lot of people relate to it and it's fucking dope.
You make a living doing that?
Yeah, dude, it's awesome. The Beans love it.
Are you getting bigger? Like, or are you, where's your weight?
See, now I'm comfortable. Now that I'm talking to you, I'm comfortable, so I just let it out.
I love it. Have you ever zipped that vest before?
Never, dog.
Can we try? Can I get a drum roll,
Let's
please?
try it.
Let's try it.
I need help.
No, come on, Javi. Just try. I want to see what it
All right,
looks
ready? If I come up,
Javi, do it. Just do it, Javi. Hold on. Give me a little trombone here. Oh my God, he's trying to suck it in. This is epic. Hell yeah. Can you breathe?
no, I got on
Unsee that thing. You're gonna get someone's eye out.
Oh my goodness gracious.
That was the back.
Of a man that has never zippered anything ever.
Yeah. Hell yeah. That vest is working extra Carhartt.
Does Carhartt know that you're
No, dude, I'm the most unemployed Carhartt wearer ever, dog. I'm doing this total dollar right now, bro. I gotta chill. It's the only thing that fits, really, dog.
Fuck yeah.
The best club.
Barely hanging
But
on.
they do Carhartt sponsor.
It's amazing.
Dude, you sound like an even more coked up Uncle Laser.
It was fun to sleep on the barbecue. I had to do a blow. I had to do a bump before I got on here.
Did you really?
No.
Okay.
I'm saying right. That's all it is.
Okay. Do you ever put your finger in between that neck flap there? Do you ever finger that?
I get all the drinks set up and then just make leftover food, dog. Leftover barbecue.
Oh yeah.
That's why I spill a lot.
Bobby, what's your love life like?
I'm with a lady for 12 years. Female. Sorry, bro. Female.
All right.
12 years, yeah.
Okay. What does she do for work?
I just got her out of work. She was going to JC Penney. But I
JC Penney, our second JC Penney.
I didn't even know Foxy Penny's was still
There's like 2 JC Penney.
That's 4 JC Penney call-outs this episode. Fun fact: if you place a bet today on DraftKings that JC Penney would be set 4 times, if you bet $1 on that, you just won $17 million.
Yeah, dude.
That is the odds of 4 JC Penney references happening in one episode. Hobby, what's the craziest thing that's ever happened to you in your life?
This, man, this is awesome.
Other than this.
Okay.
Jesus Christ
I'll
almighty.
give you a good one. I knocked out a guy on tour. I was being next to him, and they didn't want to be next to him because I thought it was gay. It was an awesome too.
What did he say?
I didn't hear one of
That'll
them.
make me one note.
Black helicopters.
I think that was the first ever stand-up heart attack.
I fought a guy. I had a show in Austin, and I was peeing, and he didn't want to be next to me. And he got mad. He just punched me. He finished fast. I drink a lot of beer.
Punched you.
Yeah, because he pushed me, so I punched him. He fell asleep, and I was like, yeah, I got that shit. I didn't know I had it. And yeah, one guy. The Jack guy here, fuck. Yeah. I might have a lot more, but I'm nervous, dog. I don't know. I got molested when I was like 9.
Okay, let's talk about that.
He was a family friend, and then he bought me shit afterwards, so I didn't give a fuck.
I was just gonna say, my next question was how does food connect to this? Did he literally give you candy afterwards?
No, it was Hot Wheels and the little homies. There's Latinos out here.
The homies?
Yeah, he bought me a pack of 12.
You have a mic, Michael? Can you explain what a little homie is for us? This is our senior Latino correspondent, ladies and gentlemen. Michael Gonzalez.
So, our little action figures.
I think I'm blocking him. Hold on, I'm sorry.
Check. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So little homies are little tiny action figures of actual cholos.
Like little cholos.
Yes, little tiny.
Yeah, little cholos, yeah.
And this is a true story.
Our senior fat correspondent is jumping in at my fucking ear. Yeah, little action figures.
They were the supermarket in my neighborhood where I grew up. They had homies in one of those machines that's the quarters, like the gumbo.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and there was a homie that was in a wheelchair.
Really? You know what? I'm gonna give him a golden ticket right now. Where is this little homie? Okay.
Did a drive-by apparently, and I spent $10 in quarters to get the wheelchair homie.
The homies are pretty progressive back then, before it was popular. Hell yeah. They loved everybody.
Did they come with little accessories like pineapple soda?
Oh, we didn't have that much money, dog. It was just the pack of 12. They had a little car, a little Hot Wheel car. Badass. I just stayed quiet because it was dope.
Oh my goodness, amazing hobby. Well, congratulations. You did it. You got a big
Oh, yeah.
There you go, pal. Hobby Doritos and burritos. Hobby Malone has arrived to the Kill Tony universe. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's switch up the tone a little bit in here, everybody. We have a regular who does a brand new minute every single week. It's diabolical to do that in your career publicly in front of millions of people. Very tough job to write a new minute every week. Ladies and gentlemen, he was once the Dark Storm of Atlanta. Now he's the Dark Storm of Austin, Texas. It's a brand new set by Patrick Flynn, ladies and gentlemen.
I love you guys. Life advice, relationship advice. If you love a girl, if you seriously love a girl, stay away from the girls that don't like her, because they'll pick out a flaw to ruin your entire relationship. Last year I thought I was gonna marry this girl Brittany, and I went to my best friend Emily, and I was like, I think I want to marry Brittany.
She said, you mean that giraffe neck bitch? I was like, she ain't got no giraffe neck, but so I went to Instagram immediately and I started scrolling. And I was like, dang. She do got a long ass neck. She even got like freckles on her neck and look like the spots like on a giraffe. She do be deep throat, you know what I'm saying? Like she do like effortless. Why she eating salad in every photo? Bitch, a herbivore. Also, this is just one picture. Which it don't get to you right there. You kind of barrel it inside you, and then like you get to a fight and it come out, and she like, I don't understand why you can't take out the trash. I'm like, I don't know why I'm dating a zoo animal, Brittany. You know, you've been a real bitch since you lost your job at Toys R Us. Because Jeffrey, the Toys R Us is real good. You know what I'm talking about? So we broke up. That's my time. I love y'all. Thank y'all.
1 minute, 53 seconds. Doing more than he has to almost every set. Dedrick done it again. Very, very funny. Millions of people watching. How do you feel?
I feel so fucking good. It feels like, thank y'all so much for coming and loving me and all the nice shit y'all sending to me online. Y'all give me gifts all the time. I don't even ask for them. That's how me and Mike ended up with these Bobcat tails in the street with.
Oh my God.
I get slingshots sent to me. They got an automatic slingshot that's sent to me. It's got like a clip, and when you put it in, it just like you can just keep fucking a nigga up.
Oh, wow.
Fuck a nigga up. That's not I can't. Oh boy, don't do crime around me. Order boneless wings if you want to. One in the neck, nigga. Grow up. You know what I'm talking about, Tony?
I know exactly what you're talking about. I did, however, look out at some white people in the crowd looking very confused. This woman in glasses here now smiling.
Yeah.
Now turning it on.
Uncross your arms. I don't like your energy. All right? Just fucking have fun. We're talking about slingshots. Grow up.
Looks like the type of lady that probably marched in a Black Lives Matter rally, but now that there's an actual black man in front of her, just looks confused and scared at the same time. Seems like it would really hurt if you shot someone in the neck with a slingshot.
I wouldn't personally do that because, like, I think passive fucking. I love you, but like your attitude, so you cross your arms. I'm still, you paid to be here. I'm paid to be here. It's just, I don't like that. I don't like that's not me. I don't know who that was. I don't know who that was. That is not me.
Hold on. We're supposed to get paid to do this?
No. No way. No way, Jose. No.
Like an age thing on there. He only pays like the young comics.
Oh shit.
We always talk shit. We're not doing. I promise we weren't gonna do this.
I know.
I don't know who this is coming out of my mouth. I don't know what I'm doing.
You're real mean.
I'm not David Lucas. I am not. I don't do this.
You need an exorcist.
I love your new glasses. Your outfit looks amazing. Your skin is glowing. Are you doing karate? You look good. Are you doing karate?
I love that you got fronts put over crooked teeth.
Yeah.
Teeth straightened out. You just said, just put it the way they are.
You don't have back teeth, Joe. I didn't know that. Your shit is rotted out in the back, and we've been talking about it.
Don't do this.
You're doing it. I don't even know an hour for D. D. Madison back.
I brought in a special guest referee for this battle, D. Madness, ladies and gentlemen.
Don't fuck me up, Joe. We're friends now.
This is what he does. He's going to be blacked out at the bar an hour from now going, I love you. I
do that.
By the way, that is true.
That's 100%.
That will be happening.
Go to Mitzi. I'll apologize to Joe in front of everybody that's there.
And do be happening. With the great Dedrick Flynn, we always have fun wrapping it up at the end of the night. What else is going on, Dedrick? Anything else crazy?
bitch, I'm going to LA.
Yes, we are.
We're going to Kill Tony in LA. I got shows coming up in San Antonio, Houston, Orlando, Miami. And then, bitch, I'm headlining the festival in Okinawa, Japan. Daddy Worldwide. Wow. I'm getting arrested in Japan. Wow.
That is amazing.
Trying to join us.
That's freaky.
Yeah.
That's a real gig you're doing?
Yeah.
When are you going to Japan?
End of May all throughout June. I'm doing Hansei's it's his festival in Okinawa.
Oh,
He asked me to come headline it, and I said yes before he stopped because I really want to go to Japan. My nephew's getting born in Japan from my adopted Japanese sister, Gracie. She's having her baby in Japan. So the day I land, I get to go meet my new nephew.
What's Gracie's Instagram?
Red band.
White dad. You watch yourself before I fucking love you harder. All right? I love you guys. See, I'm not even roasting anymore. What am I doing?
You're amazing. Dedrick, we love you too. Great.
I love you!
Great deal on 10 to 53
That's
seconds of the great
fucking
Dedrick
freaky.
He makes it look easy. He does this every week. Some of these people, this is their first time on this or that. They wait for years. Some people 10 years. Some people 5, this, that. He has to do it every week. Unbelievable. Like your next bucket full. We will figure out what's going on here as we meet them all together. Make some noise for Brock White Lions, everybody.
Yeah, what the fuck is up, Boston? I got a hot wife, believe it or not. If you don't believe it, then fuck you. I pulled it off and you can too, despite my average looks. Below average bank account. I got a hot wife. You just gotta follow these easy tips. Tip number 1, find you a gorgeous girl with gross feet. My wife's feet are disgusting, y'all. But I suck those toes. I know there ain't only thing between me and some ugly bitch in open-toed shoes. Tip number 2 makes people uncomfortable, but it's the best tip. I'll give it to you anyway. Everyone's bragging these days. They got their animal from a shelter. Adopt, don't shop. I got my woman from a woman's shelter. I don't get enough credit for that. Thank you.
Such a funny joke there at the end. Somehow I've never heard anything like that. That's incredible. How long have you been doing stand-up?
I'm in like maybe 2.5, 3 years.
Where at?
Lafayette, Louisiana.
Hell yeah. What do you do for a living out in Lafayette?
I work offshore, so I don't. I mostly live out there, and there's no open mics.
What are you doing? The oysters, the shrimp? What do we got out there? What type of stuff happening out on the bayou?
Nah, I'm getting.
I love it. Let's go. And when I say let's go, I mean GEAUX. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, you just gotta give me chills, dog. I love it. I work in the oil field. I work offshore, so I get oil for the cars.
Chicken with Mike Fenoya here.
You haven't blinked the whole time up here, and you got
That's kind of our thing. It's part of our culture. We don't blink a lot.
what culture is that? Zombie?
I was just trying to not be phased. Actually, I'm freaking out right now. It's the truth.
Wait, what?
I normally like to blink. I blink, dog. I swear.
But you got
Every time you blink, I'm gonna blink.
you got eyes like manhole covers.
Thank you. My mama used to say that, bro.
What this? I know. I taught her it.
Yeah.
Joe DeRose.
What does that? Why do you keep saying I work offshore?
It means I work not on land, but in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico.
There's oil. There's oil under the water too, Joe. There's oil underwater as well.
We're onshore.
Hey, you know where the shore is?
Offshore.
Off the shore.
Like, say this is the shore. We're here. He's there.
Well, let's just say we now know Joe DeRosa is not trans.
That's it.
But he is retarded, everybody. What? All of the oil under the water. All of the oil under the water. We used to do it offshore. Under the oil under the water. You fucking
Tony, for the record, offshore they say Joe DeRosa is trans.
Whoa, look at that. Time to get offshore for you. You love getting sucked off.
I love getting sucked offshore. Sucked offshore. That really flew over my face. I thought I had him with the offshore thing. I was wrong.
Yeah, you made him
Like you till they found out. And
What's that?
they would like you until they found out.
that makes perfect sense if you're the coaching the football team that the water boy played on.
Doesn't he kind of look like a relief pitcher from like
Oh yeah,
1926?
for sure. He looks like one of those relief pitchers that they play like Metallica for when he comes out and all the lights go. Now pitching for your Detroit Tigers, Brock White Lions.
It'd be Wu-Tang though, not Metallica.
All right, so let's talk about what type of shifts when you have to go offshore. Is that for a long period of time at a time?
So when I'm lucky, yeah, sometimes like 14 and 7, but sometimes I'm 4 because I got a lot of time off. 14 days offshore,
Here you go.
7 days onshore.
There you go. And then you do that again and again and again.
Yes, sir. If I'm lucky.
Okay. What's your love life like? You got a girl waiting?
I'm married. I got a hot wife. Like I said, that
Oh yeah, that is true. You do. You did say you have a hot wife.
Red Band should follow her. That would make her nice.
Red Man's trying to do the math on when you're gone 14 days right now. Trying to figure out your next shift so that he can slide into her fucking
Oh yeah, dude.
Hey, do you think comedy is funny? Because I work in the comedy business. Have you heard of the JRE? Guess who started that? I had told Joe what a podcast was, and then he's like, let's do it, buddy.
Give me your legs. Oh, I'd be proud.
All right, what is it?
All right, relax. Come on. All right, so Brock, how do you trust your wife around all those black men in line? The question of the
Well,
world
that's
wants
why I chose this outfit is, competition. You know what I'm saying?
really something else. Even D Madness said that's an aggressive shirt.
A Goblins away jersey.
Shout out to the Goblins, though.
Yeah, shout outs. Brock, what's like the craziest trouble you ever been in? You ever get a little bit rowdy on there in Lafayette?
Yeah, I've been to jail a few times.
For what? Rattle it off here.
I mean, DUIs, drug possessions. I did some burglaries, but I got away with those.
Oh, let's talk about. I love finding out.
B&Es.
This is a new thing on the show. I love finding out when people get away with things. I love finding out.
I got a case waiting for me right now in Lake Charles for
What?
DUI case.
Oh, okay, a DUI. Let's talk about the burglaries that you got away with. What exactly did you rob?
Well, we didn't get in, so
Wait. You and one of
me and my friends, they had one teacher. This is
how many friends?
like maybe 3.
Okay,
I'm ashamed of this. I'm not proud.
right.
She was a rich lady, so she volunteered and taught. She didn't even get paid.
Yep.
But she invited us to her house, and she was like, "Yo, don't touch that pillow. It's $1,000." Me and my friends were like, "Yo, pillows are $1,000?"
Yeah.
And then she went on vacation. And she told her whole class she was going on vacation. So we tried to break in, but she had good alarms. And,
Yeah.
$4,000 pillows. Normally
Yeah.
they have.
Only thing better than her pillows were her alarms. And so we ran away, and then she said a prayer for whoever broke in her house in class a week later.
Oh my God! And you had to pray along with it
That's it.
for your own healing.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
It's not really getting away with it.
No.
Getting away with it.
Oh, y'all want one I got away with?
You get caught.
But there's other ones where we broke in dudes' houses and we thought we were gonna get drugs, but we couldn't find the drugs. So we just turned their whole trailer upside down. And
Did you find the drugs?
nah, no drugs.
Wow.
But I got away.
Shake a couple pillows.
I didn't get in trouble for breaking into their house and looking for shit, so I feel like that's pretty good.
Let's check in with Mike Fenoya.
What are you gonna wear to court for this? I see you're wearing
Hey, that's true
sleeveless tuxedo T-shirt.
Your Honor, it's the Goblins. It's they won this week against the Banana team.
It's a goblin shirt with a
I had
tie.
to assign my wife to buy me a court shirt. And so she sent me stuff on Amazon, and I picked one. And now
It's on court.
it's my court shirt, y'all. And y'all can get it when I beat this case. Anybody can have it who wants it.
So let's talk about it. Let's do a little run through here. It's good to sometimes they do this for court cases. So what exactly you're being charged with a boat DUI?
Nah, I don't. Believe it or not, I'm from the city.
Oh, okay.
From Lafayette, which is more urban. I don't fuck with boats. My grandpa was a rice farmer, but that was
A rice farmer?
yeah,
Okay.
crawfish and rice. So he had boats,
Absolutely.
but I grew up in the city, no boats, so it was a driving one.
Right.
And it was a Kia DUI, I guess, you know. Driving one. And I was doing a show in Lake Charles, and Lake Charles sucks. There's nothing going on over there. They were lucky I was there. And I did a show, and I had a couple drinks, and I'm pretty responsible.
How many's a couple? 5, 6, 7?
No, it wasn't even a lot. I'm pretty reformed. I'm married now. My wife's.
Sure. But what's a couple? I know it's on 2.
I mean, the case is pending, but.
Wait, dude. Please let your lawyer do the talk.
After maybe like June 13th, we'll talk about it. You know what I mean?
Okay. But seriously, though. Like,
All right, I'll tell you because
Yeah.
probably like 5, 6 drinks. Yeah.
right. Yeah. And so when, did you hit anything or did they just split you up?
No, they pulled me over for not using my turning signal.
Oh, these.
There's not enough crime in Lake Charles, y'all.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good way to let the officer know you're drunk. It's called your turning signal.
Turning signal.
What's it called?
Did you offer him free
Not gonna
season
turn
tickets
it?
to the Goblins?
Turn signal.
I thought it was turning signal.
No, don't say that in court.
So he got you for the signal. Lights go up. You're like, oh fuck. Did you have any drugs on you or anything?
Yeah, I had some weed, but it was in a pink Grinders, my wine, so.
Okay, that's okay. They didn't smell it all. Did he smell that?
Yeah, he smelled the alcohol because I panicked when they pulled me over.
Uh-huh.
I'm
It's great. Keep going. Keep going. It's coming out. This is coming out after your court case.
This is not admissible. I threw it out on the floor.
Wait, you were drinking while you were driving?
People go, what's up with Tony in these interviews? Why does he go on and on with these people? What is he looking for? Why? Get him on stage. They went on too long. Get to the next fucking bowl. And then you find gold, my friend. You were drinking while driving, and your move when you saw the police lights was, oh, fuck. You rode around the car?
Yes,
Absolutely fucking it's unbelievable. If that was in a comedy movie, people would be like, well, nobody would fucking do that. And meanwhile, here we are, you're like, I shouldn't say, Tony. I got a case coming up. It's so fucking real. God, this show is amazing.
It is.
And you are completely stupid. It is unbelievable. Out of all the DUI stories in 13 years on this show, I don't think it gets better than, oh, fuck, man. It's going to smell this alcohol. I got to get rid of it.
Well, I didn't want to
There's no way he's going to take a sip of this empty cup in the cup holder.
By the way,
Hey, no evidence, dog. You don't have shit.
Hold on. There's no way, by the way, you try to play off like you had 3 drinks. Nobody's drinking the 3rd drink while they're driving. You're drinking the 15th drink.
No,
while
it
you're
was the
driving.
6, like Tony
Yeah,
said.
that makes
Six
sense. I'm
drinks.
spot on. I can tell when a person thinks they're behaving.
It goes in a double glass. Get more water.
it's also Louisiana. 3 drinks could be like 3 hurricanes. Like, if
Yeah.
you really drink a yard of rain.
Right.
Yes, sir. Why is your passenger seat blue with
Yeah.
4 petals all?
I only had about 6 meters of drink today. You were making the wrong decision at every turnings.
Yeah, but I hired a lawyer.
Drinking drinks called alligator jizz and fucking juice.
I was having some of the guava goblin juice. Next thing you know, this cop's telling me I didn't use my turnings.
You turning signal.
You can't arrest me. I'm offshore. You're on land right now, sir.
Yes. Let's go.
Is your wife's name Cosmo?
Yeah, Cosmo Elizabeth.
I already
That's
know her.
it.
I already know her.
How's that possible? What's going on? What's happening? Explain to the people.
She sends me a lot of messages.
All right, dog, whatever.
Oh, you looked up his Instagram like a real fucking creep.
Black women. All the black guys from there, she's picking red, man. That's his song.
Did she spell Elizabeth with an S?
Yes.
Because it's on his arm, and I want to
In
make
case
sure
I forget.
Oh my God.
Right there.
That's my girl, Elizabeth.
She's beautiful, though. She is.
Okay, Redman. For the God.
It's in Wu-Tang fine, Tony.
I can tell.
There's two things are forever.
What are they?
Wu-Tang and Elizabeth, Bob.
Wow. The immortal Elizabeth. She's never going to be in a graveyard while a fat Amish guy's getting his dick sucked. She's going to live forever. Just like the Wu-Tang.
Cash definitely does not rule everything around you. That's one thing with the turkey. Yeah, we're going to show you'd be surprised. I know.
Well, Brock White Lions, very, very fun set. Very fun interview. We like your style. Come back, sign up again sometime, all right? There he goes. The Kill Tony debut of Brock White Lions, everybody. Oh la la. Les incompétents. Pepe le pied, la mayonnaise. Dijon la mustard. One more time for the lovely Heidi. Back to the bucket we go, everybody. Your next comedian goes by the name of Megan Knights, everyone. Here we go.
My husband and I are going through couples therapy. Kind of like a threesome for people who hate sex. It's weird for me. I live in Texas where therapy's only okay if it's to heal a bone or stop being gay. My husband thinks I work too hard. I'm a health and fitness coach. Looking at the people here in Texas, I'm obviously not working hard enough. My husband's an underemployed musician doing stand-up on a podcast. We're basically trying to hostage each other to death. He's one of the few people who's been both a go-go dancer in a gay club and a country western singer. Unless you count the guy that shows up at Lindsey Graham's house in different outfits. He actually tried organizing a stand-up show once, but it's just like when we have sex. Nobody came. And yet, he still recorded it.
Megan Knight, 57 seconds. Megan Knight? Knight or Knights? Megan, what? Welcome. How long have you been on stand-up?
Approximately 56 seconds.
First set ever. I love it. Seems like you and your husband are going through it. How long you been with this guy?
About 5 years.
Okay. Where'd you meet?
Facebook.
Okay. Wow. 5 years. Facebook. All right. You guys are 70 years old or something?
Yes.
Amazing. What does he do for a living?
He is a musician.
And what do you do for a living?
Health and fitness coach.
That's right. Okay. You mentioned all that. Is he like a good musician
He really is, yes. He's a vocalist.
for a famous band or something?
I mean, yes.
You sure he's not struggling at all being a musician?
I didn't say underemployed.
So, yes. So you're the main provider in the relationship?
No.
You make more money than him?
Well,
Low. It's a low amount of money.
he covers our, he pays our rent and
I love it. Where do you live?
here in Austin.
Oh, yeah. For how long?
About 3 years.
You want to start stand-up here too? Just make fun of your husband. It's part of your therapy or something.
Yeah. One of his goals for 2026 was to do stand-up, so I got to do it.
Wow. Amazing. I've never seen anything quite like this before. Megan, what's the fattest person you've ever had to pretend like you're going to make their life better that showed up to you and is like, I'm new on fitness and health?
Oh gosh. Real talk?
Yeah. What were you able to do? I didn't know where Red Band went to. So proud of you for trying to get help. What were you able to do? Did they lose any weight or did they not show up on the third training session? I'm guessing. I bet they do too.
Quitting and went on their tour.
Oh, I bet that's happening a lot lately. Is that messing up your business as a fitness trainer? Those fat people just injecting themselves in the neck with fat stuff?
Honestly, no. Typically, my clientele has like 30 pounds. So we still need to.
What exactly do you tell them? Tell Red Band what exactly? How would you recommend Red Band losing 30 pounds? been on, I'm not kidding you. He's lost 6 pounds in 2 weeks, is that right? Hold on, hold applause. Let me tell you the diet he's on. This is true. I'm not kidding. I'm not joking. He's been exclusively only eating. This is how bad he was eating before. For the last 2 weeks, he's lost 6 pounds by only eating sandwiches, everybody. He's on the sandwich diet, and it's working. His body cannot believe the amount of health pumping through his veins.
My mentor Jared had a thing going. He told me this the other night at a bar. He's going, I just ate sandwiches and it's working. And it was literally like talking to a guy going, I don't have a problem, as his nose was bleeding. It's like, red man stuff. No kidding.
It's literally like the creative. It's like
Miss
the
Aquarius,
creative
did you look at the
people.
moon?
No. I missed it. Okay.
Well, go look at it.
How am I look at it? It said at 7:57 my time. It's 10:21, Rabbi.
The moon's out all night. The moon's out all night, sweetheart.
Well, it's not the moon. The damn thing says 7:57. That's what the Google said.
That's when it comes out. It's out all night, though.
I'm not going out there. I'm not going out there.
Okay.
No, let me see.
Go look.
Strawberry.
Go look at it. I'll wait.
I don't see no moon out here.
Well, go outside and look. Go take 5 minutes and go look. You were all excited about it yesterday.
I was, but it's not out here, Rabbi. I go see. Hold on. Let me go take this off. Go see.
Go see.
Ain't no moon out there, Rabbi.
All right, they're hiding it from you.
Yeah, ain't no moon out there.
All right, madam. How was your day?
It was okay.
Are
Ain't
you
no moon out there. That moon gone. That moon probably, it was 9 o'clock when I got up and doing stuff, and then I had forgot about it. Yeah, so it is what it is.
all right? Well, there'll be another one.
Take a picture of it.
Are you ready for me?
No, I'm not right now. You gotta give me a minute.
Take your time, Miss Aquarius.
Yeah, what? 8 something, and we was looking for it. And then I came up here, it was 9 something. I wasn't finna worry about that no more. Not no dang on moon. I'm not worried about that no more.
You were last
I
night.
wasn't sad, but I was doing stuff, and then I missed the time. So it is what it is.
You even asked.
Because I was on another live stream, huh?
You even asked me to remind you. How was the other live stream?
No, but you forgot about it. I wasn't even in here at the time. It is 10:24. You are 3 hours behind me.
That's correct, but how was I supposed to tell you?
Okay, thank you for reminding me, but it's too late now. It's okay.
Okie dokie.
And it was still, and I don't understand how it's gonna be 67 when it's still damn daylight. It was still damn daylight out there. How can damn moon come out and it's just like light strawberry, pink moon? Like, what the hell?
I'm in agreement with you on.
Understanding.
I'm in agreement with you on that one. I think that's just when it starts.
Yeah, well, hell, that moon is gone by the. I don't see no damn moon. Ain't no moon out there. I can't do nothing. I know what it shows you. Ain't no moon out there.
Okay.
No moon out there. It is pitch dark out there. It's dark out there. Ain't no moon out there. I don't see no moon. That's that moon in back of the house somewhere. Ain't no moon out there. There's no moon. I don't see no moon. Unless it's far, far away, I can't see it. I ain't gonna be walking out there with nothing biting me. Mm-mm. I'm good. I went out there and I ain't see no moon. That moon might be somewhere on the other side somewhere. I don't see it. It ain't around my house. So, yeah. I don't see no dang on moon. Yeah. Oh, usually it'll sit right in front of my house, but I don't see it, so I ain't worrying about that moon. I ain't finna get bit by no mosquitoes or nothing like that. Yeah. I'm not gonna worry about that. It is what it is. And then I was gonna go like this dude, we stay in Georgia. He's talking about he's on the north end. He's in like Gwinnett County. He's talking about he saw it yesterday. The hell you see it yesterday, but we didn't get to see it till today. So it is what it is. So they say it comes like in what, a few days? So
Yeah, like 2 or 3 days.
yeah. I wonder did anybody, let me see if I can get on. Do I have? I don't think I have X. I'm going to Blue Sky. I wonder did anybody see it. Let me see. Let me search real quick to see if anybody seen it. Because I know somebody could have took a picture. No. Oh, yeah, somebody did 1 hour ago. Saturday moonrise. I don't know where it's at. In Vermont, I guess. Yep, somebody took it. But I don't know where this was at. That don't look strawberry. Let me see. That don't look pink. Oh, it looks a little bit pink. Pink and orange. So it was like light when it came out. I missed it, so it is what it is. This is in different states. What is that? That don't even look pink. Okay. So it probably was light when it came out, so yeah.
I'm going to read why it's called that. The strawberry moon is the traditional moon for the June full moon, named for the brief seasonal harvest of wild strawberries by Algonquin and other Native American tribes. In 2026, the strawberry moon reached its peak illumination on Monday, June 29th at 7:57 p.m. Eastern Time, marking the first full moon of summer in the Northern Hemisphere. Because it occurred just days after the June solstice, the moon followed its lowest annual arc in the sky, appearing particularly large and warm-hued due to the moon illusion and atmospheric scattering. The specific lunar event was also a micromoon, occurring near the moon's apogee, the farthest point from Earth, making it one of the smallest full moons of the year, despite its prominent visual appearance at moonrise. Other traditional names for this lunar phase include the rose moon, hot moon, honeymoon, and green corn moon. While the name evokes imagery, the moon does not naturally appear red. Any pinkish or amber light is caused by the sunlight filtering through the thicker layer of Earth's atmosphere when the moon is low on the horizon.
Hmm. Yeah. I read all that. Thank you, though, Rabbi.
You're welcome, madam.
Yeah, I read it though yesterday, but thank you for reading it again.
You're welcome.
Yeah, it's okay. Maybe it'll be next year. If it don't be next year, it is what it is. I don't care. I was looking forward to seeing it, but it's alright. My coworker probably didn't even pay no attention either. I said, y'all see a strawberry moon?
They're gonna say, "What are you talking about?"
I said my coworkers.
I know they're gonna say, "What are you talking about?"
Right, that's what I'm saying. So ain't nobody seen no strawberry moon. That's what I'm saying. I don't. They probably came and went.
No, it's still out there.
And
It's
now
just
the dude on go live stream. The dude, he said that
it's still out there. It's just low in the horizon, so it's not like way out in the sky. It's probably being blocked by trees or houses or something.
yeah, it's probably somewhere down somewhere.
Or if it's cloudy, you couldn't see it anyway.
I don't know. Oh, well. There need to be an event just like it be for fireworks. I need to say to them, hey, everybody, Strawberry Moon's coming. But it is what it is. Nobody don't read anyway. Nobody don't read. Remember, I gotta take a bath real quick, okay? Because I gotta get this stuff out of me. I started my, you know what?
Okie
Today,
dokie.
so I got one yesterday. I gotta go get this stuff out of me.
All right, you do what you need to do. I'll be here, God willing.
Anyway, what you gotta do?
I'm just waiting for you, so you take your time. Don't worry about it.
We're gonna play soon before Zook get in here. Just give me a minute.
Take your time.
I gotta take I gotta get this stuff out of me.
Go do you. Don't you worry.
No, because I want you to play with me.
Miss Aquarius, go take care of yourself, and then we'll play.
I want to play with you, right?
Okay, but you got to take care of yourself, so go take care of yourself.
I want to play with you.
All right, well, we'll be here, God willing.
I want to play with you before you fall asleep.
I'm up, Miss Aquarius, so go take care of yourself, and then we'll play.
Won't you play with me?
I am going to, but you got to take care of yourself first.
I go play myself. Play with me after that, okay?
Sounds like a plan.
Okay, I'll be right back. It's not going to take long, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll be right back.
Okie dokie.
I'm doing great. Sandwiches only.
You want to go do some provolone in the bathroom?
I love it. What's the bread of choice that you're going with for the other fat fucks?
Where's my sourdough babies at? Come on.
Wow. Sourdough, ladies and gentlemen.
I can't do that anymore.
Megan, what kind of food would you recommend for fat people listening? Do you use nutrition your thing too, or are you mostly just like pink weights like that or something?
Oh, pink weights, come on.
And why do you think Austin, you're junkie, like, you think Austin's not healthy? Because I feel like Austin's like one of the healthiest cities ever. Like, there's so much hiking and fucking fitness here. Honestly,
You insane? Yeah. The side dishes here are white bread and pickles. Get more to you, pig. Because of all the vomiting and.
He doesn't have a side of white bread and pickles. That's part of the main meal. You can't have a side of bread and pickles when your entree is bread and pickles. Losing weight from only eating sandwiches, and everybody goes, "What were you eating before?" He goes, "So much fried food." So it really is. He's upgrading by only eating sandwiches. So one day, very soon, it'll just be me up here. And I'll be doing sound effects and time. Oh, I can't handle all this pressure. Oh, what's your girlfriend's Instagram account? Fart noise, fart noise. No, he's gonna outlive me, no doubt about it. Look at him, he doesn't look it. Oh, Megan,
I like your mix. You had for a first time stand up, you had very good jokes. All things like seriously, it's not an easy thing to do. You had some good jokes. Just next time you do it, memorize your jokes because you're not going to get out of your head or out of your own way if you're reading off the paper. And then also when you're new, it looks like you don't give a shit. I'm not saying I don't mean that critically. I mean it constructively. Like if you memorize your jokes, you'll get looser
they'll hit harder, and you're gonna get even better. But that's the more.
Yeah, and you glance at the paper, the big piece of paper, and you could have just like even written it on the inside of your wrist. I see some bad tattoos there. You could have just etched them in. We would have thought it was part
Damn,
of your
she's
tattoo,
big.
and then it looks kind of normal. You could just give a little glance. You could have snuck it.
And like tell the punchlines to the back of the room.
Yeah.
You know, you were kind of like looking down, like almost like you were like coyly. But it's your first time.
But how did it make you feel? What was unexpected about your first time? The lights are brighter than you expected.
Maybe a little. Like, you can't really see. It is better that way.
Hey, Madness, do you agree with what? All right.
So much.
I know. Same old joke every goddamn time. I'm sorry.
No, I had it all memorized. I just stay trite and black out. Just forget everything.
It happens. Well, your first time is officially up, and here's a little joke book coming out. Oh, no, great catch. Hard throw on my part. Hey, good night, everybody. On to the next one we go. Make some looks for your next comedian, everybody. It's Layla, everyone. Here comes Layla.
Oh no, that's my girl. No, it's not.
Hello. Hi. I should have peed earlier. Don't you think that Nike's slogan, "Just do it," sounds a little passive aggressive? Because I remember hearing it the first time. It was when my husband and I were fighting, and he said to me, "If you spit on my mother's photo one more time, bitch, I'll divorce you. So go ahead," he said. "Just do it." I did. It worked. He divorced me. This slogan actually works every time I use it. One time my close friend texted me at 3 a.m. at night. He said, "No one loves me. I'm going to kill myself tonight." I was very tired that night, sleepless. It was the first day of my period, and I said, "Listen, man, just do it." He did. Thank you.
Layla.
Move that fucking mic.
Hello. Hell yeah. You're doing it. You are shaking. And
Yes.
how long you been doing stand-up?
1 year.
1 year. Where at? Where you been doing that at?
It's mostly Cold Town Theater, honestly, and one
Where?
Cold Town Theater, like open mics there,
Oh, okay.
and
Please. Okay.
yeah, and it's a Velveeta room.
Okay. So you're doing it here in Austin, Texas. Where's that accent from? Where are you from?
I am from Azerbaijan.
What?
Azerbaijan. It's next to Armenia, and Armenia, Georgia, Turkish.
What's it called again?
Huh?
Say it again.
Azerbaijan.
Okay. All right.
Parmesan.
It's a south.
Parmesan. Delicious country.
It is.
Wild. It's like I would watch Borat, and I'd be like, "Come on, that's not."
So what made you want to start stand-up a year ago, Layla?
It's very simple. I'm a woman, and I dated a man. He was a stand-up comedian. We broke up, and I don't have any identity, so I was like, I'm just gonna do what he did.
Unbelievably honest answer. Layla,
Yeah.
you're such a genuine person. I think it really helps your entire everything. The hello, hi in the beginning. You took your time. You should have peed before this. Made you very human. You connected to the people. It seems like you have a great fundamental understanding kind of how comedy works.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm on my period right now.
See what I mean? Right. The vulnerability, the realism of it all. Absolutely incredible. Are you like this when you're not on your period?
I look angrier when I'm not on my period.
Wow, reverse. People from Azerbaijan are different. Azerbaijan, when they're on their period, they're happier.
She's wet.
Thank you, Red Band. Absolutely crushing tonight. Talk more, please. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Isn't there a wacky fucking Middle Eastern sound effect that you can think of? Jesus fucking Christ. Layla, what do you do for a living?
I make dildos.
No, you don't. No way. No way. No way. This is true.
I should have peed before.
What do you mean you make dildos? Because I buy dildos. So, I mean, this makes us a perfect couple, Layla.
Yeah,
You make actual dildos?
Yeah,
In a factory or at home?
well, I sketch them.
Draw dildos?
Yeah.
Do the outline for the dildos that are made?
The new ones that are going to be made.
You are the designer of dildos?
Yes.
Holy shit. Oh my god. Wow.
Seems like a hard job to be original.
It's crazy. We went from talking about sourdough and
We're a Muslim girl, yeah.
and now it's dill dough. It's a sourdough with pickles, dill dough. What are the odds of that? If you had that at DraftKings using the promo code Kiltony, you just made $9 billion. So how many dildos do you think you've designed?
It's 20 maybe. 20.
Wow.
Yeah. It's actually easier to design fantasy dildos. Like you don't have to see any like dicks or anything. Like you just fantasize about them because you haven't seen them in a long time. So that's how I make them.
Wow. And so there's a printing company or a factory that makes your
Wishes come true.
That's like unbelievable. Unbelievable. I know all about it. I work at the end of the assembly line. I get on all fours and they check them in my ass before they put them in the box. And I go, it's good. It's good. It's good. That one's good. That's another winner. Keep on coming.
Can I
Dream job.
Can I commission a dildo
Yeah,
from you? Can I get a custom?
Yes.
Do you design one that's attached to a woman who used to be a man?
Do you need a face too to that?
Why not?
Okay.
Wow. Incredible. What's the biggest dildo you've ever designed? If you could show us with your fingers.
Fingers.
Blank hands. Hands, as they're called in Ashmagosh. Gosh. Whoa. There to there? What are you, there, okay. Wow.
What was it called?
Black. The black edition.
Tony, I got Janice's sweet little combo box. It's a big one, and a little one, and a small one. They're all black. They pulsate. It's called the Barber Shop. I highly recommend it.
Very good. There you go. Another unbelievable thing from Red Band who's clearly losing his fucking mind for now.
It's on Amazon.
Great. Yes, I believe you. No one gives a fuck, though. Like, that has nothing to do with the person up here and everything that's happening. Very good. Go check out Red Band's dildo plug, everybody. I was like, are you trying to get, like, free ones?
No,
or something
I
like
got
that? Just stop. Jesus Christ.
But I'm good. He's on a diet of peanut butter and jelly.
And this man a grilled cheese.
Unbelievable.
It's into it.
Unbelievable. The uncrustable Brian Red Band. Layla, what's your love life like? You're with no one since you broke up with the comedian a year ago? Is that the gist of it?
Yeah, well, I started seeing another comedian after that, and we didn't. It wasn't even a situationship. It was like a hug me and shake. Like she just wanted to hug
He's a female?
No, he
Just wanted to
he
hug?
looks gay, yeah. But he's a man. He just wanted to hug, and then he said, "I'm back with my ex. I don't want to hug anymore." So that was that. Honestly,
You shouldn't date any more comedians because you're going to be funnier than all of them.
That's true.
There'll be a lot of
That is true.
There'll be a lot of jealousy.
It's true. They're just gonna drag you down and be jealous. It's amazing. Go ahead, Joe.
I think you might have said it already. How long have you been doing comedy?
1 year.
You're really fucking good.
Yeah, really.
Joe's trying to be the next comedian.
I need some coattails to ride.
Need some dildos to ride.
No, I'm serious. You're really, really funny. Like you're off to a very, very strong start.
Yeah.
You're gonna be very
Be
good.
yourself. You're going to
Thank
kill
you.
it.
It means a lot. Thank you.
Of course.
All right, Layla, you're leaving here with a big joke book. Congratulations. There you go. The debut of Layla, everybody. It's on social media.
She could draw Q3's pipeline in that notebook.
Her social media is Hahan Hanova. Adam Lucky's got a great set earlier. Is Adam Lucky with an E before the Y in Lucky? You guys still having fun out there, huh? Coming around the mountain now. We're coming around the corner. Your next bucket bowl goes by the name of Mickey Genosi, everybody, or Mikey Genosi.
What's going on, Austin? I've been living here for a couple months now, and I think my favorite thing about Texas is your guys' lingo. Like, I love how you guys call all your thick Latinas tortas down here. You know, because that's just a Mexican sandwich. How have we not started doing that with all of the races? Like, if you hook up with a big Asian girl, you can be like, yeah, I fucked a steam butt last night. I took home a banh mi, you know? If you're talking about a big white girl, you'd be like, yeah, Becky was hot in high school, but once she got married and had a couple kids, that bitch is a straight hoagie now, you know? Goddamn. If you're talking about a big black girl, you could be like, man, this girl didn't look anything like her online profile picture. I thought I'd matched with this busty African queen on Hinge, but when she showed up, she was a catfish po' boy, you know? I got one more. One more. Yeah, I know it's not a race, but I do have one for little people. So, if you're at a bachelor party and you're like, "Hey, did you hear it? Jake fucked that thick midget stripper last night." You'd be like, "Whoa, man! You can't say that. It's 2026. You gotta be progressive. You know they prefer to be called sliders now."
Fuck yeah. Absolutely perfect. Mickey Genosi?
That's correct.
Hell yeah. Welcome. How long you been on stand-up?
9 years.
I love it. Where at?
Cleveland.
Whoa. Up there at Hilarities, huh?
Yep, Hilarities is my home club. Shout out Hilarities, man.
We love
One of the best
Hilarities.
clubs in the country.
We love it. Absolutely awesome. What do you think, Mike?
A lot of sandwich humor.
Yeah. We got Red Band hard as a rock over there. The horniest he's been all fucking day. Mickey, you're born and raised in Cleveland?
Akron originally, but lived in Cleveland for like the last 5 years.
There you go. I was right in between you there in Youngstown. How old are you?
I am 32.
Okay, incredible. What do you do for work?
I sell mortgage products.
Products?
Yeah, I basically destroy people's equity. That's what I do in their house.
People in Cleveland that really are
So all over the country.
okay, good. At least we keep it spread around. What's your love life like?
I was in a long-term relationship, and we tried to do long distance, and we just had to kind of cut it off. So
When did that?
a couple months ago.
What have you been doing since then? Are you excited about it? Have you met anyone? Have you talked with anyone? Are you on any of the apps?
No, I'm just trying to focus on like getting booked and everything right now, and I feel like everything else will just kind of fall into place, you know?
So nothing yet. Nothing here in Austin. How long you been here?
I've been here for about 7 months now, so no, I'm just chilling right now.
So you moved here 7 months ago.
Yep,
Have you kissed a girl since you've been here?
I have not.
Well, let me tell you something. Can we 13 years called Kiss Me. Whoa, we already got one standing up. Here she comes, everybody, like a lucky Price is Right winner. This bitch was ready. Holy shit. Wow, my friend. You are about to get your first Texas kiss. And everything's bigger here in Texas, including the herpes that you're about to get. Mickey Genoese. This is very exciting. He's putting gum in his mouth. This is very exciting.
I gave him the cinnamon.
Ladies and gentlemen, his first kiss. Mickey Genoese. Wild. Oh my God. Oh yeah. We are the #1 live podcast in the world, and it's brought to you by Shopify, Tacobas, and Zaylee. That was legit. That was fucking legit.
I gave you a cinnamon, and now she has it.
Yeah, she has it. It's
amazing.
That bitch almost ate your head off, Mickey Genoese. She's signing a waiver right now. Last time a lady came on to do that, she refused to sign the waiver, so we had to blur out, and it was the worst fucking kiss imaginable. She did like a peck on like the cheek. She's like, pee, whatever. She was a lot hotter than whatever that haggard thing was. But you got very lucky there. That is incredible.
sorry. I don't give a shit. You know, I'm not judging.
What?
I said I'm into it. I don't give a shit.
I love it. Hell yeah, you were doing good. Yeah, you almost got pregnant from that kiss. That was incredible. There was a lot of bodily fluids exchanged. How about what's your
She went in the wrong road.
What's your name, sweetheart? How about a hand for Steph, everybody? Stepping up, being a real team player. She's back with her boyfriend. Some dude's gonna be picturing his. When he's fucking her later, he's gonna think of your sperm head.
You feel that go? I just want to say that guy has hair too, so she obviously has a thing for bald guys. So that's.
She let it rip. Okay, turn the lights back down. Very
I
good.
have.
All right, so, Mickey, how do you feel now?
I feel great, man.
Hell yeah. You had a great set. You did it all on one subject. Your material's tight. Everything was good. You even earned a little extra time there to finish your sliders joke, which is great. Everything's great. I would shorten the setups just a little bit. Like, you're like right there. You know what I mean? You don't have to even do a midget, like a setup thing. You just having you can find a device to get to those punches even quicker. You know, I hooked up with a midget girl. She was a real big midget girl. She was a real fucking slider. You know, like just find ways. It's tricky out there. You know, when you're on the road and stuff. Again, you know, starting at the store and being around the greats. What you learn is short. Boom. How do you get there faster? And you have such a great premise. I don't know how many like that you have. That some people like to extend out those one subject bits, but in all reality, boom, and then you're on to the next one. If you can write a minute about sandwich, torta, girl things like that, then you can pretty much write about anything with that great brain of yours. So congratulations.
Well, thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Here's a big joke book to Mickey Genoese. Everybody is Till Tony debut. I'm pretty sure it's all debuts tonight except for Adam Lucky, who ripped the roof off the joint. This is a fun show. You guys having as much fun as I am? I love this. All right. This might be our last bucket full tonight. Make some noise for Austin Gerstenschlager.
Thank you. My name is Austin Gerstenschlager. I just realized I look exactly like how my last name sounds. I've been going to the same barber for a while. I keep telling her I want to look more youthful. I think she thought I meant Hitler youthful. No, last time I saw her, I had a mustache. She was like, I think we should just take a little bit off the sides. Go for that Charlie Chaplin and Michael Jordan look, you know? Let's see, I recently moved back in with my grandparents. It's been a lot of fun. No, it's cool. I don't have to pay rent anymore. I don't have to do my own laundry. But the only woman I ever have over now is my grandma. No, it's weird. Like, the hardest part about having a woman over is when the sex gets really loud.
Not to awkwardly knock on their door and ask my grandparents to be quiet. Alright, that's my time.
Austin Gerstenschlager, one of the most fun names to say in the history of the show.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome, Austin. How long you been on stand-up?
2 years.
2 years. Where at?
San Diego.
San Diego. Do you move here, or do you still live in San Diego?
I still live in San Diego, just here for the week.
Love it. What have you been doing this week?
Oh, just stand up, just trying to hit mics, eating barbecue. It's cool.
Oh, yeah.
And you kept it off your shirt. Oh yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, good job. I think you're great, man. One of my only notes in this is show business thinking you might want to change your name. It sounds a little ridiculous.
Yeah. You but good luck getting a business run by the Jews to book it for Gerstenschlager.
Yeah, what should he change it to Adolf? No, wait. Adolf. I didn't get the bit out.
Well, you should have used shorter setups. One thing I've learned from the greats is that if you keep your setups a little short, it's one of the greats.
Look at the joke.
Okay, all right. Here we go. Start the clock, Red Man.
You might want to change your name because it sounds a little ridiculous, and you might want to change your last name also.
Come on.
I literally, all that, and I still don't get your joke.
His first name is ridiculous.
Oh, got it.
Christ, come on.
Wow. Sometimes the juice ain't worth the squeeze.
Hey, you leave the Jews out of it. He doesn't like that kind of thing.
Little fun fact for you diehard Kill Tony fans. I never make fun of the panelists. So if Seinfeld, Chris Rock, Louis C.K., or Dave Chappelle are watching, which I know they do sometimes, just know that DeRosa is an exception to my rule. One of my closest drinking buddies. And I swear, I will never make fun of you guys. If you're on panel, we make fun of the bucket rules. Definitely make fun of fucking retard over here. But I will never pick on you, Mr. Rock, Seinfeld, CK, or Chappelle. Remember that.
Fair enough.
But you fucking pig.
I have a similar role.
Oh yeah? Hold on, let's start the countdown.
I usually don't make fun of the host of the podcast I'm on, except for you. You fucking retard.
Okay. We're really good friends. We talk on the phone sometimes during the daytime. Crazy. Very short. He likes to keep it long, but I'm always like, I got something to do. Someone's calling me. Jesus. Anyway, Mr. Gerstenschlager. I love it. What's one of your parents like? What's the Gerstenschlager family like? I mean, is it as scary as we think it is?
Oh yeah, my dad was in prison growing up.
In prison?
Oh yeah, he was in prison growing up. He had all the tattoos. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
In the prison, was he working at?
No, he was in prison.
Okay.
Yeah, when I was 17, he wasn't a teenager at the time.
I mean, I'm really looking at this guy, the eyes, the hair. I mean, this is like literally Hitler's wet dream. You would have been his right-hand man back in the day. Oh,
I feel like you could play Sting in the police years in the documentary.
how about Mom? What's Mom like?
School? She's
Sports, you doing stand-up?
oh yeah.
You have a real job as well?
Oh yeah, I do IT basically.
You surf?
I body surf.
Oh, that's awesome.
I'm kind of a pussy. I'm not gonna really.
Well, I'm gay too. I'm kidding. All right. Austin Gerstenschlager. Isn't it fun? You guys all want to say it? Let's do it on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Austin Gerstenschlager.
It's fun, right? All right, Austin, you're getting a big joke book. I've run out of them up here. We'll get you one in the back on your way out. All right, let's squeeze in one last bucket full, huh? Let's go to overtime. Just one. Your final bucket full tonight, ladies and gentlemen. 60 seconds uninterrupted. Going to Aaron Helps, everybody. Aaron Helps. Look at this.
I learned this today. They're called unisex bathrooms because you can have sex in them one time. Before they
Aaron helps everybody. Aaron helps. Yeah, look at this.
I learned this today. They're called unisex bathrooms because you can have sex in them one time.
Whoa.
Before they escort you out of TJ Maxx. They were very adamant about the second time it was a no-go, you know? Watch pornography. I was watching this video of this lady, nice lady, I don't know, she was doing nice things to two gentlemen at the same time. I didn't fucking like it. It's like, that's just giving that lady too much power. At any point in time, she can be like, you know what? Hey, now I'm a gay guy? I'm just trying to get a blowjob with my best friend. Now I'm into something new. Once you touch them together, it's like jumper cables that spark that come. I'm like, I gotta get out of this TJ Maxx. They already do not like me.
Jesus Christ almighty. What the fuck are you?
Hello.
Wow. Aaron helps. Holy shit. Where have you been?
Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Wow. That's where you live? That's where you live?
Yeah.
Still?
Yeah.
How long you been with stand-up?
3 years.
3 years. Fuck yes. Good shit.
Yeah, you pulled my buddy Brian.
Yeah.
We drove here together.
You guys drove here together, and 2 different people from El Paso also were pulled tonight. Absolutely an amazing night for your trusty bucket of destiny.
He's my best black friend.
Amazing. Aaron, you are so funny. How much material do you think you have of that caliber?
Solid 20 minutes.
Wow.
We gotta work hard. There's not a lot of opportunities. I mean, there is, but we gotta travel hours to do, like, we gotta make shit, like, count.
Yeah. It's a long trip. How long is that drive?
What?
How long is that drive?
It's like 8 hours.
Why don't you do another minute? You want to do another minute? One more minute from Aaron House. I mean, that minute was so fucking crazy. I have to see another minute. We got to see what's going on.
All right, me and my wife been together since we were 15 years old. I'm 30, so it's been too long, actually. I think too long. We're the only people we've ever had sex with. So when it came to sex, we were like homeschool kids. We were making a lot of shit up, you know? He's like, I don't think I should be upside down for this. And I'm like, well, it feels good. So we're going to do that every time. My poor wife has scoliosis. It's terrible. Neck brace and everything. Just
Keep going. Keep going. A little bit more.
All right.
What do you guys think? Should we have him do a little bit more? What the fuck? I could ask boring interview questions, or we could have a great fucking stand-up, do stand-up. I get to do whatever the fuck I want. I don't really care. If you wouldn't have clapped, you'd be fucking doing it anyway. Fucking give a fuck. One more time. Here's another minute from Aaron Helps, everybody.
Yeah, lay it. Do it.
As a straight white man, I believe that trans porn is the straightest porn. Because, I mean, regular porn's 50-50. You get a woman and a man, that's 50-50. But with trans porn, you can play with those percentages, you know? 60-40. You get a fucking trans woman, regular woman, 75%. That's a lot of women. Trans man, trans woman, you're back to 50-50, you're good. But it's like driving in England. It's like you gotta get used to it. You know, like the titties are on the other side.
Excellent, man. I mean, you came out so strong. I'm a sucker for like a good misdirection joke. They always make me laugh. TJ Maxx thing was fucking great. It really was, man. Yeah. And then you just kept getting better from there. And honestly, man, I love that you're almost like an edgier like Jeff Foxworthy in the sense that like you have these like edgy jokes, but you say them kind of clean.
Yeah.
Don't lose that. Don't lose that. I'm telling you, do not lose that. The fact that you're saying edgy.
Everyone, you have a chance at seeing Kill Tony. Live on November 13th and 14th in Las Vegas, Nevada. Get out of the stormy, cold, blistering weather we're
Give me the golden ticket.
Yeah.
Because I realize that, man, he'll be selling more tickets than I do in a week.
Fuck yes. Good shit.
Yeah, you pulled my buddy Brock.
Yeah.
We drove here together.
You guys drove here together, and two different people from El Paso also were pulled tonight. Absolutely an amazing night for your trusty bucket of destiny.
He's my best black friend.
Amazing. Aaron, you are so funny. How much material do you think you have of that caliber?
Solid 20 minutes.
Wow.
We gotta work hard. There's not a lot of opportunities. I mean, there is, but we gotta travel hours to do, like, we gotta make shit, like, count.
Yeah. It's a long trip. How long
So
was
I'm happy
that
this.
drive?
What?
How long was that drive?
It's like 8 hours.
Why don't you do another minute? You want to do another minute? One more minute from Aaron House. I mean, that minute was so fucking crazy. I have to see another minute. We got to see what's going on.
All right, me and my wife been together since we were 15 years old. I'm 30, so it's been too long, actually. I think too long. We're the only people we've ever had sex with. So when it came to sex, we were like homeschool kids. We were making a lot of shit up, you know? He's like, I don't think I should be upside down for this. And I'm like, well, it feels good. So we're going to do that every time. My poor wife has scoliosis. This is terrible. Neck brace and everything. Just
Keep going. Keep going. A little bit more.
All right.
What do you guys think? Should we have him do a little bit more? What the fuck? I could ask boring interview questions, or we could have a great fucking stand-up. Do stand-up. I get to do whatever the fuck I want. I don't really care. If you wouldn't have clapped, we'd be fucking doing it anyway. Fucking give a fuck. One more time. Here's another minute from Aaron Heltz, everybody.
As a straight white man, I believe that trans porn is the straightest porn. Because, I mean, regular porn's 50-50. You get a woman and a man, that's 50-50. But with trans porn, you can play with those percentages, you know? 60-40. You get a fucking trans woman, regular woman, 75%. That's a lot of woman. Trans man, trans woman, you're back to 50-50, you're good. But it's like driving in England. It's like you gotta get used to it. You know, it's like the titties are on the other side.
Crowd goes absolutely wild.
Fucking excellent.
Yeah. Wow.
Excellent. Excellent, man. I mean, you came out so strong. I'm a sucker for like a good misdirection joke. They always make me laugh. The TJ Maxx thing was fucking great. It really was, man. Yeah. And then you just kept getting better from there. And honestly, man, I love that you're almost like an edgier like Jeff Foxworthy in the sense of like you have these like edgy jokes, but you say them kind of clean.
Yeah.
Don't lose that. don't lose that. I'm telling you, do not lose that. The fact that you're saying edgy shit, but you're saying it in like a friendly, clean way, that's fucking great, man. That's great. Don't lose that.
It could just be the Carhartt and the mustache. They're making it very
This
Foxworth.
worked for everybody tonight.
You're incredibly likable, and it's like you got that thing where it's like, I want to hang out with this dude after. You know what I mean?
Thank
So
you. Appreciate that.
yeah, that's huge.
Thank you.
Just don't hang out with Joe, Chris Hope.
What do you do for work, Aaron?
I'm a firefighter.
Wow. Baton Rouge. How long you been doing that for?
10 years.
What's the craziest thing that you've seen out firefighting?
Oh man, it's Baton Rouge. I mean, other than like the sad like gang violence stuff, the craziest thing is I saw 2 drunk dudes, like they super drunk, then they hugged each other goodbye at a bar, and then they got in the same car.
Amazing.
That's what Baton Rouge is about.
Amazing.
Just looking at your bro, just being like, brother, we just might not make it home tonight. So,
And that's how Jazz Fest started.
Aaron, I find you unbelievably hilarious. And I think you've done Baton Rouge a great thing here today, ladies and gentlemen. Aaron Helms has arrived in the Keltoni universe.
Okay, ready?
Just one moment, Mr. Aquarius.
Multiple sets of
Ouch. Ow. Okay, there we go. I gotta put my stuff on. I just went laid down. I do it after I get the plan. I don't feel like getting up. But I got to. I do it after a while. Tired of getting up. Get up. Okay. What was you watching, Rabbi? What's the name of it again?
Kill Tony. It's the #1 live podcast in the world.
Oh. Nice documentaries. Very nice. Okay. Go, Rabbi, go.
Perfect.
Yay, phenomenal strike. See, I'm playing with Rabbi and Rabbi's playing with me, right?
Yes, madam. Get it, girl.
Play with Rabbi. Oh, I
Ooh, look
messed
at
you.
you. Look at you. Folks, if you're watching at home, Ms. Aquarius just had one of the great strikes in history.
Oh, and another one. DJ Khaled.
DJ Khaled.
Okay. Nope. I'm not good like you, Rabbi, with that strike.
Oh, Ms.
Sometimes.
Aquarius, sometimes. You blew it out of the water. You had the high score for for a long period of time.
Okay. I'm not a pro like you are, Rabbi.
Get it.
Get it.
Garbage. Garbage. We're going to get these 2, though, no doubt.
Yes, you
No
are.
doubt.
See, you
No
did.
doubt. No doubt. No doubt.
No doubt. Oh, I
Miss
did it
Aquarius
again.
is making an amazing comeback, folks.
And again.
I'm trying. Miss Aquarius making an amazing comeback. It's a big lead, but she is making a
I
comeback.
am coming back, but
Folks,
no lead.
Miss
It's okay.
Aquarius is coming
Rabbi's
back,
playing with me.
coming back, coming back,
I'll be
coming
sad
back,
when I
coming
don't.
back. Get it. Oh, no way.
And another one.
Miss Aquarius is making a Huge comeback. One more. Do it again. 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 So close.
Almost.
Miss Aquarius takes the lead. Folks, what a lead taker. Folks, if you're watching at home, Miss Aquarius just took the lead. And now she got 85.
Five.
That was
You
great.
got this.
What a
Let's go.
what a comeback.
Get it.
What a comeback of
Yeah.
Miss Aquarius. What a comeback of Miss
97.
Aquarius.
What a comeback. Get it, Rabbi. Get it.
No doubt.
It.
No
Yeah,
doubt.
you
Over
at the
100.
Yeah.
Over 100. That's a big
And you got
score.
these two. Let's go.
No doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt. No doubt. No doubt.
107.
Wow.
Way to go, Rabbi.
You win, I win. I win, you win.
Ballpark.
Reload.
Reload. I win, you win, I win.
Word, girl. That was a good comeback. Folks, if you were
That
watching at
was a
home, you
good
should know
game.
Miss Aquarius came back from like 40 back. It was incredible. And she's gonna win now.
Almost.
That's all right. Just get the spare.
That's a
It's a tough split though. You can get it though. Hit the right side of the right pin.
Almost.
Almost. That was a good attempt. And you got one of them.
Go, Rabbi, go.
No
Go,
doubt.
Rabbi. Get it. Woo.
No doubt.
It was close.
They should just
You
give
know
me
how to
this
do this.
one.
You got this. I know, right?
They should just
They
give this
shouldn't
one to
help
me.
you do it.
Oh, just got it.
Ooh.
I got it. I got it. I got it.
You got it. You got it.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh no.
Get something.
That's so good. Oh,
Wow.
that's something like dominoes.
Yes, ma'am. She retakes the lead, folks. She retakes the lead, and she's gonna get a spare. No doubt. What a beautiful spare. One of the great spares we've ever seen. She was sad, and she ended up getting a spare.
You got it. Show me how it's done, Rabbi.
No doubt.
Yay, but yours wasn't spread out like mine.
Yeah, it's all right.
It's okay. Knock it down, people. And knock it down. There we go. Oh, don't go. Get it straight, Rabbi. Get it straight. You got this.
No doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt. No
Oh, come
doubt.
on, Rabbi. What happened? Time going.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
No,
No
Rabbi,
doubt.
You did
No
it.
doubt. No,
Hmm.
no doubt. No doubt. No doubt. I said no doubt. No doubt.
No doubt. Hmm.
Miss Aquarius retakes the lead, folks. If you are just following along at home,
Ooh, almost.
Miss Aquarius just retook the lead.
Almost. You got this. Let's go, Rabbi. Get it. Strike it.
Miss
Yeah.
Aquarius retook the lead, folks.
Yeah. And
What a phenomenal strike. Folks, Miss Aquarius will not give up. Can't stop, won't stop. She's just going at it.
almost.
She took the lead. She just took the lead, folks. Miss Aquarius just took the lead. If you're watching at home, you should know Miss Aquarius just took the lead. Get it. And she got a spare.
Come on, Rabbi. You got this. Let's go, Rabbi. Let's go.
No
Let's go,
doubt.
Rabbi. Let's go.
No
Let's go.
doubt. They want to give me a split.
You got it. Yeah. He takes the lead.
Get it. Oh.
Takes the lead. Get it.
You win. I win. I win. You
I
win.
win.
Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Undefeated in friendship.
Excellent job, Miss
Yay.
Glorious. Good job.
game, Rabbi.
Good job. Alrighty, madam. You got a big day tomorrow. I've got a podcast that I'm doing. God willing, they both go well. Sweet dreams to you.
What I gotta do tomorrow? I just gotta go. Oh yeah, I gotta call the bank and close my
Don't you have to go to work?
and go to work.
There
Yeah.
you go. Absolutely. Alrighty.
Okay.
You take care. Sweet dreams
All
to you,
right,
God
I'll be
willing.
over here right now. Sweet dreams.
Thank you,
See
madam.
in a little bit.
God willing.
All right. God willing.
And I actually talked to him when I was going into production. He's like, "Hey, congrats on the new series. It's gonna be fun." He was like, "Let me know if you need any acting tips." And I was like, "Okay, new series?" He was like, "I can coach you. I do coaching sessions." I was really impressed with your acting in both things that I've done. I never even got an offer to be in Wheels. Wheels is fucking, yeah, I know. You should bring that up. You can call, bring it up. So, but I'm glad he liked your show. That's all about Robert Kelly. Wow, also did not reach out about my show. Did Justin Timberlake reach out? He sent me a DM. Yeah. No, are you being serious? Yeah, he loved it. Yeah. Are you being serious? That was my one flex. No, I was kidding. No, JT hit me up. JT and JB. It doesn't feel as good as a comedian. No, it feels better. No. I mean, Shane just got into the business. JT's been at it. Mickey Mouse Club. I mean, Shane really kind of barely knows what he's doing. JT is JT. This Shane thing seems to it bothers me so fucking much that I can reach out to him. He didn't even. This Stefano was the first person that texted me, and the very first person. And I was like, wow, that was really cool because I'm not reaching out to him. There was a bunch of comedians. Who else fucking texted you, Tom? You look great, by the way. I feel fantastic, Tom. Can I say something? At this point, this is so formulaic that I could write a script for Bert before he even opens his mouth. Every single time Bert brings up Shane Gillis, it follows the same pattern. He'll compliment Shane, then he immediately pivots to how he knew Shane before anyone else did, how Shane was his opener, or how Shane looked up to him, or how he basically discovered Shane before the rest of the world did. And by by the end of the story, Bert is somehow the main character in Shane Gillis's origin story. I've said this before, it's the exact same thing with Brendan Schaub and Theo Von. And the reason Bert is so obsessed with Shane is because Shane represents the ultimate success story of the Rogan bunch. He's the one who used the Rogan bump by his own admission to forge a career for himself independently. The guy has built something that none of these other internet comedians can ever touch. Shane gives that entire Austin circle credibility just by still showing up to do Projectile Arts and doing sets at the mothership. Without him, it's just a bunch of middle-aged millionaires congratulating each other. And that's what eats away at Bert. Guys like Rogan, Tony Hinchcliffe, Bert, and Andrew Schultz, they're obsessed with legacy. They are obsessed with their status and their position within the comedy hierarchy. They love the limelight, they need to be front and center, and they need everyone to know how important they are. Schultz has gone full political commentator doing that New York Times bullshit and setting himself into every major news cycle. These guys just cannot help themselves. Compare that to Tom and Shane. Those two just want the bag and to be left alone. They do the bare minimum public-facing work they need to do to sustain their career, and then they disappear. Tom doesn't give a shit about being liked. Shane doesn't give a shit about anything, really. They clock in, do the work, and go home. The difference is that Shane is not an unfunny asshole like Tom. Just saying. But Bert can't operate like that. He needs that validation, which is why he's sitting there calling tires wheels, just like he used to say protect your parks instead of protect our parks when Ari was on Two Bears One Cave because he was bitter about Rogan cancelling Sober October. Like, Bert is so fucking petty, it's pure coke. And then there's all the backhanded compliments. Did you watch how he compared Shane to industry veterans and framed it as Shane barely knowing what he's doing while the other guys have been doing it for years? Let's just be clear about this. Bert's a 53-year-old man who can't handle watching someone younger do everything he does, but better and with half the effort. Bert will bring up Shane Gillis and then start with all the, well, actually, bullshit. And so then, in case you've forgotten, we are less than 2 weeks away from Bert's comeback tour after being sober for over 6 months. Except he doesn't realize that his divorce is also right around the corner too. I don't know what our podcast is anymore. We don't fall into the influencer, like fitness influencer. I don't know if we fall. I mean, I feel like every comedy podcast right now is like a political morning show. You know, a lot of quotes you just sent. So I don't know why I'm doing this. I want to tell you about an experience I had this weekend where I felt very proud, and I'm putting this out there for anyone listening. When you're in your 30s and you hang out with parents, the only thing you can judge each other by, status-wise, is job and money and how they're doing that way. And then when you get in your 50s, the currency is health. Right. And I will say, as someone who never had money, like when we were young parents, we never had like money, and we always went to someone at a nicer house than ours, and I was always insecure about it, going like, God, how do they have this house? How do they have cars like this? I went to a party this weekend, and I was the diamond. I was the Princess Bride. I was the debutante, because at 53, I was in the best shape too. There were dudes getting hip replacements, guys getting with Stetson, guys that all were like chasing. When all of a sudden, I was like, they're like, God, you're great. I was like, thanks. And then they're like, are you working out? I was like, yeah. And then it's so crazy. And then I looked at my wife and I went, God, she really got a penny stock and shined it. Like, yeah, I mean, she could be married to the guy with the hip replacement, or could be married to the guy that can't have to watch his. But instead, she's got this beast of a savage that still brings it to the bedroom. And, like, he's about to fucking go off the rails when he goes back to drinking. Must be exciting for her, too. You're like, what's this animal going to do next? She was like, you're not doing any work. She thought, she goes, you're not doing any work. You're supposed to figure out what you're going to do about drinking when you start drinking, and you haven't done anything. You're going to start drinking the way you drink before. And I think we all agree that that's not what we want out of this journey. Is Bert seriously flexing about being the healthiest guy at the party?
Bro, you're on over 15 medications. You've got the most expensive piss in LA. If you really want to flex on these guys with the hip replacements and the stents, drop the meds and then see what happens. Obviously, I don't think that we don't wish bad health on anyone on this channel, but let's be honest, Bert went the last 6 months without his Webster back, and then his wife at the end there, she basically told him he hasn't done any of the work, he's going to go straight back to how he was, and none of this is what we signed up for on this channel. That isn't the voice of the woman who's impressed by Bert's temporary sobriety. She can clearly smell what's coming, literally. I mean, the guy just admitted to shitting his pants again in this episode. So the divorce is so close you can taste it at this point. Well, man, definitely can. Bert's out here calling himself a beast and a savage in the bedroom, and his wife is politely planning her exit strategy.
Turned into a much nastier person now that I watch Rambo.
Do you think so?
Yeah.
Less of a people pleaser.
I started being a little nastier on texts. I know that. You can ask people in your office about that.
Yeah, no, I've heard.
Yeah. I feel like when I was drinking, people looked at me and they were like, oh, just don't worry about Bert. He'll do it. He's fine. Just get him a drink. You know, that kind of like, whatever. Like, didn't take me serious. And then when I've been sober, I've noticed that energy still permeates. Like, they pat me on the head, and I was like, hold on. There's no patting me on the head.
Well, do you have to be nasty or just...
I feel like what it is, Tom, it's pent up at years of me realizing this is the way they've always talked to me. And now I'm like, oh, no. Like, no one talks to you like that. No one talks to you sideways ever. You hold a standard. I not emulate that, but I would like to emulate that.
Yeah, I think you also might be conflating being nasty with just having boundaries and holding your ground. I don't think that's nasty. You can be nasty. You don't have to be harsh. I don't consider that to be bad behavior. I think you're on the right track. So Bert's finally growing a spine. Going sober has done something to him, and the testosterone, the Mounjaro, the peptides, the 15+ meds, and the vitamin IVs never grew. He's standing up to people, setting boundaries, refusing to be the pushover everyone has treated him as for years. Who knew that just not poisoning yourself every day could do all of that? Just be careful though, Bert, because the path you're on leads directly to Tom Segura, and nobody wants that. Tom's the guy who runs Lionsgate Studios like a corporate machine, despises the pause, treats his fans like an inconvenience, and has all of the warmth of an empty fridge. So Bert is slowly morphing into his co-host. The funniest part is that Tom is sitting there telling him he's on the right track, because of course he is. Tom would love nothing more than a second version of himself to talk to every week. But then, as always, once the cringe wears off, you can't help but feel sad for Bert. Seriously, making these videos about Bert is such an emotional roller coaster.
You know what I relate to the most, and this is going to sound crazy, black graduation. They graduate, and then the girl does the dance, and then, like the white people are outraged, and then black people are like, that's how we are. I see both sides of the fence based on me. I am the one dancing, and then I'm the one whose kid is next who you didn't hear their name because this one's dancing.
What's crazy about you is that in these several last months, all of your insights and self-reflection in sobriety are all so fucking incredible, and you still are like, no one will tell me not to drink. Like every marker that is possible in your life to observe and know is 1,000 times better, and you're just like, I'm fucking drinking.
I'm sprinting back to the old me.
You're so funny. Tom's sitting there laughing like, you're so funny, dude. Nah, dude, that is not funny. That's really fucking sad. Because if we're being honest here, Bert has been improving himself this year, right? And as much shit as I give him on this channel over the years, that is awesome to see. I 100% back Bert to stay sober, keep losing weight, keep improving his marriage, keep building a better relationship with his kids. Maybe he'll even become funny at some point now that he can think clearly enough to write jokes instead of just recite them. personal stories about his family. I am so here for this, and you guys know me. If Bert pulls this off, I will definitely give him credit for it. I've got no issues doing it. But he's not going to do it, right? He's been counting down to July 12th for the year, and you probably know people like this in your own lives. Once you relapse, you swing completely in the other direction. It's like those people who lose a bunch of weight. When they start putting it back on, they end up heavier than where they started. They're making up for lost time, and that is exactly what is about to happen here. His wife can see it, and think about his daughters. They've only ever known him as a drunk, and for the first time in their lives, they get to see what a sober father looks like, and they can see it too. And we're all just sitting around waiting for Bert to self-destruct again. Tom thinks it's fucking hilarious. His wife is terrified, and Bert can't wait to get back to the ball here. Oh man. Anyway, if you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe to the channel right here on YouTube. And don't forget to check out the link in the description to my Patreon for my long-form exclusive content. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
All at once. It's one of the first times I think I've ever done that like that continuously. You handled the pressure perfectly. Funny on your feet. Unbelievably great stand-up. Congratulations and welcome. We'll see you again real soon. That's as good as it goes, ladies and gentlemen. One more time for Aaron Helps. Almost didn't pull him, by the way. Almost went to our final regular of the night. And what a fucking way to finish. I mean, holy shit.
That was amazing.
Unbelievable.
I honestly, no joke, I got a little teary seeing him hit the golden ticket. Because I realized that, man, he'll be selling more tickets than I do in a week.
It's true, too. I love it. All right. An episode like this, there's only one way to end it, and William Montgomery is sick. And Ari Maddie added dates to his thing, and Timmy No Breaks is saving material. It takes a long time for Timmy to be able to generate the type of material that he does perform. So, boy, do I have good news for you. This regular, I think, is one of the most promising ones we've ever had in our entire fucking history. He's unbelievable. Make some noise. This is a brand new minute from your new favorite comedian in the world. His name is Pat O'Neill, everybody.
Hitler was born on 420. And boy, did he like smoking J's. A lot of people are on TikTok now. Which just used to be what I said when I saw Muslims at the airport. Times are changing. Last year, my little brother, he was a part of the Queers for Palestine protests. Ah, yes, gay Muslims. Better known as ghosts. Okay, that's it.
I told you he's your new favorite fucking comedian. We're not fucking around here anymore. It's the Attitude Era of Kill Tony. That is the greatest Hitler joke I've ever heard in my entire life. 20 fucking years I've been doing this goddamn shit. Waiting for that. Somehow it's been right there. Mike Vanoia.
I've always wanted to see a David Lynch movie do stand-up.
Yeah.
Holy shit, that was fantastic.
It's like terrifying, but also very nice.
Just like you.
Pat O'Neill, you are the real fucking deal. I mean, that joke, 40-some seconds of laughter.
I thought about just stopping after that, but it was fucking. I didn't know
It was great. It was great that you just segued right into TikTok. You gotta laugh off your setup by just jumping into something, which is just fucking great. I think you are a jokesmith. It is incredible. All the way down to the finish. Huge laughs on the opener, huge laughs with the closer. I mean, you're fucking doing it. You're living the dream, buddy. How do you feel?
fucking fantastic.
Yeah.
The episode's coming out today. I'm a regular, so. Fucking.
Yeah, we taped quite a few ahead. For those of you that might not know, we taped one break per year for a few weeks, and that happens late May, early June. So we tape ahead. We get a few episodes ahead so that we can actually take a once a year fucking little vacation while also putting out episodes every Monday. So what's amazing is you're witnessing Pat O'Neill here, but people are finding out about him tonight.
Yeah.
On the episode airing right now. But he's killed so many times in a row that it's incredible. And by the time they hear this, people are going to go, what the fuck? But then we're going to be back 1 week behind again. So, little fun fact. Last week, we were talking at Mitzi's after the show. And, right? Was it at Mitzi's or was it on stage about the rent? Right? You had to pay your rent, and the landlord's like, yeah, and you're like, look, I swear I'm about to be famous as fuck.
Stopped working my job, and then they asked for fucking pay stubs. So I was like, you gotta believe me, I'm gonna be famous.
Yeah. It's funny because it's happening right now in real time on the internet. Here you are yelling again live on one of our final tapings before that big break that we're very excited about.
That was great, man, and I feel like you're living proof that, people older comics will bitch and go, oh, you can't do this subject anymore, you can't do that subject, now Hitler jokes we've heard. Now, it's like you're proof that it doesn't matter what the subject is, it matters how you write it, and fucking do it.
Yeah. And the venue that you do it in. You could also do an unbelievably great set at, say, like a political rally. It might not get the love it deserved, even if it's well written and well delivered.
It's super refreshing delivery, too, dude.
Yeah, amazing. Always fun.
And I have that shirt.
Yeah, when you were at the Fish concert.
Yeah, the Sphere. My whole outfit looked like that. 8 minutes.
I love it. Pat O'Neill, I'm so excited you're part of our goddamn dance.
Yeah, you know,
The real deal. Ooh, dude, nickname the real deal. Pat O'Neill.
Great,
There you go. On to the next one, and by that I mean that's it. We fucking did it. Let's check in with the drawing from Chris Rogers over there. Ooh, it's Heidi. Heidi, after she gets a lot of work done for some reason. I mean, that looks like a fucking, what is that, her in 20 years? The fuck is he doing to you, Heidi? Oh my God, Jesus, Chris, what the fuck? Patty cake. What do you hate, white women? What's going on over there? Ryan J. Belt's drawing is great. Guys, see Mike Vinoia on tour. How fucking funny was Mike Vinoia's debut? MikeVinoiaComedy.com. He's going everywhere. He's all over. Check out his show on SiriusXM, the Grateful Dead channel. It's called The Saturday Night Shakedown with Mike Vinoia. Mike, you were fucking awesome. What a great first time on panel, dude. So fucking awesome, bro.
Thank you.
And how about one more time for the best Sam band in the land? I'm kidding. One more time for Joe DeRosa, everybody. Come on. The man. Plug your stuff. I didn't get to ask
Yes,
you.
my new podcast, Violent Horrendous, is out now on YMH. Please listen to it. Get it on my YouTube at Joe DeRosa Comedy. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Redman. Thank you, Tony. Thank you guys for having me.
Joe DeRosa is the man. Not only is he one of the great stand-ups in the world, the Rose Garden, plug that too.
Yeah, my new special, I Never Promised You a Rose Garden, is also on my YouTube. Check that out as well.
That's a Joe DeRosa Comedy on YouTube.
Joe DeRosa Comedy on YouTube.
You guys have to watch that special. If you haven't, go do that right now. I Never Promised You a Rose Garden at Joe DeRosa Comedy on YouTube. One of the best specials in recent time. you by Shopify, Tacova's Insanely, our newest sponsor. We're very excited about Red Band.
Coming to San Diego, July 9th through 11th, AmericanComedyCo.com.
We love you guys. God bless America. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Come on, you little bitch.
Known simply as Ramesses in his lifetime, was born in the late 14th century. The woman known to history as Hatshepsut was born in ancient Egypt in approximately 1507 BC. Her father was Thutmose I, a pharaoh of the 18th dynasty who ruled mainly from the city of Thebes, which is now in the modern city of Luxor on the River Nile, 500 miles south of the Mediterranean Sea. Thutmose I was a renowned military leader and oversaw the vast expansion of the ancient Egyptian empire eastwards into the Levant and southwards into Nubia, now northern Sudan and southern Egypt. He was likely the son of the previous pharaoh Amenhotep I and a secondary wife, but the Egyptians did not create family trees, so identifying blood relations can be difficult. Her mother was Ahmose, the principal wife of Thutmose I, but it is not known who Ahmose's parents were, although it is highly likely that she was born into the royal family. Egyptologists have argued that she was the daughter of Pharaoh Amenhotep I, making her the sister and wife of Thutmose, something that was common within the royal family. However, she was never given the title of king's daughter. Instead, she was referred to as the king's sister, suggesting she was the sister of either Amenhotep or Thutmose. Ahmose and her husband Thutmose I had two daughters, the eldest of whom was Hatshepsut, and no surviving sons, which would become a problem for the dynasty. This video is brought to you by Raid Shadow Legends, the amazing fantasy role-playing game that includes my favourite bit of content, the Doom Tower. This huge tower is basically a giant prison for the Arbiter's captured foes, but it's failing, and with the return of Seroth, we need to secure the tower. The Doom Tower bosses are really tough, but with specialists, you can do it. Plus, Raid is running a 12 Days of Raid Christmas adventure. Just click on the link in the description, 12daysofraid.plarium.com, to join the festive fun from the 19th of December to the 10th of January and play a different mini-game each day to win in-game and real-life prizes worth up to $1,000. Plus, Raid's got something special happening. They've released a legendary champion based on the MMA and pro wrestling legend Ronda Rousey. You can get Ronda for free by logging into Raid. Just log in and play Raid for 7 days between now and the 20th of February, and Ronda's yours. To celebrate Ronda's arrival in Raid, use the special promo code RAIDRONDA, available for all users, new and old. To get a bunch of helpful stuff like a 3-day 100% XP boost, 500k silver, and 5 full energy refills, perfect for leveling your Ronda up so she's at the top of her game. And as an Amazon Prime member, you can get your exclusive rewards right now. If you want to get a huge head start in Raid, click our link in the description or scan the QR code here on the screen. You'll get unique bonuses worth $30. We're talking a free epic champion, Verge's 200k silver, 1 energy refill and 1 XP boost, and 1 ancient shard, so you can summon awesome champions as soon as you get in-game. All this treasure will be waiting for you here, along with new dungeon and new holiday champions too, available for 30 days for new players only. Hatshepsut was only the second historically confirmed woman to rule Egypt with the full titles and power of a pharaoh. She belonged to the 18th dynasty, which ran from 1507 BC to 1458 BC, and she ruled for over 2 decades, from 1478 BC to 1458 BC. Hatshepsut lived over 3,500 years ago, and to put into perspective how long the period of ancient Egyptian history is, Hatshepsut lived over 1,000 years after the building of the pyramids of Giza and 100 years before Tutankhamun, 200 years before Ramesses, and 1,400 years before the most famous female pharaoh, Cleopatra. Little is known about Hatshepsut's childhood, but her name, which means foremost of noble ladies, highlighted her prominent position within the royal family. She certainly would have had important royal duties to fulfill, including being involved in religious rituals. She is known to worship the cow goddess Hathor in particular, who was the goddess of love, beauty, music, dancing, fertility, and pleasure, and was also the protector of women. There were 42 state gods and goddesses in total in the ancient Egyptian religion, the most important of which was Amun-Ra, the sun god, creator, who was later seen as king of the gods. As the eldest daughter of the pharaoh, Hatshepsut would have been expected to marry the next pharaoh, a tradition which aimed to keep the royal bloodline pure. And so, at around the age of 12, she married her half-brother Thutmose II, becoming his principal wife. As Thutmose II was younger than Hatshepsut, she perhaps took over the reins of power in her husband's name when their father, Thutmose I, died in 1493 BC. By the time Hatshepsut came to full power in around 1478 BC, Egypt, as a unified country, was already 17 centuries old, as legendary King Menes had first ruled a unified Egypt in around 3100 BC. As it is today, the land of ancient Egypt was made habitable by the River Nile, which cut through the desert and gave the names to the 2 regions of Egypt, Upper Egypt, which was upriver in the south, and Lower Egypt, downriver in the north, around the Nile Delta region. The king or pharaoh ruled both regions, with the title of King of Upper and Lower Egypt, Lord of the 2 lands. But there were distinct differences between the 2 areas. They had different protector goddesses, Nekhbet, the vulture goddess in Upper Egypt, and Wadjet, the cobra goddess in Lower Egypt. The regions were also represented by different symbols, the lotus for the upper and the papyrus for the lower, which were often tied together to symbolize unity. In those periods when Upper and Lower Egypt were united, there was huge prosperity and astonishing cultural achievement. They were true golden ages. The first golden age occurred during the period of the Old Kingdom, 2649 BC to 2100 BC. This was the age of the pyramids. Disintegration and competing dynastic families brought this golden age to a temporary end, a period called the First Intermediate Period, from 2181 BC to 2055 BC. The Middle Kingdom, from 2030 BC to 1650 BC, was the Second Golden Age, a time when Egyptian culture and literature flourished. This period of growth had begun with the reunification of Upper and Lower Egypt by Mentuhotep II. However, the beginning of the end of the Middle Kingdom was caused by a break in the royal line. Female pharaoh Sobek-Neferu died in 1802 BC without any heirs, resulting in the collapse of the successful 12th dynasty. The next two dynasties, which overlapped, proved weak. The 13th dynasty was forced to retreat southwards towards Memphis and failed to prevent a breakaway dynasty forming. The breakaway 14th dynasty reigned separately over the Nile Delta region simultaneously. The second intermediate period from 1650 BC to 1550 BC, which followed, saw Egypt once again divided. In the north, the Hyksos dynasty arrived from Western Asia, and its 6 kings ruled as the 15th dynasty. In the south, the kingdom of Kush, an early civilization in the region of Nubia, northern Sudan, expanded its reach. In the middle sat the Egyptian kingdom of Thebes, or the 16th dynasty and the 17th dynasty. It was during the 17th dynasty that war was launched against Hyksos rule, who were eventually pushed out of Egypt by the Thebans of the 17th dynasty. It was at this time that Upper and Lower Egypt were reunited by Ahmose I of Thebes in 1550 BC, and the Third Golden Age began. This brought ancient Egypt full circle, as another Theban, Mentuhotep II, had united Upper and Lower Egypt at the start of the Middle Kingdom too, also triggering a golden age. In reunifying the country, Ahmose became the founder of the New Kingdom, and the first king of the 18th dynasty, to which Hatshepsut also belonged. As the period of foreign rule in Egypt came to an end, Egypt began to build up its own empire. During the second intermediate period, the Kushites had raided the south, prompting the Egyptians to expand further south into Nubia. The kingdom of Kush was firmly pushed back under Hatshepsut's father, Thutmose I, around 1500 BC, and the earlier defeat of the Hyksos during the second intermediate period saw the new kingdom of Egypt expand into the Levant. It was during this time, just before Hatshepsut's reign, that the Egyptian empire attained its greatest territorial extent. Hatshepsut was directly related to these empire-expanding pharaohs, as well as her father Thutmose I. Hatshepsut was a blood relation of Ahmose I, the unifier of Upper and Lower Egypt, and the first ruler of the New Kingdom. But although they came from the same dynasty, tracing their family connections is difficult. Ahmose I's son, Amenhotep I, was his successor, but after that, the historical record becomes unclear. Amenhotep I was succeeded by Thutmose I, but Thutmose never used the title King's Son, which puts a question mark over his connection to Amenhotep. Some Egyptologists have argued that Thutmose's wife Ahmose was Amenhotep's sister, making Thutmose his son-in-law rather than biological son. Or he might have been Amenhotep's son, born of a lesser wife, which would have restricted his use of the title King's Son. It is also possible that Thutmose was a general chosen by the heirless Amenhotep to rule. However, a violent coup can be ruled out as an explanation, as the records suggest a peaceful transition of power occurred. Dynastic problems did not come to an end after the accession of Thutmose I. A recurring issue was that sons born to secondary wives and any female children were not considered ideal heirs. Thutmose I and his principal wife Ahmose had no surviving son, only 2 daughters, of whom Hatshepsut was the oldest. Thutmose I did have a son, Thutmose II, with a secondary wife, Utnofret, and it was thought best, according to tradition, that Thutmose II be quickly married to his half-sister, Hatshepsut. This would bolster the credentials of Thutmose II and preserve the direct royal line. Egyptologists of the past have presented Thutmose II as weak and frail. This presentation was not necessarily rooted in fact. It was fueled by a determination to present Hatshepsut as domineering. A shrewd Hatshepsut was supposed to have manipulated her ineffective husband and essentially ruled in his name. However, public monuments paint a different picture. A dutiful Hatshepsut is shown standing behind her husband, showing appropriate fealty to him as the pharaoh. But the limited scale of Thutmose II's building program hinders a deeper understanding of his reign and the power his wife held. Thutmose II ruled only for a short time after his father's death. He was succeeded by his wife and half-sister, Hatshepsut, for the same reason he himself had almost been passed over, the lack of a son born of the principal wife. Just like his father, Thutmose II did have a son with a secondary wife, Isis. This child, Thutmose III, could not immediately take the throne because he was very young. And like with the accession of Thutmose II, there was some concern over the child's status as the son of a secondary wife. The weakening of the direct royal line was a concern that could not be easily overlooked. Instead, as tradition indicated, Hatshepsut was to rule as co-regent for the young boy, a role which soon grew to that of a co-ruler. There had been precedents of widowed principal wives ruling as regents and dutifully handling the affairs of the government for their young sons, but the short lifespan of ancient Egyptians meant that young rulers and the requirement for regents was not unusual. And Hatshepsut's royal credentials as both daughter and wife of past pharaohs were unimpeachable. Thutmose III was recognized as king from the beginning of his co-regent period, which ran from 1478 BC to 1473 BC. Monuments from the time show the child king in the form of an adult, as was traditional, performing royal duties and rituals. Hatshepsut, dressed in royal female garb, is depicted off to one side, demurely watching over her stepson. But Hatshepsut's rise to full power was not inevitable at the start of their joint reign. It was only several years later that Hatshepsut began appearing on monuments in the costume of the male pharaoh, indicating a change in status. The first example we have of this gender-swapping power dressing comes from the second year of the co-regent period, with Hatshepsut depicted in the Karnak temple complex in Thebes, wearing the robes of a female ruler, but the crown of a male king. This slow adoption of the symbols of the pharaoh suggests that her rise to power was gradual, rather than an abrupt coup. But in around 1473 BC, Hatshepsut took on the title of King of Upper and Lower Egypt, and the regalia and other formal titles of the Pharaoh of Egypt. This was a permanent promotion. Hatshepsut could not step down when Thutmose came of age, as the role of pharaoh was a lifelong responsibility. Pharaohs could not abdicate or rule temporarily, but even at this time, when her power was at its height, she ruled as a co-ruler with Thutmose III. The reasons behind Hatshepsut's decision to take on the full titles of kingship are lost to history. She may have been acting to safeguard the throne for Thutmose III, as the deaths of Thutmose's mother Isis and Hatshepsut's mother Ahmose removed the remaining links to the previous royal generation and perhaps left Hatshepsut feeling exposed. Although 19th and 20th century Egyptologists were keen to present Hatshepsut as an ambitious, cunning woman with an unnatural hunger for power, there is little evidence to support this view. It was more likely that Hatshepsut's instinct was to continue to rule as co-regent in the name of Thutmose III. Ruling with the full power of the pharaoh and in her own name would have been a great risk, given the existence of a legitimate heir and the limited precedence of female pharaohs. But a political crisis, perhaps a threat from an alternative branch of the royal family, forced her hand. She could not rule for Thutmose with the title of king's mother because he wasn't her son. His own mother, Isis, had been unable to take on the king's mother title because she had no royal blood. Between her own gender, Thutmose III's young age, and his limited legitimacy as the son of a secondary wife, Hatshepsut's options for establishing stable rule were very limited. In the end, she was the best placed to rule as the daughter and principal wife of two pharaohs and the holder of the influential religious title of God's wife. The title of God's wife of Amun had given her authority even before her elevation to co-regent or co-ruler. It was this title that won her the support of the priests. The God's wife led festivals to the god Amun, one of the primordial Egyptian gods who was later merged with the ancient sun god to become Amun-Ra, and assisted the high priest in his sacred duties at the great temple of Amun at Karnak. She was held in high regard because it was believed she had direct interaction with Amun. who was revered in Thebes as the creator god and later king of the gods. The god's wife had enough influence and power to dictate policy, as ancient Egypt was a priest-led society where religion and government were deeply intertwined. Hatshepsut was the last god's wife for many decades, perhaps because the role bestowed enormous power, privilege, and wealth on the woman who held this title. Hatshepsut's experience leading religious rituals and working closely with the priests stood her in good stead for the duties of a pharaoh. As well as leading religious processions and festivals, pharaohs had a more direct divine responsibility. Ancient Egyptians saw their pharaohs as a link between the gods and the human race. Pharaohs would be responsible for direct communication with the 42 state gods and goddesses and were charged with maintaining the cosmic order established during creation called Ma'at. In many cases, pharaohs themselves were seen as semi-divine beings, with some believed to be born of Amun-Ra, including Hatshepsut, and when they died would become fully fledged divine beings. As well as the support of the priests, Hatshepsut would have relied on the favor of the royal family and the courtiers. Arguments that the cunning Hatshepsut sought to overthrow her stepson and rule alone are undermined by the fact that the ancient Egyptian royal family relied on the support of other elite groups. The risk of being overthrown would have reminded Hatshepsut that she was answerable to others. It seems likely that the courtiers, as well as the priests, supported Hatshepsut's rise to power. Only 70 years before her reign, Egypt had been divided during the Second Intermediate Period, with large regions ruled by other groups, including the Hyksos in the north and the Kingdom of Kush in the south. Courtiers relied on the royal family for their privileged positions, and the loss of this royal line would have threatened their power and caused widespread turmoil. Stability and prosperity were the aims of the day, and Hatshepsut, along with the shining legacy of her father, Thutmose I, seemed to offer just that. There is no surviving evidence that suggests Hatshepsut faced any major challenges to her reign. Although she technically ruled as a co-ruler with her stepson, it was clear that Hatshepsut was in charge, with her stepson happy to lead her army and not use this power against her. Despite 19th and 20th century attempts to present this co-ruling duo as in conflict, with Thutmose seen as embittered by his stepmother's rising power, there is little evidence of this. The pieces of evidence which have reached us in the present show a harmonious working relationship. While he grew up, Thutmose valued Hatshepsut's experience of ruling, including during her father's reign while he fought in campaigns, her guidance and her illustrious status as a direct descendant of the royal bloodline. Without the public and elite support Hatshepsut had won, it is possible that the infant Thutmose would have lost the throne to another. It was perhaps the fear of her royal line losing the kingship that encouraged Hatshepsut to become pharaoh. Her claim to more power was supported, and she received the official regalia of the pharaoh, including the cut headcloth featuring the uraeus, the rearing cobra, a traditional false beard, and shendit kilt. Many statues survive showing Hatshepsut in this androgynous royal attire. In reliefs, she is shown striding forward and standing tall, as well as the traditional pious kneeling position, rather than the demure postures of Egyptian female figures. The feminine ankle-length dress and closed-feet stance are rarely used in images of Hatshepsut. Women could have high status in ancient Egypt and had legal rights to property, unlike in many other ancient and modern civilizations. There had been examples of powerful Egyptian women, including Hatshepsut's own mother, Ahmose, who wielded great influence as the king's daughter. Throughout ancient Egyptian history, many mortal women were worshipped as goddesses, and both before and after Hatshepsut, women reigned as pharaohs. Khentkaus I, Nitocris, and Sobek-Neferu had all ruled in some capacity prior to Hatshepsut, and Neferenferuaten, Tuosret, and Cleopatra were just some of the important female rulers who came after her. But there was no word for queen in ancient Egypt. King's wife was the title given to those who married the pharaoh. The ruler was called the king or pharaoh, no matter their gender, and female pharaohs, that is, women who ruled fully under their own name and with the regalia and titles of pharaoh, were not common. Before Hatshepsut, there had only been Sobek-Neferu, who had reigned 6 dynasties before her and had taken on the male title of king. As the office of pharaoh was a distinctly male one, adaptation was necessary for female rulers. The symbolism of ancient Egyptian kingship, the crook and flail, and the uraeus and masculine dress was designed for male rulers, given that the role usually passed from father to son. In the majority of the statues and works of art that have survived until the modern day, Hatshepsut is presented as a masculine king. This was one of the reasons why it took Egyptologists so long to identify her. Hieroglyphic inscriptions said female king, but the imagery was almost entirely masculine. Presenting herself as a male king wasn't deceitful, it was tradition. Egyptian art often presented things as they should be, rather than how they are. Older kings and infant kings, like Thutmose III, were also presented as having youthful, trim, masculine physiques. She presented herself as other kings did. Relief scenes show Hatshepsut completing historic kingly rituals, from making offerings to the gods and celebrating festivals to trampling foreign captives in the form of a sphinx. Hatshepsut did not completely hide her femininity as she took on the masculine attributes of the kingship. She replaced the traditional male titles and epithets used on hieroglyphic labels on statues and reliefs with feminine variations. Her name was often followed up with daughter of Re, and the feminine word endings she used led to grammatical oxymorons like His Majesty herself. In private spaces, statues of Hatshepsut depicted her with a mix of male and female attributes. 2 rare examples of these statues, now in the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York, show her with the masculine headdress of the pharaoh combined with an obvious feminine silhouette, or even in full feminine dress. It was in public spaces, such as on the processional way, that her statues presented her as a young king in the prime of life. When in sphinx form, kneeling or standing, Hatshepsut's statues sought to portray her as the ideal male king. She also called on the religious aspects of the pharaoh to bolster her legitimacy. She styled herself as Matkare, meaning truth is the soul of the sun god, to emphasize her connection to Amun. One myth even has her as the demigod child of Amun. She aimed to highlight her moral responsibilities as pharaoh. Ma'at, meaning the truth, order, and justice bestowed by the gods, referred to her ability as the legitimate pharaoh to communicate with the gods. This title plainly said that she was destined to help maintain Ma'at and bring stability and prosperity to Egypt. Hatshepsut's legitimacy was further bolstered by the proclamation of the Oracle of Amun. The oracle declared that Hatshepsut's rise to become pharaoh was in fact Amun's will. Hatshepsut promoted the words of the oracle by carving the following proclamation on many of her grand monuments. Welcome, my sweet daughter, my favorite, the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, Ma'atkare Hatshepsut. Thou art the pharaoh, taking possession of the 2 lands. But even the oracle's words did not make Hatshepsut lose sight of the fact that she was a co-ruler. She ordered a relief to be made to showcase her rise to power, which showed both herself and Thutmose III. This relief was placed in the Red Chapel, a sacred building in the sanctuary of Amun-Ra at the Temple of Karnak, which housed the Usurhat Amun, a golden boat used by the god Amun to travel around. Both she and her co-ruler Thutmose were presented as men, but Hatshepsut now took the place of precedence. The words of Amun, via the oracle and this visual representation of her power in a place sacred to Amun, emphasized her divine right to be pharaoh. To highlight her legitimacy, Hatshepsut also emphasized her connection to her father, Pharaoh Thutmose I. She appeared to idolize her father, who had won fame for his military victories and expansion. When Hatshepsut was a young child, he had returned from his victory against the Kushans in Nubia, with the naked body of a Nubian chieftain displayed on the prow of his ship. Thutmose's expansion of the Egyptian empire had vastly increased its prosperity. By presenting herself as her father's chosen successor, she tied herself to his illustrious legacy and to a long line of successful pharaohs of the 18th dynasty. However, historical evidence to support Hatshepsut's claim of being her father's named successor has not been found. The claim seems especially dubious given that Hatshepsut was married to her half-brother Thutmose II to strengthen his claim as heir. Tradition dictated that sons, even those of secondary wives, took precedence over daughters. Historically, women had only come to power when no male successor was available. So, it seems unlikely that Thutmose I would have named Hatshepsut as his successor. But Hatshepsut ensured that her version of history would persevere by inscribing her claim on the walls of her mortuary temple at Deir el-Bahari. Then His Majesty said to them, "This daughter of mine, Khnumetamun Hatshepsut, may she live, I have appointed as my successor upon my throne. She shall direct the people in every sphere of the palace. It is she indeed who shall lead you. Obey her words. Unite yourselves at her command." The royal nobles, the dignitaries, and the leaders of the people heard this proclamation of the promotion of his daughter, the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, Ma'at-Kare. May she live eternally. Visual representations and inscriptions in buildings were important parts of Egyptian history and successful kingship. Without these architectural works, little would be known of ancient Egypt today. But more importantly, building programs gave the pharaohs the opportunity for self-aggrandizement and legend building. The achievements of the pharaohs would live on in their architectural works long after they were gone. And Hatshepsut understood this better than anyone. Hatshepsut has been remembered predominantly for her influence on the arts. Her reign saw a cultural renaissance that was to have a lingering effect on Egyptian art and architecture for a millennium. She was one of the most prolific pharaoh builders, with thousands of projects throughout Upper and Lower Egypt, and especially around the city of Thebes. Many temples were built to display her piety and bolster her claim to semi-divine status as the god's wife of Amun. She also sought to promote her own accomplishments and show off the wealth her policies had brought to Egypt. It was a chance for her to write her own story and ensure that she would not be forgotten. Her buildings were of a much grander style than her predecessors and were so impressive that later rulers attempted to claim them as their own. She ordered the production of so much statuary that every major museum in the world has pieces from Hatshepsut's reign in their ancient Egypt collections, including a whole room dedicated to her pieces at the New York Metropolitan Museum of Art. The vastness of her building and statuary projects has left us important evidence about her as a ruler and about how she wanted to be perceived. The grandest of all Hatshepsut's building projects was, as was traditional, the mortuary temple of Hatshepsut, which still exists. Ancient Egyptian mortuary temples were not so much about death as they were a celebration of the eternal life of the pharaoh and their union with the god Amun. A mortuary temple was built for Hatshepsut in the complex at Deir el-Bahari on the west bank of the Nile River, across the bank from the ancient city of Thebes and the modern city of Luxor. It was built into the cliff face, looking towards the Karnak temple complex on the opposite side of the Nile, where prestigious temples and monuments had been built. She chose a site that would add to her prestige. Her temple was built next to that of Mentuhotep II, the first king of the Middle Kingdom, and the man who had reunified Upper and Lower Egypt. The plot had originally been quarried for her father's tomb. Hatshepsut linked her own mortuary temple to that of her father's, showing her devotion to him and tying their legacies together to emphasize her legitimacy. She sought to present herself as the rightful successor and dutiful daughter of Thutmose I. She even created a mortuary cult for him in her temple and later moved his body there so that they would lie there together. Hatshepsut and her father, Thutmose I, were not the only kings to designate their final resting places in this region. Hatshepsut's mortuary temple was so illustrious that future pharaohs built their own mortuary temples near to hers, forming what is now known as the Valley of the Kings. Architectural innovation dominated the design of Hatshepsut's temple. It began as a small project in the shadow of Mentuhotep II's tomb. The project grew into a large terraced monument that had to be cut into the cliff face, showing impressive architectural skill. It was enormous, almost the size of 2.5 football fields. It featured so many colonnades and courtyards upon its terraces that it appeared to rise up to the side of the mountain. Hatshepsut moved away from the fortress-like designs used by her predecessors and pioneered a more ornate, aesthetically pleasing look. Her beautiful architectural style inspired many future building projects and mortuary temples. Although many of the intricate elements of her original design are now missing, there is enough evidence left behind to piece together what the temple would have looked like in its heyday. The lower levels of her temple were softened with luscious gardens and reflective pools. The myrrh trees from the famous trade expeditions she sent to the semi-mythical land of Punt were planted here to highlight her link with the gods and the wealth and exotic goods she had brought to Egypt. The likeness of Hatshepsut appeared in the temple's design many times over. Over 100 statues of the female pharaoh in the form of a sphinx lined the processional way. These Hatshepsut sphinxes were placed here because the sphinx was seen as a spiritual guardian. This form also had the benefit of removing any signs of gender. The sphinx was always the head of the pharaoh and the body of a lion, sometimes with the addition of falcon's wings. More images of Hatshepsut were placed on the temple's terraces. Some of these statues were over 10 feet tall and were intended to be seen from a great distance. Several show Hatshepsut in devotional poses such as kneeling amongst offerings to the gods, or even taking on the appearance of Osiris, god of resurrection. The majority of the statues of Hatshepsut show her in a masculine light, in the appearance of the traditionally male pharaoh. Many of them have survived, some whole and some in fragments into the present. The centerpiece of the project was the Djeser Djeseru, the Holy of Holies, the center of the mortuary temple, which was accessed along a large causeway. It was a symmetrical, multi-column structure, similar in appearance to the Parthenon in Athens, which was built nearly 1,000 years later. The Djeser Djeseru sat back in the cliff face and at the top of the grand terraces. In the Djeser Djeseru were altars to Amun-Ra and to Hatshepsut, where her cult would continue to worship her even after her death. As well as their religious function, mortuary temples would glorify the pharaoh. The reliefs inside Hatshepsut's temple celebrated the achievements of her reign. The trading expedition to semi-mythical Punt on the Red Sea was represented. On the relief, sailors and traders load exotic luxury goods onto the Egyptian ships, from panther skins to frankincense, as well as the myrrh trees which were planted at the temple. The accompanying inscription reads, "Never were such things brought to any king since the world was." This relief showed Hatshepsut as a successful economic and religious leader. The trading mission to Punt was just one of many trade routes developed under her reign, and the prosperity they brought to Egypt was a significant part of the Third Golden Age. It also showed Hatshepsut as a successful religious leader, as these new exotic goods were thought to be especially desirable to the gods. Another significant relief showed Hatshepsut's divine conception and birth. Hatshepsut encouraged the narrative that she was the biological daughter of the god Amun, who had appeared to her mother in the form of her husband, Thutmose I. The later trend for emphasizing a pharaoh's divine birth is believed to have begun with Hatshepsut, who needed to legitimize her claim to the throne. Hatshepsut sought to highlight the sacred link between the pharaoh and the gods, in particular, her personal link with Amun. It was the first time a pharaoh had built a mortuary temple, which was primarily a temple to the god Amun. As well as the altar to Amun, new religious rituals were established to celebrate Amun and his connection with the pharaoh. For example, during a festival of the dead, the cult statue of Amun was sailed across the river to spend a night in Hatshepsut's tomb. The religious rituals she created, usually the privilege of male kings, would have been seen as important as the buildings she commissioned, and were clear evidence that she was the legitimate pharaoh. The landscape of Egypt was fundamentally altered by Hatshepsut's building projects. As well as her mortuary temple in Deir el-Bahari, she added and restored many more temples and monuments across Egypt. Monuments were constructed at the Temple of Karnak, as was the tradition under most pharaohs. The Red Chapel was built here, which was a religious chapel dedicated to Amun. and featured carvings showing key moments from Hatshepsut's life. A pair of obelisks were constructed to celebrate her 16th year as pharaoh. This momentous construction was commemorated on a relief which showed the 450-ton obelisks being transported along the Nile by 27 ships. As well as telling the story of her reign, the obelisks have allowed archaeologists a glimpse at Hatshepsutian architectural design and construction. The discovery of the unfinished obelisk, a broken version left in the quarry in Aswan where it was made, shows the hard work, craftsmanship, and innovation which went into creating these monuments. Hatshepsut also ordered the restoration of great monuments. The precinct of Mut, the mother goddess of Egypt, had been sacked during the Hyksos occupation and was rebuilt under Hatshepsut. The new design featured twin obelisks at the temple's entrance that, at the time, were the tallest in the world. One of them still stands today and is the second tallest ancient obelisk still upright. The restoration of the Mut precinct was a building project so magnificent that later pharaohs pillaged it for features to bolster their own projects. Other important building projects ordered by Hatshepsut included the Temple of Pakhet at Beni Hassan, south of Al-Minya. The temple mixed the cultures north and south of the area by being dedicated to both Bast and Sekhmet, two lioness war goddesses. Inside was a denunciation of the Hyksos by Hatshepsut. In it, she claimed that the Hyksos occupation of Egypt had created a cultural decline that was reversed by Hatshepsut herself. The huge underground temple was admired by the Greeks when they occupied Egypt during the Ptolemaic dynasty. It bore a resemblance to their own hunter goddess Artemis and was renamed by them the Speos, Artemidos. As with other impressive buildings, a later pharaoh, this time Seti I of the 19th dynasty, attempted to wipe Hatshepsut's name from the project and replace it with his own. Hatshepsut also devoted time and money to public works programs. These works were mainly focused on the area around Thebes, the dynastic and religious center of the Thutmose Hatshepsut era. A network of roads and sanctuaries were built, which encouraged access to religious sites and were also used for royal and theological processions. The transformation of the physical and ritual landscape of Egypt was not Hatshepsut's only accomplishment. She also brought huge wealth to Egypt by bolstering its diplomatic and trading links and by being uninterested in expensive wars. This was important as her innovations in architecture and ritual art required huge expenditure. It also pleased the elites, who desired access to exotic goods and wealth in order to display their status. Maintaining the Golden Age ensured Hatshepsut the support and loyalty she needed to rule. Hatshepsut came from a line of economically and culturally successful pharaohs. Her ancestor, Ahmose I, had reunified Egypt after the turbulent Second Intermediate Period, triggering a golden age. And her father, Thutmose I, had strengthened Egypt, leaving her a prosperous and expanding nation to rule. Spurred on by the economic growth and stability of the last few decades, the elites in Hatshepsut's court began to develop a cosmopolitan outlook, an interest in the technological and luxury goods in East Africa and Arabia belonged to the 18th dynasty period as a whole, but was particularly significant under Hatshepsut. There is archaeological evidence that new goods arrived in Egypt during the early part of the 18th dynasty, from new musical instruments to oil. Hatshepsut supported this more outward-facing worldview and the desire for foreign goods by building and reforming foreign ties. She sent expeditions to foreign lands to the south and the east and encouraged foreign embassies to visit with diplomatic gifts, which increased her prestige. She built new trading links to gain access to desirable goods, from frankincense, which was charred to make coal eyeliner, to oil and the latest military weapons. She worked to re-establish the trade networks disrupted by the Hyksos occupation of Egypt. She was particularly interested in reopening ancient trade routes, as she sought to go back to the ancient traditions of kingship, ritual and trade. Foreign trade was vital to a pharaoh because luxury goods were a symbol of royal power and legitimacy, but also had an important religious aspect. Exotic goods such as frankincense, which was believed to make a place divine through its smell, and myrrh were thought to impress the gods, especially the god Amun, whose name was used to legitimize Hatshepsut's trade missions. Towards the middle of her reign, Hatshepsut sent a large trade embassy fleet to the semi-mythical land of Punt. This fleet was made up of 5 ships at 21 meters long each, with several sails and 210 sailors. As Punt was located somewhere on the Red Sea, perhaps in East Africa or Arabia, the fleet were required to flat-pack their ships and carry them over 100 miles from the River Nile to the Red Sea. The expedition was successful and returned with frankincense, gold, ivory, exotic animals, panther skins, and, for the first time in recorded history, live trees. The expedition was commemorated in a relief at her mortuary temple and in many other tombs and temples on the west bank of the Nile. The prosperity which resulted from Hatshepsut's diplomatic and trading policies was unhindered by military expenses. Although her father had won fame through military victories and expansion, Hatshepsut pursued a peaceful foreign policy. The only possible exceptions to her peaceful reign were raiding expeditions to Byblos and the Sinai Peninsula, and campaigns against Nubia and Canaan. An early successful and short campaign in Nubia is shown on a relief at Hatshepsut's temple, though this militaristic relief does not take pride of place. Hatshepsut's foreign policy was directed at diplomacy and trade. An important element in Hatshepsut's success was her astute selection of royal officials. These hand-picked officials controlled the key government posts that were essential for effective rule, from diplomacy to monument building. The most notable of these officials was Senenmut, who, among many other titles, was the overseer of all royal works. Senenmut came from a non-royal, non-elite family, and perhaps had a military background. He rose quickly within royal circles after becoming the tutor of Hatshepsut's daughter Neferure. The number of his titles and responsibilities increased dramatically. According to some Egyptologists, he had as many as 93 titles, including the prestigious Great Steward of Amun. His responsibilities in this important role included taking care of the estates of the god Amun, which would have brought him huge material wealth. As the overseer of all royal works, he also played a leading role in Hatshepsut's building projects, including possibly designing her mortuary temple. The trust Hatshepsut had in him is evident in the responsibilities she gave him regarding her daughter, her most prized god, and the temple in which she would be laid to rest. Senenmut took advantage of his new wealth and prestige by building himself 2 tombs and at least 26 statues, more than any other non-royal. The masses of images and text about Senenmut represented a huge diversion in the way non-royals were presented. He even had images of himself praying placed in Hatshepsut's temple, though they were hidden discreetly behind doors, which would have been left open when the public could enter the temple. For ancient Egyptians, this merging of royal and non-royal effigies in a sacred temple would have been unusual and even distasteful. As Senenmut never married, and Hatshepsut didn't remarry after her husband's death, it has been suggested that they were lovers. 3 somewhat unconvincing pieces of evidence have been used to support this claim. Firstly, the titles and honors Hatshepsut bestowed on him, despite his non-elite status. Secondly, the fact that Senenmut's name features in Hatshepsut's mortuary temple more than her husband's name. And thirdly, a statue, now in the Neues Museum in Berlin, showing Senenmut hugging a female child, believed to be Hatshepsut's daughter Neferure. This third piece of evidence certainly highlights an unusual bond between Senenmut, his royal duty Neferure, and Hatshepsut, because non-aristocrats were not allowed to touch royalty. However, there is no strong evidence to support the argument that Hatshepsut and Senenmut had a physical relationship. While an example of temple graffiti showing a sexual relationship between a man and a woman, who may or may not be wearing the headdress of the pharaoh, has been suggested as being Hatshepsut and Senenmut, there is no evidence to support this identification. It is clear that Hatshepsut trusted and relied upon her advisor Senenmut, and that he had successfully made a space for himself in the close-knit royal family circle, but there is no legitimate evidence that they were lovers. After a long reign which spanned 2 decades, Hatshepsut died in the 22nd year of her rule. Although the precise date of her death is unclear, her successor, Thutmose III, recorded the start of his reign on the 16th of January 1458 BC. In that year, he took on the title Ruler of Ma'at for the first time, signaling that Hatshepsut had died. She is thought to have died in her late 40s and had lived what was considered a relatively long life in ancient times. No record of the cause of death has survived. It is believed that Hatshepsut was initially interned with her father, Thutmose I, as she had wished. However, Thutmose I's body was later moved elsewhere by Thutmose III. Hatshepsut's mummy was perhaps also moved at this time, with her new location most commonly believed to be in the tomb of her nurse, Sitre'in. This change was perhaps ordered by Amenhotep II, son of Thutmose III, by a secondary wife, as he sought to secure his own uncertain legitimacy to rule. Given this confusion, Hatshepsut's mummy has been difficult for Egyptologists to find. The mortuary temple, recorded as tomb KV20, did not contain any likely candidates. But in 1902, archaeologist Howard Carter, who found the tomb of Tutankhamun, discovered a second possible location for Hatshepsut's final resting place, tomb KV60, which had been the burial place of her nurse Sitre'in. This second site seems to fit in with the story of her body being moved to a more discreet location by her successors. Inside this tomb, 2 female mummies were found, and one was positively identified as Hatshepsut's nurse. The other was not identified. It was not until 2007 that archaeologist Zahi Hawass released a statement to the scientific community claiming that this second female mummy was indeed Hatshepsut. The process of identification was unconventional, as the DNA had not survived well enough for testing. Instead, a missing tooth in a box with Hatshepsut's name on it was reunited with this mummy, and it seemed to be a perfect fit. If this was Hatshepsut's mummy, it can shed some light on her mysterious death. This mummy showed signs of bone cancer, perhaps caused by a benzopyrene carcinogenic skin lotion found with the body. Her family was said to suffer from a genetic inflammatory skin disease, so perhaps the lotion had been used to soothe this condition. However, the tooth may have belonged to a later royal lady of the same name from the 21st dynasty. Equally, the hand position of the mummy was that of a king's wife, not a pharaoh, which suggests it wasn't her. In 2011, the identification of the missing tooth was proven to be false. The tooth was a lower molar, while the mummy from KV60 was missing an upper molar. Doubt was cast on Hawass's theory, but calls for the DNA testing of the tooth were halted by Hawass and the Cairo Museum, who wanted to protect it against the destruction caused by the testing process. To further complicate matters, Hatshepsut's funerary furniture has been found at several different sites across the Valley of the Kings. These items included a wide range of goods, from a throne-like bedstead to red jasper game pieces, all displaying her favoured lioness symbol and a partial shakti or funerary figurine. The true location of Hatshepsut's mummy, if Hawass's mummy is to be discounted, may simply never be found. Hatshepsut's resting place has been hard to find because, after 2 decades as pharaoh, she disappeared from history. She is missing from the royal list of kings, and the scribes never mentioned her. Her many monuments and temples were ascribed to later pharaohs, and she appears in vague references to a female ruler around that time, sometimes as an Amesis or an Amenenthe, but her name had vanished. Hatshepsut was returned to history in 1822 AD, when her name was found on a statue of what appeared to be a male ruler by Jean-François Champollion, decipherer of the Rosetta Stone. The hieroglyphic inscription on this masculine statue stated that it actually depicted a female ruler. The statue had been found in the inner chambers of Hatshepsut's temple at Deir el-Bahari. Everything in the public-facing areas had been completely erased. Even when Hatshepsut did appear in the historical narrative around the 19th century, Egyptologists often described her as a usurper. She was seen as a manipulative woman with an unnatural lust for power at the expense of her young stepson. She was interpreted as a vain, ambitious, and unscrupulous woman by Metropolitan Museum curator William Hayes in 1953, who excavated her funerary temple in the 1920s alongside curator Herbert Winlock. The scholarly consensus in the 19th and 20th centuries was that Hatshepsut had seized power rather than inherited it. Discoveries of pits full of broken Hatshepsut statues in the 1920s and 1930s only encouraged the view that Hatshepsut had stolen the throne from Thutmose III, who later avenged himself upon her legacy. The attack on Hatshepsut's image seems brutal enough to be personal. The heads of her statue had been severed, and the cobra symbol of royalty hacked from her forehead. The pharaohs were regarded as godlike, often as the physical representation of the gods. So this defilement was blasphemous. Other powerful women had been spared this treatment, but Hatshepsut had ruled not as a king's mother, as several other ancient Egyptian women had, but as a female king. These kings' mothers were honored for generations, often more so than the principal wife, showing that a woman holding power was not inappropriate to the ancient Egyptian mind. But female regnants and female pharaohs
What the fuck is that? That's not a
out of
thing.
history,
But this
perhaps
bitch
because
is.
they were succeeded
Damn,
not by their
bitch.
sons, but by others with weaker ties to the royal line
Fuck.
and limited legitimacy.
Scale
Destroying
0
the
to
public
10.
memory of these female
Mine.
rulers would strengthen the position of these
Charisma?
later kings.
I'm like a 12, but nevertheless, whatever. Whatever. As if, dude, what's it writing on? A NATO or some bullshit? Some stupid fucking thing. What is this? This shit is unbelievable. Oh. No, 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 no. No, no, no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. It's unbelievable. Oh. Oh, okay. What is this bullshit? Wow, this is some shit. Dog. Dude. If image. Oh. No, 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 no.
Folks, look at this. What is this on? Look at this footwork. Ooh.
That's the we'll get to it. Coming up soon. The Tufa
erasure of Hatshepsut from history was carried out possibly towards the end of Thutmose III's reign, and more certainly during the reign of his son, Amenhotep II. The erasure was carried out in a haphazard way. Crude cover-ups and additions aimed to hide her name and image by replacing her with Thutmose I or Thutmose II. Her image was chiseled off stone walls. Her name was removed from monuments and gaps left in works of art. Her statues were pulled down and smashed. In 1927, when curator Herbert Whitlock discovered a pit full of smashed Hatshepsut statues, he assumed this proved she had usurped the throne, and later been struck from history for this reason. The real reason why this incomplete rewriting of history occurred is unknown. Answers posed by archaeologists have included self-promotion and cost-saving. There was a tradition of rulers reusing the grand burial monuments and a statuary of older pharaohs for themselves. It has been argued that Amenhotep II, as co-ruler toward the end of his father's reign, had ordered the defacing of Hatshepsut's monuments. His legitimacy was perhaps questioned by Hatshepsut's legacy, as he was not related to her, and she held the purer line of descent from the great old pharaohs. He also broke from royal tradition by not recording the names of his wives and ending the powerful roles and titles of royal women, including that of God's wife. Older explanations that Thutmose III had co-reigned with Hatshepsut unwillingly and had attempted to erase her from history out of bitterness have since been overturned. Thutmose had the power, as leader of her army, to overthrow Hatshepsut, if he had so wanted. Even after her death, her images remained in view on public buildings for 20 years during his reign. The haphazard nature of the erasures also challenges the view that Thutmose was taking long-awaited revenge against Hatshepsut. The masses of images of her would not have survived the present if the motive had been hatred and jealousy. Only the most visible, most accessible images of Hatshepsut were removed. Access to her image was maintained beyond the reach of the public eye. It has been suggested that her image and name survived out of the public eye because whoever had orchestrated her erasure had wanted to avoid sacrilege. Mortuary temples were built to honor the gods, but also to provide a home for the cult of that particular pharaoh. The cult of the pharaoh would continue to worship the pharaoh after they had died, performing rituals which renewed the pharaoh's divinity. It was believed that after their death, pharaohs became fully divine and assimilated with Osiris, god of reincarnation, and Ra, god of the sun. Given this view of Egyptian kingship, whoever erased Hatshepsut may have deliberately avoided tarnishing her divinity. Another theory was that Thutmose aimed to relegate Hatshepsut to the position of regent, the traditional role of powerful women, in order to safeguard future royal succession patterns. The achievements of Hatshepsut's reign was evidence that the traditional male role of pharaoh could be successfully held by a woman. Hatshepsut proved, more so than other ancient Egyptian female rulers, that a woman could rule during a long, prosperous and expansive period. It would also have simplified Thutmose III's own claim to the throne by implying that he inherited it directly from Thutmose II, the named heir of Thutmose I. This would explain why only public celebrations of Hatshepsut and her accomplishments were erased, and why her name was removed from king lists. If the reinterpretation was an attempt to smooth the path for his son's succession, this would explain why the attack on Hatshepsut only began towards the end of Thutmose III's reign. Whatever the motive, the brutal but haphazard erasure of Hatshepsut resulted in an incomplete picture of her when she was rescued from history. The destruction of her image and monuments has been dimly interpreted as evidence that she was a power-hungry woman who deserved to be erased. But as cultural attitudes towards women in power have changed, so too have views on Hatshepsut. Instead of asking how she had tricked her way to power and manipulated her stepson, historians today debate the circumstances which allowed Hatshepsut to come to power, her relationship with her co-ruler Thutmose III, and why he might have tried to destroy her memory 20 years after her death. She broke tradition by ruling as regent for a son who was not her own. She was only the second woman to become pharaoh, and rule under her own name. She bolstered female kingship and built extensive temples to publicly celebrate her reign. Many women went on to hold positions of power, including becoming pharaoh after her, but she was perhaps given this power by men seeking to further their own wealth and influence. Her heritage and her record as the god's wife, and as a placeholder ruler while her father was on military campaigns, had perhaps convinced elites that she was uniquely placed to rule Egypt at a time of prosperity. She was, as historian Karakuni states, the only woman to have ever taken power as a king in ancient Egypt during a time of prosperity and expansion. And then she was erased from history. There is evidence to suggest that Hatshepsut herself was conscious that her legacy might be deliberately buried. On a second pair of obelisks at Karnak, she had the following inscription inscribed: "Now my heart turns this way and that as I think what the people will say. Those who shall see my monuments in years to come, and who shall speak of what I have done." Although she temporarily disappeared from history and was not the most famous female pharaoh, a distinction reserved for Cleopatra, Hatshepsut arguably left the greatest cultural legacy of any pharaoh. Her monuments and temples inspired thousands of architectural works even after she was gone. Some of the greatest architectural wonders of the ancient world, including her mortuary temple, were built during her reign. Masses of exotic goods, artifacts, artworks, and monuments found from Hatshepsut's reign show that she laid the foundations of the golden age of the New Kingdom. Ancient Egypt undoubtedly flourished under her rule. What do you think of Hatshepsut? Was she an effective and legitimate ruler, or was she a scheming stepmother, removed from history because she had stolen the throne? Please let us know in the comment section, and in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
Folks. Hatshepsut could get it. Why? Why not? The fuck is the name of this shit? People profiles. People profiles. Not about what are we listening. Bad guys. Really? No. Why? Huh? No. No. American Shogun. But you kiss my ass. Communist leaders. Great writers. Implement dictators. Great queens. I'm a great queen, baby. Leaders of world wars. Roman emperors. American icon. Elvis isn't number one. Go fuck yourself. Ronald Reagan? Never. OJ? No. Medieval monarchs. What about great writers? Be someone safe. Dostoevsky. Not right now, baby. Communist leaders, Doug. Stalin's not one, or Trotsky, or Kim Jong-un. Yo, dog, let's learn everything we can about Kim Jong-un. Motherfucker just slanging dick in Korea. Motherfucker Kim. Everybody knows that.
On the 3rd of September 2017, the North Korean military detonated a nuclear weapon underground.
Look at this move.
One that was approximately 10 times.
Girl, I'll give you a nuclear weapon underground, baby. Spread them legs.
Alright, here we go. The detonation of it caused a 6.3 magnitude earthquake. The nuclear test was one of several incendiary actions taken by the North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un in 2017 and 2018 to demonstrate his power at home and abroad. Who is this North Korean dictator, and how much of a threat does he pose to the safety of East Asia? This is the story of Kim Jong-un, the third ruler of North Korea. The man known to history as Kim Jong-un is officially said to have been born on the 8th of January 1982, presumably in the city of Pyongyang in North Korea. There is no certainty about this, though. International intelligence services argue that it is more likely that he was born in January 1983 or January 1984. For instance, when he studied abroad in Switzerland as a young man, his passport gave his birth date as 1984. It is believed that the year 1982 was symbolically chosen because it correlated closely with the 70th anniversary of his grandfather's birth. Kim's father was Kim Jong-il. He was the son of Kim Il-sung, the leader of North Korea, officially known as the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Il-sung became the supreme leader of communist North Korea, backed by the Soviet Union and the Chinese Communists, directly after the end of the Second World War. He would rule North Korea as its absolute dictator down to his death in 1994, when he was succeeded by Kim's father, Kim Jong-il. Hence, over 3 dynasties, the Kim family have ruled North Korea with an iron grip since the end of the Second World War. However, the nature of the state and its foreign relations have changed over time. Kim's father had overlapping wives between the late 1970s and early 2000s. Sung Ye-rim was his eldest wife. Ko Young-hee was his second wife, a former dancer who later became the de facto First Lady of North Korea. Kim Jong-un was born from this second marriage. He is known to have 2 full biological siblings, an older brother who plays no role in the country's politics, and a younger sister, Kim Yo-jong, who plays a considerable role in the regime. Then there are many half-siblings, one of whom Kim Jong-un has famously clashed with. There may be other illegitimate siblings. Given the secretive nature of North Korean society, it is difficult to be sure. Kim was born into a relatively new country with a paradoxically very ancient history. North Korea, for instance, had only been established as a separate country following the end of the Second World War in the autumn of 1945. However, the Korean Peninsula is home to an ancient culture that has made great contributions to world history. For instance, some of the most important innovations in paper production and block printing were made in Korea in the first millennium, before being transmitted across Eurasia to Europe in medieval times. Later, under the Joseon dynasty that ruled Korea between 1392 and 1910, Korea's culture flourished, but it also turned inwards as it became fearful of Western influences, especially the spread of Christianity. Westerners began to refer to it as the Hermit Kingdom in the late 19th century. It was conquered by Japan early in the 20th century and remained a core part of the Empire of Japan until the end of the Second World War. Following this, it was divided along the 38th parallel between a Soviet-backed communist North Korea and a US-backed pro-Western South Korea. In a way, North Korea continued to carry the torch as a hermit kingdom after the war. Kim's grandfather had tried initially to unite Korea under communist rule through the Korean War between 1950 and 1953. Once that failed, North Korea turned inwards, becoming a secretive and authoritarian state. Where South Korea flourished to become a modern and emerging technological economy, albeit under its own dictators and strongmen down to the 1980s, North Korea remained backwards economically and cut off from much of the world. Still, until the end of the Cold War, North Korea had many allies and its economy benefited from them. The situation would change in the 1990s and 2000s as recent history cast a considerable shadow over North Korea. Although Kim was born in Pyongyang and was part of the ruling family there, his earliest years and much of his life ever since was cut off from the day-to-day realities of ordinary North Koreans. The family live in over a dozen plush palaces and elaborate residences, staffed and run by hundreds or even thousands of staff, and every whim of the family was taken care of from Kim's earliest days. Unlike the people of their country, who generally live in poverty, the Kim family was surrounded by Western technology and modern amenities. Kim's relationship with his mother was reportedly very close, as was that with his sister, Kim Yo-jong. The latter relationship has endured down to the present day, and she is one of the people closest to her brother. Kim Yo-jong is even viewed as a potential successor if Kim dies before his own children come of age. His only known child, Kim Ju-ai, has also been mooted as his potential successor, although as of 2026, she is thought to be only 13 years old. As a young man, Kim's primary education took place at the Kumsusan Palace of the Sun School in the capital, a school for the elite of the North Korean regime, before being sent to Switzerland. There, he attended the Liebefeldstein-Hölzli-Schule under an alias, Pak Un, though clearly many locals must have found the strange entourage which surrounded this 10 or 11-year-old child in the town of Bern to be peculiar. There he learned to speak some English and German, and presumably a little bit of French as well, though Kim has never been known for his gifted educational abilities. He returned to North Korea in around 2000 to complete his secondary education. It was in Switzerland where he seemingly developed a fascination with basketball. A strange development, given that basketball is hardly that prestigious in a country where football, skiing, and other sports are much more favored. Back in North Korea by the start of the 21st century, Kim had to adjust to the new political climate in the country. When he left for Europe years earlier, the country was undergoing a political transition. His grandfather, Kim Il-sung, who had ruled for nearly half a century, died on the 8th of July 1994. Kim Il-sung had ruled over a country that was far from isolated on the world stage. He had backers in Russia and China, and a host of close allies amongst other communist rulers, such as Nicolae Ceausescu in Romania, and even members of the non-aligned movement in the Cold War, such as India. All of that had changed in the early 1990s as the Cold War came to an end and North Korea became isolated. This was a development compounded by China's economic market liberalization and efforts to move towards the model of growth pursued by countries like Taiwan, Singapore, South Korea, and Hong Kong between the 1950s and 1980s. As a result, while Kim Jong-il's succession had been planned as early as 1980, it was unclear what approach he would adopt as the new country's leader. In the end, Kim opted for continuing North Korea's isolationist approach and even deepened it, seeking economic autonomy. In the short term, this was disastrous. The first 5 years of Kim Jong-il's time as leader were characterized by crisis and famine. As the subsidies that North Korea had relied on for years from Russia and other Cold War allies dried up, food shortages abounded. Hundreds of thousands tried to flee the country. Many more, perhaps even millions, either starved to death or experienced severe malnutrition. If Kim Il-sung was guilty of developing an authoritarian government with strong ties to the Soviet Union and China, his son quickly established himself as someone who had little concern for the well-being of his own people. Kim was away in Switzerland, but he must have been aware of what was happening at home on some level. Kim was a child when his father became supreme leader of North Korea in 1994. He was also a child of his second marriage and was not viewed as the heir in waiting at this early point in affairs. Instead, his older half-brother from Kim Jong-il's first marriage to Sung Ye-rim, Kim Jong-nam, was believed to be the designated successor. Jong-nam was born in 1971 and was consequently entering his mid-20s at the time that his father became the new head of state. He had years to further acclimatize to the position and was viewed in some circles within North Korea as a relatively shrewd individual. However, two major developments occurred after Kim Jong-un returned to North Korea from his studies in Switzerland, which rapidly changed the succession plans. Firstly, fear began to grow that Jong-nam was a reformer of sorts who was not dedicated to the Juche ideology of the country. This is a political ideology similar to Marxist-Leninist thought. It was developed extensively in the writings of Kim Il-sung throughout his long reign and elaborated on further by his son and successor. Secondly, in the summer of 2001, Kim Jong-nam was arrested in Japan after traveling there with his family using fake passports and under assumed aliases. The purpose of the trip was to visit Disneyland in Tokyo. This did not reflect well on his suitability as a potential future leader of North Korea. Owing to the poor judgment displayed by Kim Jong-nam and the fact that Jong-un was now entering his 20s and beginning to build up his own faction of supporters at the North Korean political court, a power struggle emerged in Pyongyang during the 2000s. Remember, Kim Jong-il was well into his 50s when he succeeded his father. As such, his reign was never going to be as long as that of Kim Il-sung. It was therefore important for the successor to position himself to take over before Jong-il died. This was especially so given that there were frequent rumors about their father's ill health, including one bizarre story that he had died from diabetes in the early 2000s and was being represented on the world stage by an impersonator. To cement his growing claim to succeed his father, despite being a much younger son, Jong-un married in 2009 and had children. His wife was Ri Sol-ju. Little is known about her background, upbringing, or political views, and perhaps that was the goal. Theirs is a seemingly traditional, stable marriage that has resulted in several children. In contrast, Kim Jong-nam had several wives and mistresses, many who have lived extensively in Macau and Beijing in China over the years. Their connections to foreign entities complicated the possibility of Jong-nam succeeding even further. Beyond his wife and family, Kim is known for being a bit of an enigma. He has been widely satirized in Western media on account of this, and there are a lot of genuinely quirky elements to his personality. For instance, his love of cheese has allegedly led to a complex system of importing cheeses from around the world. He is famously scared of flying and travels across large distances by train. He has a strange fascination with Western culture. In Kim Jong-un's case, this manifested itself around basketball, and he is a keen fan of the NBA. This is a peculiar family tendency. His father was notorious for his massive collection of Western DVDs. Kim is also understood to potentially have a large fondness for alcohol. Political meetings can involve drinking strong spirits and rice wine. What this means is that even at a relatively young age, Kim is possibly suffering from a lot of health problems. He is clearly obese and is also potentially suffering from gout. These known particularities about him aside, there is an awful lot about Kim that remains unknown today to those outside of North Korea. From as early as his older brother's ill-fated Disney World trip in 2001, Kim Jong-il was beginning to groom Kim Jong-un as his new successor. Insiders within the regime and defectors have stated that Jong-un was simply viewed as being most like his father in temperament and approach. Hence, at the end of the 2000s, Kim Jong-il began bringing his son into government and giving him new responsibilities. This clearly demonstrated to the powerful North Korean military and other power brokers that Jong-un was the new successor designate and would follow his father as third supreme leader of North Korea. They did not have long to wait for this to become an eventuality. In 2009, Kim Jong-un was officially announced as the successor. 2 years later, Kim Jong-il died at 70 years of age on the 17th of December 2011. The country that Kim took over in 2011 was facing many challenges. On account of its strange history and the development of its nuclear weapons system under his father, the country was deeply isolated on the world stage. It was also already under crippling economic sanctions, and there had been a failure to revive the economy for the most part. The situation had improved slightly since the famine of the 1990s, but there were continuing food shortages. It was also common for electricity to simply be unavailable. Pyongyang functioned reasonably well as the capital, yet even there, the power could go out for days at a time. Further away from the capital, it was like living in the pre-modern world. In the cities and towns, there were industries, though these were very much like early Soviet-era facilities or those found in Germany at the start of the 20th century. The average salary was the equivalent of less than $2,000 a year, while the overall size of the economy was just $28 billion. Compare this with South Korea. Admittedly, the population there was approximately twice the size of North Korea's, with some 50 million inhabitants in 2011. However, at slightly less than $2 trillion in overall value, its economy was 60 times the size of North Korea's. Furthermore, what money North Korea had was generally being expended on its military or a highly corrupt political establishment. This would allow Kim and his family to live in luxury. Two things are worth bearing in mind when it comes to Kim Jong-un and his regime. Firstly, there is the manner in which he has relied on a small number of key nations abroad for the regime to remain buoyant economically and politically. Today, a lot of the international headlines are generated by Kim's alliance with Vladimir Putin, a topic which we'll return to shortly. But for the very most part, North Korea is a de facto province of the People's Republic of China. China accounts for about 90% of North Korea's trade and economic support, and has done so since the end of the Cold War. It also has ties to other countries that are deemed to be pariah states within the global world order, such as Afghanistan, Syria, Iran, Eritrea, and Equatorial Guinea. In short, under Kim, North Korea has displayed zero interest in becoming a more acceptable member of the international community. It is under heavy sanctions and is one of the few countries worldwide which refuses to sign dozens of international treaties on human rights. Finally, because of its huge reliance on China, Russia, and Iran, North Korea has no option but to go along with whatever the foreign policy prerogatives of those nations have been over time. As we will see very shortly, this has dragged North Korea into its first hot war in 70 years in Ukraine. The Chinese Premier Xi Jinping does not like it when North Korea acts unilaterally to fire ballistic missiles over Japanese airspace. The Chinese are, above all, merchants. They want a stable system in the Pacific that fosters trade and wealth. Kim is often seen as a liability, in much the same way Beijing is perhaps not delighted about how destabilizing Russia's war in Ukraine has been for the world order and trade in general. There has been one notable effort made during Kim's 13-plus years as head of North Korea to try to reach a rapprochement with the Western world. This concerned negotiations between Kim and the American President Donald Trump back during his first term as US President. Trump has many detractors and many supporters. Some of the things he has been particularly anxious to break ground around are in the realm of international affairs. This has had some success when it came to the Abraham Accords in the Middle East and his recent brokering of a peace agreement between Israel and Hamas in October 2025. When Trump first entered office in 2017, tensions were extremely high between North Korea and the West, especially owing to the launching of missiles over Japanese and South Korean airspace. Trump's administration organized a summit in Singapore with Kim in mid-June 2018. This was the first meeting after 70 years since the division of the Korean Peninsula, during which a US president had met with a leader of North Korea. The summit met with little tangible success. A second summit was organized in Hanoi in Vietnam for the following year, but ultimately this diplomacy had virtually no tangible impact. Under President Joe Biden and Trump's second term, no further progress has been made towards rapprochement with Kim's North Korea, in large part because of his alliance with Russia and distractions with other conflicts. A huge element of Kim's time as leader of North Korea has been centered on the country's nuclear weapons program. The regime had begun working towards achieving nuclear power all the way back in the dark days of the Cold War in the 1960s. In the 1970s, the Yongbyon Nuclear Research Center was set up with Soviet aid. This was meant to be for the purposes of producing nuclear energy, not weapons, at a time when Moscow was trying to convince its allies to sign up to the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons. With Soviet assistance cooling in the late 1970s and 1980s, the quest for a nuclear weapon slowed, and Kim's grandfather appears to have genuinely decided that cooperation with other international parties was better than acquiring a nuclear deterrent. It was really under Kim's father that North Korea went full speed ahead on acquiring a nuclear weapon. It entered into talks with the US and Western nations about freezing its program in the post-Cold War world, while simultaneously moving ahead clandestinely with that same program. In 2003, it officially withdrew from the Non-Proliferation Treaty and accelerated its drive to finish making a weapon. The culmination of all this was that the regime tested its first ever plutonium-type nuclear weapon on the 9th of October 2006. The yield was small. It was less than 1 kiloton. To put this in perspective, the two bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945 were 15 and 21 kilotons. Regardless, North Korea had successfully tested a nuclear weapon. Kim's time as leader of North Korea has involved major expansion of the nuclear weapons program. The first known nuclear test during his rule, North Korea's third overall, was carried out in 2013 and was a message to the international community that he intended to continue where his father had left off. Then came a swift fourth, fifth, and sixth test in quick succession in 2016 and 2017. The sixth was the most concerning. While the previous tests had been gradually increasing its strength up to roughly 10 kilotons, the 2017 test was estimated to have been anywhere between 140 and 250 kilotons, roughly 10 times more powerful than the weapons dropped by the US on Japan in 1945. This was deeply concerning for the international community. A bomb this size would not completely destroy a city as large as Seoul, the capital of South Korea, but it would cause devastating damage, killing hundreds of thousands of people, perhaps even millions, and creating a nuclear half-life that would make the city uninhabitable and lead to widespread death from radiation poisoning as well in its aftermath. Having tested this weapon, North Korea had proved to the world that it was now an enormous threat to its neighbors. On top of this, Kim Jong-un is the North Korean ruler who has really ramped up the country's drive towards building more and more advanced ballistic missiles, ones that can travel thousands of kilometers. In theory, weapons like the Hwasong-15 and Hwasong-17 ICBMs could reach as far as the west coast of the US. They would be intercepted before they did, yet the main point remains. If North Korea is attacked, it could quickly devastate South Korea and potentially Japan too with its weapons. It is reasonable to say that the North Koreans are not stupid or crazy, though they might like to appear unpredictable at times for the simple reason that unpredictability is a weapon that can be deployed in international diplomacy. The reality is that Kim and his advisors have developed these weapons and continue to carry out tests because they ensure the continuation of the regime. Simply put, Western powers like the United States are not attempting to try to overthrow the North Korean regime. While interception technology is getting better and better all the time in the 21st century, if the North Koreans fired off an intercontinental ballistic missile fitted with a nuclear warhead at Seoul, it would likely make it through and strike the city, for the simple reason that it's so close to North Korea. Therefore, as much as Kim might appear volatile, there is a strategic rationale to what North Korea has done over the last 20 years. Nobody is going to try to overthrow the dictatorship here in the way that Saddam Hussein was overthrown in 2003. Or by the manner in which the CIA and other foreign adversaries have worked to undermine governments in many different countries. North Korea's nuclear deterrent has, therefore, meant that Kim can act in ways inaccessible to countries without nuclear weapons. Take the example of the assassination of his older brother, Kim Jong-nam. After he fell out of favor and was removed from the succession in 2003, Jong-nam was exiled from North Korea. In the years that followed, he moved around repeatedly. For instance, he was in Macau for a long spell of time and was said to have good relations with the Chinese government. There were also inferences that he was in contact with Western governments. It is believed that he was allowed to fly back to North Korea for an extremely brief visit to pay his respects when his father died in 2011. Even though he repeatedly stated he had no desire to return to North Korea after this to try to displace his brother in the 2010s, concerns continued surrounding his actions in Pyongyang. These were intensified by the publication of a book entitled My Father, Kim Jong-il, and Me, by Jong Nam. Kim decided to act after he determined that his brother was a lingering threat abroad. In a bizarre incident, two women approached Jong Nam in Kuala Lumpur International Airport in Malaysia on the morning of the 13th of February 2017 and threw a substance on him. They believed they were taking part in a prank game show. In reality, they had applied a VX nerve agent on Jong Nam after being instructed to do so by North Korean agents who quickly flew out of Malaysia. He died within 20 minutes from the lethal contact. The two women involved were eventually exonerated as they were not aware of what they were doing. Kim Jong-un has never claimed responsibility for the attack, but it was clearly the North Koreans. It is hard to imagine a government acting in such a clearly inflammatory way as this on foreign soil without a sizable military deterrent of the kind North Korea possesses. It is the typical assumption for many people that these human rights abuses in North Korea are solely the result of Kim Jong-un and his iron grip on power. Conversely, many people question how powerful he really is, or how actively he controls the government. Questions of this sort were especially prevalent when he assumed power as a young man. Stories focused on his obsession with basketball, playing video games, and apparent fondness for alcohol, to suggest that he might not be as actively in control of North Korea as the regime want the outside world to believe. To analyze this, we need to look at the structure of the regime and government in North Korea. The state has been controlled at the very top by the Kim family since the very foundation of the country after the Second World War. Kim and his father and grandfather before him have all held the official title General Secretary of the Workers' Party of Korea. They have all been leaders of the sole political party within North Korea, which proclaims itself to still be a communist party in line with its establishment along communist lines after the Second World War. The executive organ of the Workers' Party is the Politburo, a kind of government cabinet that has ministers who, in theory, advise Kim and act as heads of different government departments. Like any country, no matter what kind of system it operates, there is an entire system of national, regional, and local government. No state can operate without such a system. Therefore, while Kim would appear to be the all-powerful head of North Korea, and this is how the regime presents him, there is a functioning political system and government apparatus in North Korea at the same time. Where the real question of the power structure within North Korea arises is over the relative power of the Korean People's Army and the generals at the top of it. Simply put, the North Korean regime has survived by placing military strength at the very core of its activity. If North Korea did not have a large military and a nuclear weapons system that poses a threat to neighbors like South Korea and Japan, the regime would probably not have survived. Yet, like all dictatorships, the Kim family can only remain in power so long as it retains control over the military. If a dictator loses the support of the military, he is usually finished. Accordingly, some international observers have questioned whether Kim Jong-un, who can, as we have seen, come across as an immature and frivolous individual in certain ways, is actually the real power in North Korea, or if a cohort of military generals wield effective power while Kim remains the figurehead of the regime. For instance, Kim Yong-bok is an extremely powerful figure within the North Korean military, who appears to wield an enormous amount of influence. He rose steadily during the latter stages of the rule of Kim Il-sung and throughout the rule of Kim Jong-il. Under Jong-un, he has become one of the most powerful people in North Korea, sitting on the Central Committee of the Workers' Party, holding the title of Colonel General in the military, and heading up several of the elite units of the Korean People's Army. Through these, it is estimated that he oversees hundreds of thousands of military personnel. He has been broadly in charge of the North Korean contribution to Russia's war in Ukraine, and is regularly photographed with Kim and during international summits with allied leaders of the regime like Vladimir Putin. Many observers question if people like Yong-bok are the real power behind the metaphorical throne in North Korea. However, there is a lot of evidence to indicate that Kim really is as wholly in control of the regime as he outwardly seems. He has, for example, ruthlessly demoted people when he thinks that they have become too powerful, and on occasion, these individuals and generals have broadly disappeared from public view. This is what happened with Ri Yong-ho in 2012, only a few months after Kim came to power. Ri rose through the ranks of the military under Kim's grandfather and father. He became the army chief in the final years of Kim Jong-il's rule. Just 6 months after Kim Jong-un came to power, Ri was purged from his positions. It is unclear to this day if he was killed or what his fate was. This has happened with many potential rivals for power within North Korea. Nor does Kim simply remove individuals and have them disappear as soon as he perceives them as a threat. There also appears to be a pattern of demoting officials and rotating them between offices. For instance, Pak Tae-sung rose under Kim Jong-il and continued to earn promotion under Kim. He became chairman of the Supreme People's Assembly in 2019, but then promptly disappeared from public appearances in 2021. However, he has since re-emerged and has been made the premier of North Korea, a kind of head of cabinet. Clearly, what Kim is doing here is making individuals reliant on him, but also introducing uncertainty into the lives and positions of any potential rivals. Concurrently, he has promoted allies who owe their positions exclusively to him. There is a very strong argument that Kim is fully in charge of North Korea. One of the reasons why Kim's control over North Korea has been questioned is owing to some of the more unusual events of his time in charge of the country. Take the example of the visits of Dennis Rodman to North Korea over the years. Rodman is one of the most famous and successful basketball players of all time. He won 5 NBA championships in the 1990s with the Detroit Pistons, San Antonio Spurs, and Chicago Bulls, and was considered to be one of the greatest players of his era, second only to Michael Jordan. His post-playing career has been less salubrious. Rodman's issues with alcohol and mental health struggles are well documented. They in part explain his decision to visit North Korea on several occasions to help train the North Korean basketball team and indulge Kim's passion for the sport as his guest of honor there. During one of these visits in 2014, Rodman was accompanied by a large entourage and the entire embassy for a documentary entitled Dennis Rodman's Big Bang in Pyongyang. The whole thing turned into something of a dangerous debacle after Rodman appeared visibly drunk and aggressive during several state gatherings with North Korean officials and verbally attacked the narrator of the documentary, the Irish journalist Matt Cooper. The whole thing did not exactly cast Kim and his nation in a serious light. We see a washed-up and drunken former sports star as the bizarre guest of honor, indulging Kim's hobby in a country with virtually no experience of any success in professional or national basketball events. Incidents like this are what make it so hard to decipher who Kim is and what he is about as a leader. The Rodman incident should not fool anyone at the same time. North Korea has long been known for its human rights abuses and the brutal way it crushes political dissidents. Accurate figures are hard to come by, but there are clearly hundreds of thousands of people either in jail or internment camps in North Korea. The jails are terrible places, rife with disease and often resembling 19th century prisons from other parts of the world. Slave labor is employed here to produce goods that turn a profit for the regime. Torture is prominent, and Kim sanctions it, though it should be acknowledged that these are both long-standing issues that preceded his time in power, and that people are filtered in and out regularly. Many serve as re-education camps, used to suppress any form of political dissent. They are part of the wider oppressive system of state censorship, and the cult of the leader in North Korea. This was built on the same fundamental principles as the cult of leadership around Joseph Stalin and Mao Zedong in Russia and China at the time when North Korea came into existence. Hundreds of huge statues of Kim, his father and grandfather adorn public places around the country, and the state-run news agencies typically refer to him as great leader, beloved father of the people, or even the genius of creation and construction. It is also almost impossible to escape the state-censored media. For instance, North Korea runs its own internally controlled version of the World Wide Web, known as the Kwangmyong. There are virtually no loopholes around it to find information from the wider World Wide Web. Only high-level state officials, or a small number of tech-savvy hackers living near the land border with China, are able to get access to the wider internet and its huge traffic. Equally, telecommunications are controlled by Kim's government, with a state-run network called Koryolink running the mobile phone networks. Kim is the member of the dynasty who has overseen all of this. The need for such state censorship of this kind was unnecessary in his grandfather's time, and was only emerging as an issue in North Korea towards the final years of his father's rule. Kim, to use a simple term, is the digital age dictator of the Kim dynasty in North Korea. Kim's position within North Korean society is not all about brute force, authoritarianism, and a cult of leadership. A certain section of North Korean society favors him because their lives had improved during his time as ruler of the country since late 2011. The 1990s and 2000s were tough years for the regime. Conversely, there has been decent economic growth in the 2010s and parts of the 2020s. Elements of the kind of Western market liberalization favored by China and Vietnam, two countries that claim to still be communist, but which are clearly not, have been introduced. Collectivized farms and factories are allowed to reinvest their profits, and workers are given better pay and conditions based on performance. The average North Korean still lives in poverty, though not to the same extent as in the final years of Kim's grandfather's rule or his father's 17-year reign. This is in stark contrast to Kim himself and his wife and children, as well as the upper brass of the government and military. Kim is, for instance, a billionaire in real terms, with many palaces, a fleet of luxury cars, trains, and huge amounts of disposable assets and cash reserves. The family are always conscious of the possibility of regime change, so billions of dollars in assets are held by Kim and his closest allies in banks in China and Southeast Asia. They also probably hold assets in Swiss and Caribbean banks through third parties and shell accounts, though this is hard to prove. Beyond this, Kim has operatives who engage in a labyrinthine array of schemes to bring in money for himself, his family, and his allies. North Korea, for instance, is now recognized as one of the biggest players worldwide when it comes to cryptocurrency scams. The benefit it enjoys in this area is that it is a state rather than an individual. If an individual cryptocurrency scam artist robs hundreds of millions of dollars in crypto assets, they can avoid detection for a while by moving to places like Dubai, Myanmar, and the Philippines, or even somewhere like Serbia and Bulgaria in the Balkans. However, they can eventually face extradition, and laws are tightening everywhere. North Korea is an exception, a place where the ruler himself is the scam artist. Some studies suggest the regime has made several $1 billion in crypto-related scams in recent years, much of which is funneled to Kim and his family and allies. Kim, like all world leaders, had to oversee his state's management of the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 and 2021. global understanding of how the pandemic played out in North Korea is limited. The regime was slow to admit that the virus had even entered the country or confirm its first cases. The inference was that North Korea remained miraculously free of the disease until well into the pandemic, despite its proximity to China, where the pandemic originated late in 2019. In a way, it makes a lot of sense that North Korea would not have had a lot of the virus circulating in its country. It's an isolated nation, with virtually zero tourists or business travelers coming in and out. Furthermore, its land borders are not exactly porous. The southern border is a demilitarized zone that a person can be shot for trying to cross over. North Korea was consequently like an island, in the way that it could shut itself off from the world and attempt a zero-COVID strategy. And this is how it tried to present matters, claiming that the virus-free country was indicative of the success of Kim's leadership. In reality, though, the disease was circulating in North Korea earlier than most other countries. Although Kim's government did move extremely quickly to close its borders and limit travel in January 2020, 2 months before most of the rest of the world, it was already present in cities like Sinuiju, where the country's first death took place in February 2020. Information about the disease trajectory in North Korea was extremely limited. In 2022, by which time the pandemic was dying down worldwide, the country finally admitted to the presence of it in the country, and that Kim himself had a fever. The country admits to 74 people having died from COVID-19. At the same time, it stated that over 4 million experienced what it called fever. If millions of people experienced symptoms, it is implausible that only 74 could have died from it. Given the known pathology of the virus, it is more plausible that tens of thousands of people lost their lives in North Korea during the pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic led to a major diplomatic incident between North and South Korea in the summer of 2020, or at least it contributed to it. The Korean War has never ended. A ceasefire was declared back in July 1953 at the end of the conflict, and a demilitarized zone was set up along the 38th line of latitude north of the equator. There have been a lot of flare-ups here over the decades, principally owing to North Koreans trying to flee to the south. In the first years of Kim's rule, it appeared as though things were improving here, despite the routine border skirmishes and shootings of individuals trying to pass through the demilitarized zone. However, a joint liaison office had been built at Kisung in an industrial base here near the border. The Inter-Korean Liaison Office, as it is formally known, was built following a meeting in 2018 between Kim and his South Korean counterpart at the time, President Moon Jae-in. Unfortunately, despite millions of US dollars being spent on erecting the 4-story building, the office was closed in late January 2020. It was then destroyed in a controlled demolition on Kim's orders on the 16th of June 2020. COVID had apparently put peaceful reunification off the cards again. Elsewhere, Kim has strengthened his few remaining international alliances. North Korea has become a direct ally of Vladimir Putin in his war with Ukraine. That conflict has been underway in one shape or another since February 2014, after the Maidan revolution in Ukraine overthrew a pro-Russian leader. While the initial conflict in 2014 involved Russian annexation of the Crimean Peninsula and a localized war in the Donbass region of eastern Ukraine, the war has expanded since late February 2022. It has been costly for Russia in terms of casualties suffered, and Putin is paying extremely large amounts of money to Russians to get them to fight. In 2024, a new source of cheaper fighting men was found. North Korea directly allied with Russia, and thousands of North Korean troops began arriving across Eastern Europe to fight the Ukrainians from October that year. Over 10,000 North Koreans are believed to have fought in Ukraine down to late 2025. These men earn far less than their Russian counterparts,
and are often used as cannon fodder on the front lines. Kim, in return, has received hundreds of millions of US dollars in funding from Putin in return for his assistance, with hundreds of millions more flowing into North Korea via soldiers' wages and so forth. This is a notable shift in international diplomacy too. It is the first time that North Korea has deployed troops extensively to aid an ally in a foreign war since the armistice in the Korean War was agreed in 1953. North Korea did provide some logistical and material support to the North Vietnamese during the long-running Vietnam War in the 1960s and 1970s, but the deployment of North Korean troops in Ukraine is far more extensive. It is all too easy to belittle Kim Jong-un as a peripheral player in a network of leaders sometimes called the axis of evil in the Western media. The view is often of Kim bungling along like a lackey next to figures like Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping when they meet in Beijing and so forth. And yet, this is not entirely the case. On the 10th of October 2025, the North Korean government held celebrations to mark the 80th anniversary of its movement after the end of the Second World War. This involved firing off a new intercontinental ballistic missile, the Hwasong-20, the strongest ever launched by North Korea. There is also mounting evidence of the country's efforts to develop AI capabilities as part of its military arsenal and functions. Like Iran, Russia, and China, North Korea will soon dwarf most Western nations when it comes to unmanned drone warfare technology. Those who dismiss the North Korean regime under Kim as a bit of a joke are misinformed. The current leader might be around for much longer than we think. With a country that is beginning to develop economically beyond the perilous years of the 1990s and 2000s, it might well begin to become a much more powerful player again in the politics of the Far East in years to come. This is especially so when we consider the instability of South Korea's politics in recent times when compared with the North. Kim Jong-un is a very strange leader. He has been mocked and vilified for over a decade as North Korea's leader, viewed as a slightly comical figure who only finds himself in a position of power because of the circumstances of his birth. Perhaps there is some truth to this. Intelligence services worldwide believe that Kim was lucky in gaining the position as the third supreme leader of North Korea. Through the process of elimination of other male candidates within the family as potential successors, Kim was chosen to succeed his father. Although international observers have continued to wonder if he is little more than a stooge for some of the more powerful elements within the North Korean military and the long-entrenched political elite, there are more than enough signs that Kim is actually well and truly in control of this highly authoritarian regime. He either eliminates rivals altogether, or else moves them around within the government in such a way which limits their capacity to become rivals for power. The assassination of his own brother in such an audacious way demonstrates his ruthlessness. Perhaps the most striking thing of all is the way in which Kim has developed North Korea into a country with one of the most formidable nuclear and intercontinental ballistic weapons programs anywhere on Earth. Simply put, nobody can remove him from power from abroad. If the US or any other antagonist tried to do something, Seoul would risk being devastated by nuclear warheads, and perhaps Tokyo too. No foreign power is likely to take that risk. Moreover, through his alliances with China, Iran, and Russia, Kim has strong Asian allies that ensure that the North Korean economy can potentially grow as part of a new emerging world order in the Far East. Western governments might focus on his peculiar obsessions with basketball, his alleged fondness for alcohol, and his portrayal of himself as an idiot savant. But presumably informed secret services in the US, Britain, Australia, Japan, and South Korea know they are dealing with a far more formidable enemy than is often suggested in media circles.
Only time will tell what happens in North Korea under a ruler who could remain in power there for many decades to come. What do you think of Kim Jong-un? Is he really the all-powerful absolutist dictator of North Korea? Or do you think the power structure behind the scenes of this secretive state is more complex than people often imagine? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. On Christmas Eve 1991, Kim Jong-il, the heir of North Korea's ruler since 1948, Kim Il-sung, became the new commander of the country's military. This was a vital step in preparing for Kim's succession once his father died. However, just 2 days after Kim's appointment in 1991, the Soviet Union, North Korea's long-standing ally, was dissolved. How would Kim Jong-il choose to rule North Korea after he succeeded? Would he open the country up to reform in the post-Cold War era, or become even more isolated on the world stage? This is the story of Kim Jong-il, the second leader of North Korea. The man known to history as Kim Jong-il was born most likely on the 16th of February 1941 at Voroshilov near Uzhirsk in the far southeastern corner of Russia. This is what Soviet records of the time indicate. This evidence aside, North Korean state propaganda has claimed for decades that he was born on the 16th of February 1942 at the Paektusan secret camp on Paektu Mountain on the Chinese-North Korean border. This was while the country was under Japanese rule during the Second World War. The 1941 date is almost certainly correct, and the 1942 date was only selected later to try to claim for propaganda reasons that Kim was born in Korea itself, not Russia. His name in his earliest years was Yoon Kim, a partly Russian name. He was later given the name Kim Jong-il. Kim's father was Kim Il-sung. At the time of Kim Jong-il's birth, he was a communist partisan fighting against the Japanese occupation of both Korea and large parts of China. Partisans like Kim Il-sung received training in the Soviet Union during the Second World War. Hence Kim's probable birth in southeastern Russia in 1941. His father would subsequently go on to become the leader of Communist North Korea in 1948, establishing a Kim family dictatorship there, which still prevails over 3/4 of a century later. This means it is the oldest family dictatorship in the world. Kim's mother was Kim Jong-suk, the first wife of Kim Il-sung. They had met in China in the mid-1930s when Kim was there as an anti-Japanese fighter. Kim Jong-il was their eldest son. Another son drowned in 1948 in his childhood years, while their only daughter, Kim Kyung-hee, was born in 1946 and is still alive today. Kim was born in the middle of the most important 20-year period in the modern history of the Korean Peninsula. Korea was not always divided into two nations. It was unified for thousands of years and was extremely stable. The Joseon dynasty, for instance, had ruled the Korean kingdom for over 500 years between 1392 and 1897. That was a period of remarkable stability, at the end of which Korea became known as the Hermit Kingdom on account of its isolationism. Matters changed dramatically as the Joseon dynasty came to an end. The Empire of Japan was rapidly modernizing and began asserting itself around the Far East, claiming control of Taiwan from the Chinese and establishing Korea as part of its sphere of influence as the 19th century came to a close. In 1910, Korea was directly annexed by the Japanese. It remained part of the Empire of Japan for 35 years. The country was only finally liberated in August 1945, as the Second World War came to an end. By then, the Soviet Union had invaded Manchuria to the north, and so the Korean peninsula was divided between a communist North Korea and a Western-aligned South Korea, which was ruled over by military strongmen and the army down to the 1980s. Kim was one of many former communist partisan leaders who had fought against the Axis powers from the Balkans in the west to Korea in the east, who became a communist leader once the war ended. In September 1948, he became the first premier of North Korea. Less than 2 years later, he invaded South Korea in an attempt to unify the peninsula under his rule. He believed, based on the experience of the non-intervention of Western powers, as the nationalists were defeated by the communists in China in 1949, that the US and its allies would not intervene either to save South Korea. He was wrong in that calculation, and the Korean War followed after a United Nations force, spearheaded by the US, launched an expedition to reclaim South Korea. Peace of a kind was achieved in 1953, when a ceasefire was agreed to, but North and South Korea remain theoretically at war with one another to this day. Meanwhile, having lost the war to conquer South Korea, Kim's father turned to consolidating his control over North Korea from 1953 onwards. Owing to these background events, Kim Jong-il's upbringing was tumultuous, while the circumstances of his life changed greatly between when he was a child and when he entered his adult years. For instance, He started out his life in the middle of the Second World War and moved between Russia and Korea in line with his parents' role in the resistance movement against the Japanese occupation of Korea. Later, his life became more settled in North Korea in the second half of the 1940s. But then, with the outbreak of the Korean War, Kim was on the move once again. The conflict involved several invasions of both South and North Korea and the capture of major cities. Pyongyang fell to the United Nations Expeditionary Forces on the 19th of October 1950 after the counter-invasion of North Korea. All of this meant that Kim's first 12 years of life were unstable, and his education was sporadic and regularly interrupted until after the Korean War ended in 1953. The details of where he was during these years are uncertain. For instance, some biographies assert that Kim spent most of the years of the Korean War in China for his safety. Official North Korean accounts assert that he remained in North Korea, a claim that was made so as not to make it seem as though Kim Il-sung had sent his own family out of the country during the war. Kim's childhood was also overshadowed by the death of his younger brother in 1948, and then his mother the following year from an ectopic pregnancy. Kim began his political career in 1961 when he joined the Workers' Party of Korea. It must be kept in mind that the Kim family was not yet then the kind of quasi-royal dictatorial family which it has since become. While Kim's father was the ruler of North Korea, he was not yet an absolutist dictator. That shift only occurred in 1967, after an attempt to displace Kim Il-sung, led by a cohort of senior veterans of the Second World War, known as the Kapsan faction, was crushed. Kim Jong-il played a senior role in the investigations and purges that followed the Kapsan faction incident. As part of this, he was put in charge of the Propaganda and Agitation Department. This department had evolved out of the Soviet Propaganda Division that had been installed in North Korea in the autumn of 1945, after the occupation of the northern half of the peninsula. Under North Korean administration, it was responsible for disseminating and managing the government propaganda, which, after the Kapsan faction incident, started to become increasingly synonymous with Kim family propaganda. Kim's time as head of the Propaganda and Agitation Department coincided with a shift from using radio, posters, statues, and printed material to spread the propaganda of the regime to adopting film as a new method of indoctrination. Kim immediately had to deal with a problem. Amongst the department's leaders was a politician named Kim To-man, who had sanctioned the production of a film called An Act of Sincerity. This portrayed Che Chae-ryong, the wife of Pak Kum-chol, the leader of the Kapsan faction, in a very positive light. Kim had Kim To-man removed from the Propaganda and Agitations Department as a consequence. Kim then went on to play a more direct role in film and theatre production in North Korea. For example, he is listed as the director of a 1971 propaganda opera named Sea of Blood. It was set in the 1930s, the era of the Japanese occupation of Korea, and exemplifies the Juche ideology that had become a key part of Kim Il-sung's time as leader of the country. Juche literally means subject, and combines elements of Marxist-Leninism alongside distinctly Korean ideas. By the time Sea of Blood premiered in 1971, the cult of leadership of Kim Il-sung had become absolutely central to it. This was just one of many films and plays which Kim Jong-il oversaw the production of in the 1970s. He also published a book entitled On the Art of Cinema in 1973, in which he laid out his seed theory, which argued that all directors and contributors to films in North Korea should operate from a single seed of an idea that was based around a piece of the regime's propaganda. Kim's infamous fascination with films and DVDs can be traced to his time as head of the Propaganda and Agitation Department. Kim's formal recognition as his father's successor occurred in stages. Many historians trace Kim's ascent as the designated heir to his father to as early as the 25th of May 1967, during the Kapsan faction incident, when Kim Il-sung gave a speech before the party leaders, in which he criticized so-called revisionists within the party and called for continuity of the revolution, a subtle indicator that Kim Jong-il should succeed him one day. It was notable that Kim gave his first major public speech before the party leaders the very next day. Nonetheless, while the Kapsan faction incident and these speeches might have laid down a marker that Kim Jong-il was the heir designate, it was only through incremental measures in the 1970s and 1980s that it was made clear to the nation at large that Kim would succeed as ruler of North Korea in due course. By 1971, he was being referred to in official state propaganda as the adored leader, a not so subtle shift in language, which further indicated the intention that he would succeed one day. In 1974, the Workers' Party Central Committee was informed that Kim was the successor designate to Kim Il-sung, and in the years that followed, Kim Jong-il took over more and more of the daily operations of the party. Finally, in 1977, an official statement was made to the nation that Kim was to take over the running of the country once his father was gone. Thereafter, Kim consolidated power in his hands in the 1980s, making sure that all rivals, notably his uncle, Kim Yong-ju, who had been considered as a possible alternative heir back in the early 1970s, was sidelined. Throughout these years, Kim had a growing family. It was an unorthodox one, and even today, decades later, the exact nature of it is hard to disentangle. He is believed to have had long-term relationships with at least 5 women. One of these, Kim Young-suk, was his official wife between 1974 and his death in 2011. She was the daughter of a senior military officer, and the union was decided upon by Kim Il-sung. They had 2 daughters together in 1974 and 1976. This is the clearest element of Kim's complex personal life. He is also understood to have had an earlier wife, Bong Il-chon, whom he married in 1966 and divorced in 1969. Some studies question if this was ever a formal marriage. On top of this, Kim had several lengthy relationships with other women. It would not be accurate to simply state that these were affairs. Instead, these were more like concubines in an informal system of polygamy. For instance, there is speculation that Kim married one of his mistresses, Sung Hye-ri, in a kind of informal marriage before he was married to Kim Young-suk. Sung Hye-ri was a successful North Korean actress in the 1960s and 1970s who had come into Kim's orbit as part of his work with the propaganda and agitation department. They had 2 children, including a son, Kim Jong-nam, who was born in 1971 and who, as we will see, was considered to be his father's chosen heir until around 2001. Kim formed another relationship again in the mid-1970s with Ko Young-hee. They had 3 children together in the 1980s, 2 sons, Kim Jong-chul and Kim Jong-un, and a daughter, Kim Yo-jong. It is a sign of how secretive North Korean society is, as well as due to the lack of accurate records, that their dates of birth are largely unclear. But, broadly speaking, they were born between 1981 and 1987. These children, as we will see, became the most important over time in the succession struggle. Their mother died in 2004, following which another of Kim's mistresses, Kim Ok, who had been his secretary for many years, became a prominent mistress. They are also understood to have married, even though Kim's former wife, Kim Young-suk, remained alive, and they had apparently never divorced, albeit they were estranged. North Korea's politics were shifting during these years. Not only did the Kim family solidify their hold over the government, they did so by cementing the position of the military at the heart of the administration. This was already a feature of Korean life going back to the very end of the Second World War. It was given greater emphasis in the 1970s and 1990s by Kim's father, and presaged the formal adoption of the Songun system by Kim in the mid-1990s, as we will see. As the Cold War became more tense again in the 1980s, and as South Korea experienced a great economic boom based on its diversification into electronics and technology, North Korea responded by reasserting its commitment to totalitarianism. Censorship and surveillance were expanded accordingly. On the international stage, Kim Il-sung attempted to expand North Korea's diplomatic ties around the world in the 1970s and 1980s. It is important to remember when considering Kim Jong-il's later time as leader and his son Kim Jong-un's tenure as dictator of the country, that North Korea was not always as isolated as it has been in modern times. During the Cold War, North Korea had many ties to nations in Asia, Africa, Eastern Europe, the Middle East, and even in Latin America. Incidents like the attempted assassination of the South Korean president, Chun Doo-hwan, by North Korean operatives while he was visiting Rangoon in Burma on the 9th of October 1983 aside, Kim Il-sung was able to leverage the country's diplomatic connections to benefit the nation economically through both inward and outward trade in the 1970s and 1980s. The collapse of these diplomatic connections in the 1990s would shape Kim Jong-il's time as ruler of North Korea. In 1985, Mikhail Gorbachev became the new head of the Soviet Union. He was a different type of Russian leader, in part because he was born in 1931 and came from a younger generation who had come of age in the prosperous Soviet era in the 1950s and 1960s. He set out to reform the Soviet system, which had stagnated economically in the 1970s and 1980s. But his planned gradual and limited reforms escalated in the late 1980s into a much more populist reform movement in the Warsaw Pact nations, Poland, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, and East Germany. After revolutions here and the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989, the contagion spread to the USSR itself. It collapsed in 1991, and the new Russian Federation was formed, while major component parts of the former Soviet Union like Ukraine, Belarus, and Kazakhstan became independent countries. This had existential implications for North Korea and the Kim regime. In response, Kim's father sought to reinforce the state's adherence to the Juche ideology he had developed after the Second World War, and refused to engage in either the kinds of political reforms seen in Russia, or even the economic and market reforms that China had undertaken since the late 1970s to open up their economy to the world. This left North Korea badly isolated on the world stage in the 1990s. This was the era of the Pax Americana that followed the Cold War, the American peace, when democracies were proliferating everywhere and former dictatorships in Africa, Asia, and the Middle East were facing the prospect of either reforming or being locked out of the new unipolar international system. The aged Kim Il-sung was unwilling to bend to the new order, and so North Korea's economic and political situation deteriorated very quickly in the first half of the 1990s without the kind of former aid it had relied upon from the Soviet Union. Kim Il-sung died on the 8th of July 1994 at 82 years of age. The line of succession was well established, and Kim Jong-il succeeded his father, at first in a somewhat informal capacity, and then from October 1997 as General Secretary of the Workers' Party of Korea. He signaled his intention to retain the system established by his father immediately by creating the Songun in 1994. The Songun, which literally means military first, was an ideology that placed the military at the very heart of North Korean life. It was promulgated by Kim within months of taking power and was enshrined as part of his policy framework in 1995. At first, it might appear as constituting a split with his father. Kim was affirming that he was now in control and that Songun was a new ideology that would shape how he ran the country. In reality, though, there was not much that was new here. North Korea had been a highly militarized society since the Second World War, and it had only partially demobilized after the Korean War. Conversely, the 1970s had actually seen the most intense expansion of the military since the war. There was a further expansion post-1994, but it was numerically inferior to the growth of the 1970s. Hence, the Sungun policy was more of an effort to reaffirm the military nature of the regime in a post-Soviet world. What Kim was saying was that the communist totalitarianism of the Cold War era might be over, but he intended to rule as a military dictator nonetheless. Lip service has also continued to be paid to the allegedly communist nature of the regime in North Korea. People in North Korea in 1994 and 1995 must have known why the new leader of the country needed to try to reaffirm his control over the country, even while continuing along the same path established by his father. When Kim came to power in 1994 and decreed the creation of the Sungun system, the country was mired in economic crisis and descending into a catastrophic famine. This was all connected to the changes that began as the Soviet Union collapsed and the Cold War came to an end. The political and economic realignment in Eastern Europe had devastating consequences for North Korea and its trade, agriculture, industry, and supply systems. Economic data always involves an element of estimation when it comes to the history of North Korea, as there are no accurate statistics provided by the regime. This issue aside, it is estimated that North Korea's GDP contracted by an average of between 4 and 5% annually in the 1990s. That meant that by the late 1990s, the North Korean economy was half the size it had been a decade earlier. The country's agriculture sector was hit especially badly. The flow of industrially produced fertilizers and pesticides from the Soviet Union dried up. A lack of oil and gas led to regular power cuts that also impacted on agriculture, which in the modern world is reliant on electricity at every stage of production. On top of this, cheap imports of grain from places like Ukraine were no longer available, as that country and Russia were going through their own brutal economic crises in the aftermath of the collapse of the USSR. Finally, these systematic problems were compounded by a series of alternating floods and droughts in North Korea in the 1990s. Famine was setting in already in 1994. It peaked in 1996 and 1997. Because of the secretive nature of North Korean society, there is an unusual lack of consensus about the death toll from the North Korean famine of 1994 to 2000. The lower estimates, which are unrealistic, suggest around 250,000 deaths. The upper estimates are that 3.5 million people died, which would have constituted around 15% of the population. The true figure probably lies between 500,000 and 1.5 million people. Kim's response to the economic crisis and famine was to simultaneously avoid admitting that it was even happening for propaganda reasons, while at the same time adopting a suite of largely ineffective measures to try to address it. For instance, the government did not frame this as a famine. Instead, it was referred to as the Arduous March, in line with the propaganda approach which had been adopted in response to the developing economic crisis in the final year of Kim Il-sung's time as ruler. The name echoed the Long March, which had saved the Chinese Communist cause back in the mid-1930s during the Chinese Civil War. The name was designed to suggest that the North Korean people were struggling together towards some brighter future, rather than suffering through a catastrophic state-created crisis. Beneath this veneer of calm, yet difficult struggle, Kim's government attempted to put in place measures to increase the food supply. Above all, they looked after the elites within the regime, meaning that supplies were rerouted to the capital, Pyongyang. Soon, the government made it known that it would accept international aid, and many non-governmental organizations, or NGOs, began delivering food into North Korea. This was nowhere near enough, though, and the famine did not generate the kind of international headlines that it otherwise might have at a different time. This was because it overlapped with a succession of international crises elsewhere in the world, notably the Yugoslav wars of the 1990s, the Rwandan genocide of 1994, and the ensuing Congo wars. The famine was compounded in the mid-1990s by the failure of the food distribution system, a method of distributing resources according to whether a person or family was an industrial worker in the cities or an agricultural worker. Industrial workers and other groups like the military and government officials were given preferential treatment in the distribution system, while those who were unable to work were at the bottom of the pyramid. Preferential treatment took the form of receiving a larger daily allocation of cereals and basic foodstuff. This system of preferential treatment had exacerbated famines in the Soviet Union in the early 1930s and in China in the late 1950s, and it also worsened the catastrophe in North Korea in the mid-1990s. Eventually, the system collapsed altogether as Kim's government was unable to meet even basic demands. As this happened, a huge black market in foodstuffs and other necessities developed, undermining the system of state-run supply that had existed in North Korea for half a century. Crime spiraled, and the government also struggled to manage the border in the strange circumstances. For instance, several 100,000 North Koreans are estimated to have absconded over the northern border into China during the famine years, after they determined that it was better to take their chances fleeing the country than to remain and face death from starvation. The illegal economy that developed in North Korea between 1994 and 2000 would remain a feature of the country's economic system throughout Kim's time as leader of the country. Today, North Korea is viewed as a pariah state that has very little interest in being welcomed back into the wider community of nations, instead relying on its nuclear weapons program to ensure that the regime cannot be toppled by any outsiders. However, there was a real opportunity in the late 1990s and early 2000s for North Korea to forge a path towards peace and economic development. Kim and his government looked on at the rest of the world flourishing economically in the aftermath of the Cold War, which stood in such stark contrast to the famine and stagnation of North Korea, and decided briefly that they should try to reconcile their nation with the new US-dominated world order. Thus, what is known as the Sunshine Policy was adopted by Kim's government in 1998. The primary goal of this was to ease tensions with South Korea and try to foster economic cooperation. Talks opened over loosening restrictions along the demilitarized zone, and there was even speculation about trying to officially end the war, which theoretically was still underway. There was only ever one ceasefire agreed to in 1953. Business ventures were launched between the two nations with a lot of public fanfare. Kim's government hoped that the economic success of the South might start to diffuse to the North. There was even a remarkable diplomatic event at the Summer Olympics in 2000 in Sydney, Australia, when athletes from both North and South Korea marched together under the Korean unification flag, which had first been used at more minor sporting events in the early 1990s. Gradually, though, the Sunshine Policy was abandoned. The American War on Terror following the 9/11 attacks of September 2001 did not help affairs, as North Korea was regularly cited by President George W. Bush as part of what he termed the axis of evil. The South Korean government felt pressure to step back from the negotiations, and the Sunshine Policy gradually went into abeyance. With the failure of the Sunshine Policy, Kim doubled down on North Korea's nuclear strategy as a means of guaranteeing the long-term future of the regime. North Korea began its nuclear program in the immediate aftermath of the Korean War. But back in the 1950s and 1960s, this was about building civilian nuclear reactors for research and energy generation. The Soviets aided them with technical knowledge, but Moscow was not going round the world arming countries with nuclear weapons during the Cold War. no matter how close an ally they were. North Korea's nuclear program was consequently very limited for a lot of Kim Il-sung's time as leader. The first small nuclear reactor was completed at Yongbyon in 1965 under Soviet supervision. It was only capable of using low-enriched uranium to produce medical isotopes and for research purposes. Later, the North Koreans used the technical expertise they had obtained and tentatively initiated a nuclear weapons program in the 1970s. This was a stop-start initiative. In 1985, for instance, Kim Il-sung had agreed to sign the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, and in the 1990s, the government had agreed with South Korea that it would step back from trying to acquire weapons of mass destruction if the South removed the large stockpiles of US nuclear weapons which had been maintained in the southern country since the 1950s. That strategy was incrementally abandoned in the 1990s, and in the early 2000s, Kim ordered his ministers, the military and the country's nuclear scientists to begin accelerating their work to acquire a nuclear-capable weapon. Kim's nuclear weapons program developed swiftly in the 2000s as large parts of the necessary elements for building a nuclear weapon were already in place in North Korea when Kim decided to commit to the policy of acquiring nuclear capabilities. The regime already had nuclear capabilities of the kind found in dozens of countries today, but it now started enriching uranium up to weapons-grade level. It also ejected International Atomic Energy Agency observers from the country in the early 2000s, and in 2003, Kim declared that North Korea was leaving the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. In another period of modern history, this might have led to a US military intervention to prevent the regime acquiring nuclear weapons, such as happened in 2025 when Iran accelerated its nuclear weapons program. However, a unique set of circumstances prevailed with North Korea in Kim's time. Firstly, the US and its allies were preoccupied with two wars in Afghanistan and Iraq. Secondly, there was a fear that Kim could reignite the war against South Korea if any effort was made to try to intervene directly in North Korea's affairs. Finally, and most significantly, US intelligence at the time, and general world opinion, was of the view that North Korea already possessed a few nuclear weapons. This made Western nations extremely reluctant to countenance any attempt to engage in regime change or to deter Kim's nuclear weapons program in another way. Nonetheless, North Korea was only publicly confirmed to have acquired nuclear weapons capability in 2006, after Kim's military carried out its first underground nuclear weapons test at Punggye in the northeast of the country on the 3rd of October. The regime has carried out numerous further underground tests, which are often only detected as a result of seismic activity. In tandem, Kim began a program to build ever more powerful ballistic missiles, which could strike swiftly at targets in South Korea, Japan, and elsewhere in the Pacific Ocean. By the end of his rule, North Korea had become virtually impregnable to regime change. The risk of even attempting this would be far too great. Kim and his ministers were more than aware that accelerating the country's nuclear weapons program and actually testing a weapon of mass destruction would lead to the imposition of new, much heavier sanctions by the international community. Moreover, the world of the early to mid-2000s was very different to what it is 2 decades later. China was not yet as confident on the international stage as it is today, while Russia was only beginning to recover from the crisis of the 1990s. Neither country could ignore sanctions against North Korea in quite the way they do today. Economic reforms were therefore needed by Kim's government to try to put the country on the road to self-sufficiency. The measures initiated met with limited success. For instance, there were sporadic attempts to introduce market reforms that allowed private property and private trade. This had worked in China because it began producing goods which it could sell to the rest of the world in the 1980s, 1990s, and beyond. The same did not apply to North Korea. A complete recall of the official currency, the won, and the introduction of a new version of the currency was implemented as well in 2009 to try to address inflation and curb black market activity. This had only a minor impact in a country where a lot of black market trade is in the form of barter. In the end, the regime turned to everything from crime to slave labor, to nascent cyber attacks to try to raise capital for the inner circle, while the wider country remained impoverished, with frequent electricity blackouts, even in parts of Pyongyang. Kim's personality was constantly scrutinized in the 2000s. For instance, he became infamous worldwide for his fascination with cinema and was rumored to have the world's largest collection of films on VHS and DVD. The estimated size of the collection was rumored to be over 20,000. It was claimed that he spent hours every day watching films. Action films like the James Bond series were, by all accounts, amongst his favorite films. In a book published under his name in 1987, The Cinema and Directing, he had stated that the cinema occupies an important place in the overall development of art and literature. As such, it is a powerful ideological weapon for the revolution. It's unclear exactly how James Bond was critical to the revolution in North Korea. Kim's carefully cultivated image was also well known. He wore green, quasi-military fatigues regularly and was often seen wearing his signature sunglasses. Kim liked the finer things in life, even as his nation remained desperately poor. He was also known to be fond of expensive brandy, French wine, and cigarettes. There was a paranoid element to him also. Kim lived in constant fear of being poisoned and had his meals tested before he consumed them. While his eccentricities meant that Kim was frequently depicted as a figure of amusement in the Western world, notably in the 2004 puppetry comedy film Team America, World Police, there was a ruthless dictator underneath the visage. North Korea continued to operate as arguably the world's most secretive and repressive state in the 2000s, while Kim's image adorned public places all over the country, particularly in Pyongyang, as part of his cult of the leader. Dissenters were arrested and sent to North Korea's truly appalling prisons, where sanitation was non-existent and torture was routine. Even Kim's fascination with the big screen could have terrible consequences. Back in 1977, he had sanctioned a mission to kidnap South Korea's leading director of the time, Shin Sang-ok. Kim believed that Shin could be put to work in the North to improve the quality of the regime's films. On the 11th of January 1978, while he was visiting Hong Kong, Shin and his wife were kidnapped and taken to North Korea. He spent 4 years in a North Korean prison, existing on rice and water, before being released in 1982. Even then, Shin spent another 4 years directing 7 films for the North Korean government before he and his wife were finally able to escape, while in Vienna to promote his last film for the regime, Pulgasari, in 1986. Kim's peculiar love of the cinema was even more unusual than tales of his vast DVD collection suggest. Throughout Kim's 17-year-long spell as ruler of North Korea, the issue of the succession was a much more open question than it had been when Kim Il-sung was the dictator of the country. For around 20 years between 1974 and 1994, it had been reasonably evident to all interested parties that Kim would succeed his father when he died. The same was certainly not true with Kim's children. He had numerous offspring from multiple relationships. The children who were in the contest to succeed him were all from relationships with his mistresses or concubines, not his wife, as it would be understood under Western marriage law. For the first 7 years of his tenure, it was believed that Kim Jong-nam, his son via his relationship with Song Hye-ri, would succeed Kim. He was his eldest son, and as he grew up, he was considered to have a similar temperament and personality to his father. The idea that he would succeed Kim one day persisted until 2001. Then, in May that year, Kim Jong-nam was arrested after arriving in Japan with a fake passport with the intention of visiting Disneyland in Tokyo. The incident embarrassed his father, and in the aftermath of it, Ko Yong-hee commenced a coordinated campaign to promote her children in the line of succession. Her two sons and daughter were young in the early 2000s, and so it was their mother who must have led this campaign. Strangely, as the 2000s progressed, it was Kim Jong-un, the younger of the two brothers, who won the succession contest. As with so much within North Korea, there was secrecy around these developments. Nevertheless, it is evident that 2009 was the key year when Kim promoted Kim Jong-un to a number of positions and signaled within the party that he was his chosen heir. Had events transpired slightly differently, Kim Jong-chol, Kim's eldest son with Ko Yong-hee, and Kim Jong-un's elder brother, could well have become the third ruler of North Korea. He had been the unofficial heir until the announcement in 2009, and Kim nearly died before the announcement was made. Although an attempt was made to disguise his deteriorating health, there is no doubt that he suffered from serious health issues in 2008. A conspiracy theory even holds that Kim died in 2003, and an impersonator had been filling in for him thereafter. In April 2008, he did not appear for the Olympic torch relay in Pyongyang. 4 months later, on the 15th of August, he is understood to have suffered a stroke. This left him bedridden for weeks, and the most advanced doctors in China were flown into the city to attend to him. On the 9th of September 2008, the 60th anniversary was celebrated of the creation of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, the formal name for North Korea. This was also the anniversary of the formal accession of Kim's father as leader of the nation back in 1948. It was, therefore, highly unusual that Kim did not attend the ceremony. He is understood to have suffered a second stroke in October, and there were concerns that he might not survive, albeit the details of these events have been patched together from anonymous reports of the accounts of defectors. An alternative theory that emerged in 2009 was that he was suffering